1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Is that coming through? 1 2 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
We boost it up a little bit higher. It's clear. It's just a little bit low. Just what the speed of voice.
Check 1 2 3 4. Check 1 2 3 4.
A little bit more.
Check 1 2 1 2.
We boost it any higher.
I'm going to give you another 30 seconds and then I need to start.
Check 1 2 1 2. Is that level better for you now?
More or less the same.
Okay.
It's going to have to be the best that we can do because we're going to get started. Thank you. Are we live? Excellent. Thank you. Welcome to the first hearing of the Public Accountability and Works Committee inquiry into the appointments of Josh Murray to the position of Secretary of Transport for New South Wales and of Emma Watts as New South Wales Cross-Border Assistant Commissioner. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today and those who are watching on the live stream. Today we will be hearing from a number of stakeholders, including current and former senior public servants. While we have many witnesses with us in person, some will be appearing via video conference today, and I thank everyone for making the time to give evidence to this important inquiry. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. A transcript of today's hearing will be placed on the committee's website when it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, the House has authorised the filming, broadcasting and photography of committee proceedings by representatives of media organisations from any position in the room and by any member of the public from any position in the audience. Any person filming or photographing proceedings must take responsibility for the proper use of that material. This is detailed in the broadcasting resolution, a copy of which is available from the Secretariat. While parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at the hearing. I therefore urge witnesses to be careful about comments that you may make to the media or to others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it is important that witnesses focus on the issues raised by the inquiry terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness, according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. If witnesses are unable to answer a question today and want more time to respond, they can take a question on notice. Written answers to questions taken on notice are to be provided within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. In terms of the audibility of the hearing today, I remind both committee members and witnesses to speak into the microphones. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of this hearing? I now welcome our first witness, Mr. Josh Murray. Mr. Murray, could you please state your name and position title and then swear either an oath or an affirmation?
My name is Joshua Murray. I'm the Secretary of Transport for New South Wales. And I'll read the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Murray, and thank you for making the time to come here today. Would you like to commence by making a short opening statement?
I would, thank you, Chair.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm pleased to be here this morning, and I do welcome the opportunity to answer all of the committee's questions. But first, I want to take a moment to commend the Transport leadership team and the many hundreds of people that I've already met in the public and transport service in the short time that I've been in this role for the way that they are getting on with the job, and for the warm welcome and the acknowledgement that they've given me over this period. Those people are out there every day grinding out improvements to our million train journeys or our 700,000 bus journeys a day, making that possible across our state, keeping safe our 18,000 kilometres of roads, right down to our 1,800 school crossing supervisors. I would say to all of those people, please understand that I've worked in many different roles and in a lot of different places. It's been 15 years since I last set foot as an employee here inside Parliament House, but no matter the heights of the executive career that I have enjoyed in the meantime, nothing beats delivering something that changes a community for the better. In my last role, by unlocking the best operational people and ensuring a coordinated leadership team backed by technology, we fast-tracked a 600-bed intensive care hospital in the UK during COVID lockdowns. We opened parts of that building a year early, providing beds where there were none left, and that saved lives. So having worked overseas and made it back home to New South Wales through hotel quarantine with my family, I was acutely aware of how important it was to me to be able to serve, should I get the opportunity again. That's what I'm committed to do in transport, and for the people of transport, and for our passengers. It's an area I'm passionate about. I have infrastructure experience across the wide spectrum of work we do. I know so many of the hardworking people in our transport networks that have given their whole careers to this world. And I'm extremely proud to be now leading those teams. We can deliver a world-class modern transport system that matches the world-class places that we live, but we have to make tough decisions. Now, I didn't expect this process to give me any credit for the past roles that I've had. I always knew that my time as a government staff member, a time that I'm proud of, would still capture the headline. But everyone was always upfront about that. My background was clear in the government's first press release, and even right now it is on the Transport website. So the idea that I've secretly traded a highly rewarding international infrastructure leadership role, leading teams globally and successfully, for 15 years, taken a pay cut in some kind of conspiracy, that just doesn't stack up. And I reject all of that. I made a tough career call based on the opportunity to make a difference. I went through all of the steps required of me in this process, and if I was asked to apply again tomorrow, knowing what I know now, I would still say yes. Honourable members, I've been in the post for about 2.5 weeks at Transport, and I did everything I could in the notice period leading up to that to double shift and be ready to work with the people. There is an enormous amount to be done. I'm honoured to be there. I'm committed to the task, and I want to lead the people of Transport as their secretary for the opportunities that they have in front of them. They have told me they want fresh eyes, an experienced people leader and decision maker who can bring new focus and external insights and advocacy to Transport. That's what I'm focusing on, and thank you for allowing me to address the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. I understand that you will be with us until 10:45 this morning. Thank you for that. And just to let you know that we will be dividing questions evenly between the opposition crossbench and the government. And I'll begin with the opposition. Ms. Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Murray, for joining us. Congratulations on the role. We have very limited time today. I'm sure you'll appreciate that. So would you be prepared to come back on another day if we have further questions or information we need to elucidate from you?
Well, we have the parliamentary estimates process coming up. We have, I would think, many forums to debate this. I do have an enormous role to get on with up at Transport, as I've just mentioned. Of course, I'll do everything I can to answer the committee's questions.
So you'll come back to this committee to answer those questions?
Let's have a look what we get through today, and I'll, of course, take the advice of the committee.
Do I take that as a no?
I will take the advice of the committee and understand what the procedures are around
Point
further
of order.
hearings.
Thank you. Have you...
Sorry,
no, I'll leave it there,
a
that's
point
fine.
of order
Point of
has
order,
been...
Madam Chair. These logistical matters of allocation of time, as I understood, were subjects of the deliberative committee meeting we had earlier. And
Certainly. I'll move on.
I think to
I'm happy to
bring
move
this
on.
out into a
I'm
public
happy to move
hearing
on.
is
Mr. Murray.
totally out
Order.
of order.
Okay, thank you. I've heard the point of order. Uphold the point of order. Please continue.
Thank you. We've got limited time, so I will ask that you move on quickly, just so that we can afford proper questioning in this process. Mr. Murray, have you
Point of
conferred?
order, can I
Well, they're doing it
also-
again.
Yes,
My-
I'll hear the point of order.
Flagging that we
My
have
simple
limited
point
time.
of order is that witnesses need to be treated with courtesy.
Absolutely.
If a question is worth asking, it's worth allowing the witness time to answer.
Thank you. May I ask the question?
So let me just rule on the point of order, and I will just get these out of the way to begin with, so that we don't have to have them over and over. Witnesses will be given time to answer questions,
Thank you.
and members will be given the opportunity to ask the questions.
Thank you. Mr. Murray, have you conferred with any other witnesses about your evidence today?
No.
No one else?
No.
Have you spoken with Joe Halen about it?
No.
Have you spoken with any third party to prepare for today?
My wife?
Your wife?
Yes.
You conferred with your wife about the evidence that you're giving today? to
No,
this
I
committee?
conferred that I was, of course, coming along to this, and I've been preparing for appearing at the committee. Of course, I discussed that with my wife, not the detail, but that I was attending.
Yes. What's your wife's role?
She's my wife.
Yes, her professional role?
I
Point
don't
of order.
understand.
Point of order.
I'll
Oh,
hear
he
the
opened
point
the
of
door.
order.
It's really irrelevant what Mr. Murray's wife does, and given the limited time we have,
Thank you.
the Honourable.
I'll move on. When did you first
In
meet?
relation to the point of order, I will rule on these points of order. It is within the witness's rights to simply refuse to answer that question.
Certainly.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. When did you first meet Minister Halen?
I believe it was about 7 years ago at a mutual friend's wedding, and I was introduced to her and her husband.
And how would you describe your relationship with Minister Halen prior to being made Secretary of Transport?
We had a semi-professional relationship where we would see each other around business-related activities. I had been to a number of her speeches, just as I've been to many coalition member speeches, ministers at the time, think tank appearances, business lunches, etc. I had seen her at those events. I didn't know her very well.
In addition to attending a dinner, an interview with her and the meeting that you had after she was sworn in?
Yes, I attended a meeting after she was sworn in.
So do you stand by your statement to 2GB that you met on a couple of occasions
Yes.
over 7 years?
I wouldn't know the number of occasions exactly. I'm saying that I didn't know her that well, and when we had met, it was pleasantries. I didn't know her particularly well.
Would you agree that it sounds like a bit more than just a couple of occasions? I'm not trying to trick you here, but a couple of occasions is 1, 2, maybe 3. You've met after she was sworn in, you met in the interview, you've met at a
I'm
wedding.
just trying to understand the time frame. You asked when your
Is
first
it
question
more
was
than a
when I
couple?
first met her. Since she became minister, I met her on the well-publicised 4th of April meeting in this building, and then I don't believe I met with her again until I had been sworn into this role.
So a wedding, a couple of speeches, a interview after the swearing in. So more than a couple of occasions you were known to each other.
More than a couple of occasions. I'm sure there was some mutual social occasions where we would have been at the same event over that time period.
Were you a pre-selector in the Labor Party for Ms Halen?
No,
Not ever?
never.
Have you been a pre-selector for any Labor member in Parliament in New South Wales?
No.
No? Can I ask about the donation you made? When did you donate $500 to the Minister's election campaign?
In 2022, there was an event held at West Ashfield. The guest speaker, the keynote speaker, was the newly elected Prime Minister. I knew a number of people who were going, and that included business people. It was several hundred people were attending that event. And as a result, I bought 2 tickets to go to the event and hear the Prime Minister speak.
And the ticket price was $500 each.
Ticket price was $250.
So did you have so you paid for 2 tickets at $250
That's
each, a total of $500?
That's correct.
And every ticket was $250?
Yes, as far as I'm aware. They were the tickets that I bought.
Okay. How was it that you made your way onto the invite list for that event?
It was on the website. It was on a website.
You looked it up on the website?
Yes.
And you decided to go to it?
I purchased it using a credit card on a website where it was called Anthony Albanese speech or something similar.
And presumably you're aware that event was a fundraiser for Minister Joe Hallen?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Did you make any other donations to any other candidates during the election campaign?
I have not made any other donations.
So just donations for dinner with Joe Hallen?
I have attended another dinner, which was in this building, and I also attended a trivia night.
For Joe Hallen?
No.
So other donations for other members?
Yes. No, I did not make any donations. I attended and took up tickets that had been purchased as part of a group.
So you didn't purchase them, you came along for free?
That's correct.
Are you still a member of the Labor Party?
No, I'm not.
When did you resign?
I resigned in June of this year when I was accepted into the process for the Secretary of Transport.
So what branch of the Labor Party were you in before you resigned in June of this year?
I've never been an active member of a branch.
So you're a general member of the Labor Party?
That's correct.
Okay. What's your relationship with the Premier?
I have known the Premier for, I would estimate, 20 years. We both worked in this building at around the same time and have known each other in those general circles since.
So you met on more than a couple of occasions with the Premier. Obviously, it's a long-standing
relationship.
relationship.
It's like most people that work in this building, you either know them as friends, you know them as associates, you might not get along with them, but you certainly have long-standing relationships.
More than an acquaintance?
Yes.
Thank you. The meeting of 4 April, who initiated that meeting between yourself and Minister Hallen on 4 April?
I was asked by Ms Hallen's office, by a staff member, if I could make the time to come in and see the team on the 4th of April.
To meet with the team?
I was just asked to attend the office.
So who contacted you for that meeting?
It was a staff member of Ms Hallen.
Was it the Chief of Staff?
No, it wasn't.
Who was it?
It was the... I don't know the role. It was early days in the setup of that office. It was one of the advisors in that office.
All right, so on notice, perhaps you might advise the name of that person
No
to this
problem.
committee? No problem, thank you. At that meeting, did you discuss the possibility of the position of Secretary of Transport becoming available or being vacated or on the termination of Rob Sharp?
No.
You didn't discuss the role at all?
No.
Did you discuss Rob Sharp?
No.
Did you discuss the possibility of being given any role in Transport for New South Wales?
No.
What did you discuss in relation to the Transport for New South Wales Secretary position?
We didn't discuss the Secretary position. We discussed the organisation of Transport for New South Wales. We discussed my past experience as being a Transport Chief of Staff, and we talked about the structures that had existed at that time. And I think it's fair to say some frustrations that the Minister had with some of the information that she was getting about how she started to engage with that agency.
On the 4th of April?
Correct.
She'd received, not enough information in the first 7 days after being sworn in, that she was frustrated with such that it prompted her to call you to get your advice to her team about that?
That wasn't the reason to call. The reason to call was to get a feedback from someone who'd worked both in transport and in major industry, in infrastructure, where I was more than happy, as I would with any Member of Parliament, any Minister or any senior staff member, to give the benefit of industry experience. I was the representative of one of the largest privately owned infrastructure businesses in the world, and I was asked to give a view, and I'm more than happy to do that, as I have done to coalition members here, overseas, people of either sides of the political fence. If someone wants to understand what the company is working on and what their view is, I'm more than happy to provide it. At that time, I was able to tell her that industry was quite concerned about budgets and what would come forward. There was a massive capital program being delivered, but that the general feeling in industry was that nationally in Australia, budgets were tightening.
It's fair to say I'm across what the budget was.
You asked me the
Thank you.
question.
No, I'm saying it. When did you first meet the Minister's Chief of Staff, Scott Gartrell?
So I was able to think back on this. I thought it was suggested often in some media reports that he and I had some kind of long-standing working relationship. But Mr. Gartrell actually began in this building after I had already left. So I knew him when I was working for the former Premier and he was working for Government Relations Australia. We would have had a couple of meetings over that time period. Later on, I was working for Lang O'Rourke and he was involved with Lend-Lease. And
So sorry, my question though was, when did you first meet?
First meet, it would have been around 2007-8, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just take it back to your 20-year relationship with the Premier?
Certainly.
You say that that's existed for a long time and probably grew as a result of your involvement in this building. Is that right?
He and I believe, well, I was certainly in the Transport Office and the Police Office during those years, as well as the Deputy Premiers. I believe he was in the Roads Office for a period of time, and he and I had both worked for Morris Yema at different stages.
And in relation to that relationship, you meet regularly?
No.
Family, friends?
We're friends. I would regard us as friends.
Friends. Been to his place for a barbecue?
Not for a barbecue.
Well, for dinner?
No.
But you socialise with the Premier?
I have been at weddings with the Premier. Sadly, I've recently been at a funeral with the Premier.
Correct. When was the last time you had an interaction with the Premier?
I can't recall. I would have seen him during the first few months of this year. On a couple of occasions, I'm sure. I can't recall exactly.
Well, they were for social events?
General social networks.
But because not only did you donate $500 to a campaign, there was another $250, I think, paid by your wife in respect to that same event, was there not?
That's correct.
Well, who was that for?
That was for raffle tickets at the event.
So it was $500 for the two places. Who did you sit with on that night?
We sat on a table. I sat with my wife. We were on a table of, I'm assuming, branch members or other friends from the local community.
But you don't recall who else was on the table?
I don't recall.
Was Minister Halen on the table?
No.
Are you sure of that?
Positive.
So in respect of the subsequent event that you had in relation to the Premier, you attended on his victory celebration event, did you not?
I attended the Cogra electorate celebration event on the night of the election.
And in respect of that event, who invited you to that?
My family was invited to that event, my extended family, and I attended with them.
Who sent you the invitation?
I was shared the invitation by my wife and her father.
To a Cogra event, and the event was at Cogra, was it?
At Brighton Novotel.
Correct. So in relation to the event that Anthony Albanese spoke at, you've indicated to us that you found it on a website. Can you indicate which website that was?
I would have assumed it was the ALP website. I knew the event was on, it was highly promoted. Several hundred people, I would assume, were going. I knew people who were going from my broader circle of professional friends and friends from this place, and I bought 2 tickets.
And did you disclose that in the course of your interview process?
I have always disclosed what I'm required to under the Electoral Act.
Just to understand this, in the course of your interview process, did you disclose that to anyone?
The matters of that attending a dinner are immaterial to
Well,
a
you
job
say
application.
that. You say that, but did you disclose it?
No, I did not.
No, you did not. Did you disclose during your interview process your membership of the ALP?
I was not a member of the ALP during the interview process.
Your previous membership of the ALP?
My identity was well known to all of the...
Did you disclose during the interview process at any time to any person?
I had no concerns that the interviewers did not know my background, and it was writ clear on my CV.
On your CV it was writ clear?
That I had been the Chief of Staff to former Premier Morris Yema.
That's true. But your membership of the ALP, was that writ clear?
It wasn't discussed.
But was it writ clear on your CV?
No, I wouldn't have written that on the CV.
Correct. You received a text from Mr. Gartrell asking you or sending you a link to an advertisement in respect of the Transport Secretary's role, did you not?
That's correct.
Were you surprised to see that text?
Not really. I had already seen the advertisement, And I was already considering applying for that
Well,
advertisement.
how
I
did
was
he
not
know to send you?
surprised
How did he know to send you that advertisement?
Because he knew my background in infrastructure and in government.
So when you saw the
I'm
advertisement,
sure he
on,
thought I was an interested party.
well, how did you know that?
Because he and I had had discussions, including on the 4th of April, that were about infrastructure delivery,
And that you were an interested party for this job?
that I might be either interested in the link or that I might be able to share it with people, I'm sure.
You said the job wasn't discussed on the 4th of April,
It wasn't discussed.
but somehow, by osmosis, they knew that you were interested in that job.
Scott shared with me the link. I'm sure he thought I may either be interested or I may share it with
Without having
people.
a conversation
that I
with you,
know.
it just
Correct.
came in on the email.
It just came in on the text, correct. That's been tabled.
Who else sent you the job ad?
I don't recall who sent it to me. I know I got it from Scott. I was not able to find other people who'd sent it to me. I know it was in general conversation because in my industry, the departure of Mr. Sharp, the acting arrangements and the then recruitment process did generate some interest and discussion.
So no one else sent you the job, or others did send you the job?
I definitely discussed it with other people that it had appeared.
But you weren't sent messages,
No, I
other than
wasn't.
the one from Joe Hallen's chief of staff?
Not that I recall.
So on the 23rd of May, you sent Mr. Gartrell a text.
That's correct.
You recall? And it said you had received an email from NGS Global on Friday the 19th of May confirming that they had all the materials. And this text begins this: "Thanks for checking in." Who was checking in with you? Was Mr. Gartrell checking in with you?
At some point, I don't recall the exact nature of the conversations at that time. As I said, as has been shown, he had sent me the job advertisement, and then at the time when I had sent all of my documents in, I did respond to that text messenger and say that I had submitted the application. Now, I was concerned about that process at the time. I was starting to feel as though it wasn't being handled professionally by the recruitment company, and I did make the decision to do two things: contact Mr. Gartrell and also to contact the chief recruiter and introduce myself.
Well, what led you to believe that it wasn't being handled professionally?
There was an incident where, when I had phoned up to check that my material had been received by the recruitment firm, I asked the recruiter to call me back.
Who was that you spoke to?
I spoke to an administrative assistant. That was all I could get through to, and I asked to speak to the principal from NGS Global, Dr. Marianne Broadbent.
Well,
When
you formed the view that that was an unsatisfactory process.
I felt that, having run hundreds of executive recruitments around the world over the last 10 years, I felt that this lacked pace and it lacked information. And when I tried to get through to Dr. Broadbent, I couldn't get the information. Subsequently,
So that was the unsatisfactory part, was it?
That's
That you couldn't
correct,
get
and
through to Dr. Broadbent.
and I wanted to make sure that
Okay.
they had my materials.
So you had rung Mr. Gartrell.
No, I texted Mr. Gartrell,
You texted him.
as discussed, and said they have received my material. I had a email response from NGS saying that my materials had been received, but it was from a dead-end mailbox, and I wanted him to know the following week that my materials had been submitted.
Can I just come back to the job ad being sent to you? You said on Ben Fordham's show on TGB that you were sent the ad by multiple people, not just Scott Gartrell. Are you now telling this committee that you were not sent the job ad by multiple people?
I was sent the ad by Mr. Gartrell in a text message. I recall having discussions at the time that job was live. That's what I was referring to on Mr. Fordham's program.
You said that you were sent the job ad by multiple people, but you're
I
saying
misspoke.
that wasn't the case. You misspoke on TGB?
I misspoke.
Have you misspoken on other occasions publicly in relation to this role, or just that once?
I was talking to Ben Fordham on the show. I knew I'd had discussions about that ad. It turns out I believe I was only sent it as a link by Mr. Gartrell.
By one person.
That's time for the opposition questions. Over to you, Mr. Latham.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Mr. Murray. What's the nature of your remuneration package as Transport Secretary?
It's $588,000.
And you're aware that your predecessor was on an above-band remuneration package of 623. That hasn't been made available to you?
I'm not aware of any predecessor's packages. I was offered the band 4 rating for this role, which is what it was advertised at.
Have you received any above-band remuneration boost?
No.
When did you first discuss with Chris Minns that you were applying for this position?
I've not.
Right. So even though you've been friends and allies for 20 years, you never had any discussion with Chris Minns about your application or the process you were going through?
Never.
Right. And with Joe Halen?
Never.
So even though she says that you're a good fit for the job and she wanted you, at no stage you're saying the Minister had any discussion with you about your application, how it was going, how the process was unfolding?
No, the process was being run by Peter Duncan in the Premier's Department. Once that job ad went live, that was my engagement with any questions, which I didn't contact Premier's Department. I contacted NGS Global, the recruitment firm, for any questions, and they liaised with me about then the meetings or the panel opportunities that came up. There was no other contact with anyone else except for letting Mr Gartrell know that I had in fact applied for the role.
And your discussions with Mr Gartrell, when did they commence?
As mentioned, Scott and I had met with each other previously. I saw him on the 4th of April in here.
What was the date of the previous meeting?
I'd known him for a number of years. We'd had on and off discussions. We had coffee in late 2022 where he told me about his farm.
Yeah, when was this job first discussed?
We never discussed that.
You never discussed it with him either. And did you discuss it with anyone acting on behalf of Joe Halen or Chief of Staff who sounded you out about your interest in the position?
No.
So just out of the blue one day a text came saying, here's the job ad, and you decided to put your name forward.
That's correct.
Do you regard that as credible evidence?
I think it's not credible to suggest that when a Transport Secretary is dismissed, an acting secretary is put in place, and then a job ad is advertised in the newspapers for new secretaries, that people don't begin talking about that in the infrastructure community, of which I'm a senior member.
Yeah, who talked to you?
I would have had that discussion with people around the industry and at my workplace, I'm sure. I can't recall.
Not with the
at this
Minister,
stage.
not with
No,
any
not
of
with
the
the
Minister's staff, any proxies for the Minister, not with your old friend Chris Minns.
No.
It just happened out of the blue.
Correct.
So even though the Minister wanted you for the position, at no stage did anyone on behalf of the Minister or herself say that they were very keen for you to have the position?
No, I did not know that I had this position until Peter Duncan emailed me on the 11th. Let me just check that. On the 11th of July.
Right, and
That was the time that I knew.
As the son-in-law of a former member for Cogra, did any of your family members lobby or have discussions about the position with members of government and their staff?
They probably would have tried to talk me out of it.
You're saying they tried to talk you out of it?
No, I'm saying that if I'd have been discussing it with them, that's probably would have been their reaction.
You didn't discuss it with your wife or your father-in-law that you're applying for this position? He's a former Transport Minister himself.
That's right. I told my father-in-law the night before it was announced by the government.
Right. You sort of live in a cone of silence, don't you?
Well, that's appropriate for senior level recruitment positions.
Right.
And I should stress, in the role that I was in, why would I want myself applying for another role to be broadcast around the infrastructure industry, where I'm a senior director for one of the biggest infrastructure players in the
Didn't you just
country?
say you were discussing it with your infrastructure colleagues?
Not my candidacy, that the fact that there was a role that existed.
Right. So you were discussing with your colleagues there's a vacancy, you put your name forward, but you don't mention that you're an interested party.
No.
Okay. And you're also silent about the donations to the Labor Party and your Labor Party membership at all stages of the process. Do you regret that now, not declaring those particular interests and financial support for the Minister?
They're separate processes. I've always abided by the Electoral Act of New South Wales, and then I was being assessed for the job suitability by a Melbourne recruitment company.
But ethically, normally, if you're applying for these sorts of positions, you made a financial contribution to the minister's campaign and you were a long-standing general member of the Labor Party, you'd declare those things, wouldn't you, to have everything on the table so they know your relationship with the minister and your political activities?
I knew that I had completed all of my requirements under the Electoral Act, which are the strictest in the country.
But you're not being recruited under the Electoral Act, you're being recruited under different statutes. Ethically, don't you think you should have declared those things and regret it now?
I don't believe it was material.
You don't believe it was material that you'd made a $750 donation to the minister's electoral campaign? I know people say this is a trivial amount, but for your average person in New South Wales, $750 is money they'd like to have in their pocket. So why didn't you declare it?
It's not material to the recruitment process.
Okay. Well, those who've made an ethical judgment about you, like Jeffrey Watson, SC, say your position's untenable and you should resign. How do you respond to that?
Well, I don't know Mr. Watson. I understand he's been on Talkback Radio, but I don't have any knowledge of his comments.
So if you had your time over again, would you have declared these things so that they're known to the recruitment and the various panels?
As I said in my opening statement, if I had my time over again, I would apply for this position because I believe in it.
You mentioned earlier on, it wasn't too clear in answers to Ms Ward, about other contributions to the Labor campaign, a dinner in this building and a trivia night. Can you elaborate on what was involved in both cases?
Certainly. I attended a former Premier's dinner in this building in 2022, and that was, again, hundreds of people. The guests were Premiers including Morris Yemma and Deputy Premier John Watkins, and knowing that my two former colleagues and employers were here and a number of friends, I attended the dinner as well.
Well, it's nice to be among friends, but it was a Labor Party fundraising night?
That's correct.
And how much did you pay and contribute to the Labor campaign at the former Premier's dinner?
I didn't buy those tickets, but I understand they were $250 a head.
And who bought the tickets for you?
My wife bought the tickets.
Right, so your wife contributed your household contributed $500 on that occasion to the Labor Party campaign?
That's correct.
In this building, right. And you didn't declare that at any stage? You thought that was ethically okay to leave that $500 unmentioned in the processes you went through?
I attended as a private citizen, well known in this building.
Well, you're a Labor Party member at the time. You're more than a private citizen.
But
you're a long-standing friend of Chris Minns. You're well known to Joe Halen. You're more than a private citizen. Let's be honest about it. You're a Labor Party activist contributing money. We're now up to $1,250 to the Labor campaign, and you're not declaring any of it.
I had no public or private interest to declare. It was unrelated to the recruitment process that would take place some 8 months later.
Don't you think you're delusional about the ethics that should apply? You're being paid a lot of money in a very important position for which the recruitment agency said you weren't qualified. You've contributed a significant amount of money to a Labor campaign undeclared. Isn't that just ethically unacceptable?
Even public servants are allowed to take part in democratic processes and engagement with their community. I was not a public servant. I was a private citizen. I was a friend of many people in that room, and I attended the event.
And the trivia night?
The trivia night was an event organised in part to pay tribute to my father-in-law, and I attended that on a table that was purchased by the family.
And that's in the Cogra electorate?
That's correct.
For Chris Minns' campaign?
That's correct.
And how much was the contribution there on the night, the tickets and the mandatory raffle?
I believe it was $100 per person.
$100 per person, so what did it add up to, your household contribution to Chris Minns' campaign?
That would have been $200.
$200. So we're getting close to $1,500 now, and none of that was ever declared as relevant to your recruitment by Labor government, by Minns and by Joe Halen.
My only purchase was the initial 2 tickets that we discussed to the Summerhill event. Well,
that's just skirting around the fact that through your wife and your household you've made a contribution of nearly $1,500 to Halen and Minns' campaign for the Labor Party.
Well, let me put it this way. I bought tickets on that occasion for the two of us. She bought tickets for the two of us. We declared those as we are supposed to do under those guidelines.
Yeah, but you didn't declare them in seeking this position. Ethically, isn't this unacceptable and you should resign as per the advice of these assistant commissioners to the ICAC?
I've covered all of the elements that are required of me in the Electoral Act in terms of the making of small contributions in that regard. I then went through
Well,
a public...
$1,500 is getting close to a very significant contribution, isn't it?
I then went through a public...
Don't say they're small.
I went through a publicly advertised recruitment process, and those matters were not material.
You think that?
Order. Mr. Murray, have you ever tried to hide your association with the Labor Party?
Well, he didn't declare it.
On the CV that sits both on my LinkedIn page and my former employee's website and the government press release and my application to this process, I very clearly state that I was the Chief of Staff to Morris Yema.
I could do a quick Google search and discover your multiple links with the Labor Party. Obviously, that was known to the recruitment firm at the time, correct?
Well, I would assume that they would have looked at my past career and perhaps done a Google search themselves. I can't speak for what they knew about my background.
The public service is riddled with people who have long-standing connections with political parties. Do you believe that that should exclude them from positions such as yours?
Absolutely not. In my experience, working in this place and also out in the global infrastructure sector, I would contest that political staff members are often some of the hardest working and committed people I've ever worked with. That has always been something that I've seen from both sides of the political fence, and it's natural that those people find their way into public service positions because of the purpose that drives them.
Nevertheless, having that association does open itself up to accusations of jobs for the boys. If you were to go through this process again, or if you were advising the current minister on how to recruit somebody else in a similar position to yourself, what would you do differently?
Well, it's not my job to advise the minister in terms of recruitment. It's my job to administer the Transport Act and to run the state's very large and complex transport service organisations.
For example, the minister or the Secretary of DPC could have decided to instead do a direct appointment as opposed to run a recruitment process. Do you think that in the circumstances that that's the route that should have been followed in the case of your appointment?
Again, I don't think that's for me to answer. I saw a job ad that was publicly advertised, it was printed and it was put online on I Work for New South Wales. That's where I saw it. I can't comment on other avenues that could have been taken.
Given the scandals from the last term of Parliament in relation to what looked to be partisan hires, and given the new Labor government's apparent commitment to transparency and accountability, as you've said, you shouldn't necessarily be excluded from accepting a role or being, offered a role when you were somebody with that kind of long-standing association. But do you think that additional measures should have been put in place to ensure that you were being appointed on merit rather than on association?
From my journey through this process and being someone who has got experience around the world in recruitment, the steps were in place. I'm not convinced that the administration of the process by the third party was particularly good in some of the materials that I've seen come across the desk and that have been tabled to this House. I think that those sorts of processes with publicly advertised positions are the best way to ensure you get the right pool of candidates, but not if people think that they're going to be trashed on the way through.
And we'll come back to that because I think that's really important, because in these circumstances, you would assume that a process has been put in place with this sort of independent recruitment process with NGS Global in order to ensure that this is not a partisan appointment, but instead one by merit. But in this case, NGS came back saying that you were not a suitable candidate and that your appointment would present a risk. Why do you think that was?
I can't speak to that. The documents that I've seen that have been tabled in this Parliament are very contradictory. The timelines don't meet up. One of the first comments made by the recruiter appears to have come in to the government by what those documents show before I'd even been spoken to by anyone. It was purely a desktop or paper-based exercise. At the same time, documents that come from later in the process, which have clear data-based assessment of the candidates, were not included in the process and don't appear to have been provided to the panel in a timely manner.
How did you find out that NGS had deemed you to be unsuitable for the role?
When it was released in the call for papers.
Did Mr. Guttrell tell you that you had received a rating of being unsuitable for the role?
No.
Do you believe that Mr. Guttrell's involvement in then asking NGS to reconsider you and to invite you for interview was an ethical thing for him to have done?
I can't speak to the process. The government has made clear that it was looking for a diverse candidate pool. That's usually why you bring in an international search agency. I understand from comments that have been made, this is all what has been released in the public over the last couple of weeks, that they were disappointed with the list. That doesn't surprise me. That is something that in my dealings with recruiters, you always have to be assured that the work is being done to get the best possible list. And it is often up to the client or those involved with the process to make sure that people are also applying.
Can you see the concern here, though, where we have somebody who's clearly associated, as you are, with the Labor Party, who is put through a recruitment process that is supposed to be merit-based, and through that merit-based selection process, what the recruiters have come forward with is a statement that you're not suitable for the role. We then have the Chief of Staff of the Minister asking for you to be interviewed regardless. Can you see that that begins to look like a partisan decision and to basically be disrespecting or muddying that merit-based selection process?
Chair, all I can comment was my understanding and knowledge of the process. The job ad was released on the 5th of May. I was confirmed in role on the 11th of July. During that process, I was required to complete psychometric testing. I was required to attend a panel with independent experts whose view I valued as independent, professional, national public servants. I was required to prepare a plan to talk about how I would begin to approach the case studies around transport that were provided as part of the information pack, and I had to submit letters and CVs that go along with that. That's what I was focused on over almost a 3-month period.
Is it a merit-based selection process if the recruitment firm says that you're unsuitable for the role, but you then end up getting the role anyway?
Chair, the comments that they made around the quotes that have been taken out are also contained in documents that talk about the qualities that I bring to it, my international infrastructure experience, and a number of incorrect assertions about what my role has been at Laing O'Rourke in a global capacity over the last 15 years. They made very short judgments based on job descriptions instead of discussions. And that was something that when I then got to be interviewed, I was able to talk about the depth of my experience, the clarity of the role, and the fact that this company operates like no other in the sector with a very flat structure, and nothing occurred in that company over the 7 years from my time in London to the time that I returned here to Sydney and continued doing that role. Nothing went out of that business that hadn't passed my desk.
And to be clear, I'm not questioning your merit. I'm not in a position to be able to make that sort of call. What I'm looking at here is the process that was followed and the clear interference from the Chief of Staff in that process. I guess given the amount of heat that this has put onto your role and onto the Minister, do you think there was another way that that could have been done to make it crystal clear why you were interviewed nonetheless, even though you'd been given that unsuitable?
Chair, thank you for the clarity, and I understand the question. I was very keen to be interviewed. I had no discussions about getting myself interviewed. I fulfilled all the requirements that were publicly advertised of this process. I didn't think, given the reaction from Mary Ann Broadbent, when I finally did catch up with her, and the fact that she got my name wrong and had me shortlisted, I believe, for a completely different process, I did not think that my application was being treated seriously from those opening days. And then when I was able to actually have meetings with people, I felt that my global experience in infrastructure and my background in government was being understood.
Thank you. Dr. Keane.
Thank you, Mr. Murray, and thanks for appearing today. I want to take us a bit more to questions to do with your role, take us away from the particular agenda which seems to be pushed in the majority of the questions you've had so far. So if you could please go on from where you just were, from Ms. Boyd's questions, and detail, give us a bit more around the experiences and previous roles, including the one in New South Wales Government, that really equips you for the role as Secretary of Transport.
Well, I think as members are aware, I was the Chief of Staff to the Minister for Transport during a very turbulent time, but a time where we worked on new rail timetables, where we developed the new PPP car fleet, a time where we envisaged and iterated on the first metros, which are now running and were delivered some years later by a different government into this city and will continue to be delivered in the plans that have been released by the government. But they were elements that were being discussed when I was last with the Minister for Transport and with the Premier between the years of around 2005 to 2008. I then went into the private sector and steadily grew my role through that period, ending up in London at the right hand of the founder of the Lang O'Rourke Group, Mr. Ray O'Rourke, who was an incredibly trusting key leader and coach in terms of international business operations, given he had built the entire $6 billion organisation by hand by being a labourer in the tunnels of the Victoria Line in London. Now, to be in that context over a long period of time, working intimately with the founder, was the largest learning curve that any executive could aim to be on. And it exposed me to operators like Network Rail, the London Underground, Manchester Metrolink, other projects outside of transport infrastructure, such as Europe's largest construction project, Hinkley Point C Power Station, where Lang O'Rourke is the civil engineering delivery partner for that enormous project. I was also heavily involved in Lang O'Rourke's Australian operations over a long period of time. Lang O'Rourke has recently handed over the Sydney Metro box and the Central Walk here in Sydney, which many people would have seen as an absolutely astounding engineering feat that will complement the city structure. These are the projects, the delivery styles, the contracting styles, and importantly, the people unlocking that I've been working on for the past 15 years. It is imperative for the nation's infrastructure delivery that we get the people solution right and we get this cost escalation situation right. And that's an element that I bring direct experience from the infrastructure industry into transport, where we have seen this incredible growth in project costs. Now, the other element of that is it enabled me through this process to demonstrate my experience through a plan for transport. As I said, I was presented with a case study and I was asked to respond to the case study in terms of how would you assess this page and a half of scenarios and begin to coalesce a organisation around those challenges. And I set that out in 5 ways. The first was safety and reliability first. The elements that the government had already hit upon in announcing their programs around the rail review and repair plan, the fact that there was a bus task force that had just been set up, the fact that Metro had cost constraints but was going to bring on the new City and South West line in likely a year's time, were very important parts of getting right, and integration of the network was what I believe customers were most screaming out for. The second was culture and accountability within the organisations that make up the transport portfolio. Clear decision making and ownership so that we could get a handle on where to take the network and the services bearing in mind that many of them are disaggregated and are provided through contract to the government. My third element was a budget of no surprises, that there had been too many discussions which were eroding public confidence, that the budget had come in differently to what the government had expected, but more so the government was surprising itself, and that had to end, that there had to be a clear amnesty, if you like, of all the elements that were not covered or would need to have more attention. The fourth element was to look at the government's commitments, which had been made during the election process, which now became government policy. Had the agency set itself up to actually take those on board, or was it continuing with elements that were perhaps not at the priority or the forefront anymore? And the last one, and I appreciate the indulgence in running through this plan, the last was to then put the future planning just back half a step, because too much time and resource was being spent on placemaking and identification of other government departments' initiatives, I believed, and not enough in the nuts and bolts of day-to-day service and reliability.
Thanks very much for that. You spoke there about being given a scenario, and that was your response. And you have touched on your journey through the recruitment process. Part of what you've referred to is some errors and some concerns you had with NGS recruitment. And I understand that they actually sought to interview you for the wrong job. Could you tell us what happened there and maybe step us through each of the stages and what you had to do and if there were, any other concerns?
Well, thank you. The comment that's been raised a couple of times now is that when I did finally get in touch with NGS Global, they told me, first of all, that my name was Josh Gordon, which concerned me because a recruitment company does need to be very discreet with information. And that also I was unlikely to be successful because I didn't have direct investigations experience. Now, when I went back through the Government Gazette, I could see that there were jobs being advertised for senior roles at the ICAC. And I believe that what I had been done is put in the wrong category or disregarded from the transport.
I'll hear the point of order.
While I accept that this evidence has been given, perhaps the witness should be directed to at least identify the person with whom he has had that conversation, who provided him with that information that he says is now inaccurate. It is in relation to this whole process.
As a matter of procedural fairness.
Yeah.
If the witness could do that, that would be great.
Understood. That was a discussion that I had with Dr. Marianne Broadbent after a couple of days of phone tag.
Sorry, could I just clarify? So it was Dr. Marianne Broadbent who identified you as Josh Gordon and was talking about an ICAC role?
That's correct.
What was the ICAC role? There's no vacancy there. It had been filled by Sisticos.
There was other supplementary ICAC roles that were advertised around the same time. I went back and I had a look in the government materials and it was there. That's what
role, supplementary?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that?
No. It was a senior role.
Point of order, Chair. I think it's our time. Sorry.
Well, we're just getting some clarity. You're not against evidence.
Point up, vote.
Perhaps I could turn to something else that concerned me around the process with NGS Global, especially because there has been plenty of publicity about negative comments, and any candidate for a process gets negative comments. As I said, I've been involved in enough of them around the world to know how recruitment and headhunting exercises play out. But through the materials that were provided to the House in the call for papers, I have seen now an email from NGS Global on the 29th of June regarding candidate EQs and psychometric testing. Now, I had completed my test when it was sent to me on the day of 16th of June. This email was sent on the 29th of June. So it had not been available to the process because at that stage I'd already been interviewed by the panel and the selection panel had convened. And the email reads this: Peter, Duncan, just realised we had not sent these to you. The results of both candidates are strong with no showstoppers. With Josh, his scores are very high and with little variation. It goes on to attach my EQ result. Josh's overall EQ score was 127, which is in the high range, where 100 is the median for the general population and 110 for the executive population. I won't go on and read the rest of the report.
So can I just clarify this? So Josh Gordon, you're identified as. You've been told that you'd actually applied for an ICAC role. NGS assess you as having significant risk due to lack of operational experience, notwithstanding the litany of experience you've just put on evidence there. And the EQ result wasn't even availed at the interview.
It would seem that way based on this document, which was in the call for papers.
Right.
Or the Standing Order 57. It goes on to describe Josh has a strong awareness of the full spectrum of emotions and their triggers. This allows him to carefully sift through emotions and handle high-pressure situations well. Empathy is likely a very natural and inherent skill, which he uses to show compassion and respect for the people he leads. He has high level of optimism, which is contagious in his leadership approach, and he likely can encourage others to see the same grand possibilities. Leaders with optimism such as his cultivate innovation and inspiration. As a leader, Josh is rarely seen allowing his emotions to cloud his objectivity. He makes the required decisions for his team and keeps the workflow moving. Josh likely employs a very realistic and grounded leadership style, turning to data and facts for making decisions and setting directions for his team. He should be careful not to be too realistic, or creativity could be stifled. Josh's high need for a sense of purpose and personal achievement is likely evident in his actions and leadership. And that page is signed Dr. Marianne Broadbent, Managing Partner, NGS Global.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. If I could continue, and perhaps following on from that assessment from Dr. Broadbent and the types of attributes that you appear to possess, could you maybe go through, I know you've spoken about the scenario that you were required to respond to and your plan there, but could you maybe give us an idea of what it is that you hope to achieve in that role? You've given us the scenario and that's kind of an assessment of the now. What is it that you hope to achieve in the role?
The scenario was obviously that. It was a case study. It was a page and a half of basically facts about the transport network that were publicly available, but that nonetheless were a difficult scenario to put then into the plan that I've just detailed. However, now being 2.5 weeks into transport, it is very apparent to me that the elements that I laid out in those 5 critical areas are going to be the wayfinding points for us to take the organisation forward. The critical issues facing transport right now are implementing the key guideline requirements that will come out of these reports. Bus contract management, rail repair plan, the metro costs, the tolling review, and the federal infrastructure reviews, which will impact on the state's capital envelope. The next big issue is the budget this year, which is being worked on around the clock by the government and has been something that I've been involved in since starting on the 14th of August. And the next element is getting the people equation right, unlocking our people, ensuring they're in the right structures. There has been a process at Transport with a very opaque leadership structure called the operating model, which everyone that I've spoken to across the many modes of transport that I've visited in the short couple of weeks that I've been on board have told me that they are confused by elements of the operating model, and therefore it needs clarity. I don't yet have the sketch for them as to what that change or those edits may be, but certainly everyone, senior and all the way through the organisation, have mentioned to me that that absolute transparency is one of their driving factors and what they need.
Thank you. There's been focus on your role, previous role working for the New South Wales Government, You've described a bit about your role in Lang O'Rourke. I wondered, and we've now heard what seems to be the revised assessment of Dr. Marianne Broadbent about your capabilities and your high EQ scores. I wondered if you have, if you know of or you've been told the view of your previous employer about your performance and your capabilities. So what was Lang O'Rourke's view of how you undertook your role?
My greatest driver at Lang O'Rourke was always to be able to roll my sleeves up and help drive that organisation. That was the culture, and the innovation and hard work, I think, has been apparent in the way that organisation has spread around the world. It was a great pleasure to work with Ray O'Rourke over that period and to learn as much as I could from him and other members of his family working for that. I was a senior executive there for my a global executive for my last 7 years at Lang O'Rourke, but also had been on the executive committees of both hubs here and Europe during that time. I will go, thank you for your question, I will go to comments that were made by Ray O'Rourke and released both inside the business and publicly at the time, where he said, "I'm immensely proud that Josh has been selected for this prestigious role, which is testament to his talent and passion for the built environment and community, as well as his long-held commitment to public service. Over the past 15 years, Josh has played a pivotal role in Lang O'Rourke's journey in both Australia and Europe, leading with unwavering dedication and insight, while displaying an exceptional ability to adapt to changing circumstances. This was no more evident than when we were faced with the unprecedented effect of COVID-19, when Josh was instrumental in helping to guide the business and colleagues through the uncharted waters of the pandemic, ensuring our employees' safety, maintaining continuity and helping our business come out of the pandemic even stronger. On behalf of the entire organisation and all members of the global leadership, I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Josh for his immeasurable contributions." Now, it gives me no joy to come in here and read my EQ report or reference documents like that. However, I have endured over the last few weeks plenty of commentary on other elements that came out of those reports. It appears that elements like this, I don't believe, were taken into account at the right stage of the process.
And again, that then goes back to the process, the recruitment process. So if you could just recap for me, because like my colleague who asked for clarification, I just want to make sure I've got that right, or indeed what went wrong. So we had a situation where Dr. Marianne Broadbent misidentified you, spoke to you about the wrong role. You did...
Sorry, if I could just interrupt.
Sure.
When she spoke to me, she said that her discussion was, "You are unlikely to proceed because you do not have direct investigations experience," which caused me to say,
"Yes, right.
I think you may be talking about a different role," which when you're talking to a recruiter, you don't want them talking about either getting your name wrong or talking to you about a different process.
Right, okay, thank you for that clarification, that's helpful. So we're up to there where we've had that odd conversation about a different role, potentially. Then you've undertaken psychometric testing, so there was EQ testing as part of that. You were awarded an interview, but the results of that EQ test were not provided to the panel during that interview. In fact, didn't reach them till, what was it, a week or so after that interview. Have I got that summary right, or is there anything else I'm missing in there?
That's my supposition from that email that I've read to you today. Okay. The first time I saw that was because it was prepared and provided in documents to the House, and it was released to me by the Department of Premier because it's a personal document relating to my EQ assessment.
Thank you for that. And if I could ask one more question about Lang O'Rourke. I'm not familiar with infrastructure and global infrastructure. Could you just, and I'm not sure if you've already referred to this, but could you just let us know the scale of the company? I know you talked about some of the projects, but could you just advise us on the scale of the operations of the company?
So Lang O'Rourke is one of the world's largest privately owned infrastructure, engineering and construction companies. Projects that people would be aware of would be Heathrow Terminal 5, the St Pancras rail interchange in London, Hinkley Point C power station, Emirates, the Palm Dubai, the very famous hotel in the UAE. Here in Australia, infrastructure like Sydney Central Station, work across the network here in Victoria, Western Australia, defence establishments in the Northern Territory and New South Wales, and currently in Queensland. These are the projects that Laing O'Rourke has delivered over my time with them. Staff numbers during my time with the business have been between 12 and 20,000. And the other model that Laing O'Rourke employs is it's a direct delivery organisation. So the construction workforce, by and large, are Laing O'Rourke employees, just like the transport model. The people who pull on the uniform every morning and go out into the field to deliver the works are the employees and the responsibility of the business. And that is a parallel that I draw with my new role.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murray.
Mr. Murray, you've given us a very fine articulation of your ability in circumstances where you were identified as a significant risk. Do you realise that there was another candidate who could have sat here today and given a better explanation because she was more highly suitable?
That's not for me to say.
But you accept that there was another more highly suitable candidate for this position?
I don't. I wouldn't have applied for the role if I didn't think that I was suitable and that I have
But
laid
there was
out...
another candidate
Point of
assessed.
order.
I'll hear the point of order.
I think in terms of procedural fairness, if a question is worth asking, I don't think it's appropriate that the member should also seek to answer it. And I think we should leave it to the witness
Oh, just let him
to actually
answer.
provide the answer.
Hold the point of order. Go ahead.
I can't comment on the process. I can't comment on any other candidate for this role or what they brought to the table. I've simply sought to lay out some of the elements that I'm aware of that were part of my own candidacy that haven't been covered in recent weeks.
And it's very clear. Who were your referees?
That's a private matter for them. I would need to seek advice before tabling that here.
Why?
Well, on a
Because
point
they've-
of order, Chair, it's more than a private matter. They're referees that Mr Murray's accepted in lodging his application, and he's duty bound to give this committee an honest answer.
I don't believe he is duty bound to disclose that information if he does not want to. Perhaps it's something he could take on notice and provide to the committee in confidence if that's what he chooses to do.
Chair, I'm happy to take advice on that. These are people who, in my experience with recruitment processes, you ask for confidential references from people so
What
they
are you
can
hiding?
give... I'm not hiding anything, so they can
Why are
give
you
full and
releasing
Let me
frank...
just ask this. One of the criticisms made in relation to your application was that you hadn't provided any current references. Do you agree with that?
I understand that was the point made, that I did not provide references from my current...
So are
line
we
manager.
right to assume that the referees that you provided were referees from your time working for the previous government?
No, they were from the broader network of stakeholders that I have.
Well, let me just be clear about that. So what you're telling this committee is that the people that provided references on your behalf had not worked in the previous Labor government. Is that right?
I couldn't say that. I'm not going to declare who those people are at this point. I'll seek advice and I'm happy to come back to the
Well,
committee.
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Were they people from your previous employment structure?
The people that fulfilled those roles were, as requested by the committee, a former employer, a former peer, and a former or current line report. And that's what I provided.
So, in relation to that, they weren't current. Do you agree with that?
That's not what I'm saying. As I said, I
Well, do
will
you-
seek advice. There was a mix of people on that report, but they provided their...
But you agree with me that they weren't current?
Point of order, Chair.
I'll hear the point
Oh,
of order.
stop running. Who are you protecting? Stop running cover and just let us ask the questions.
Mr. Murray has already indicated that he will seek advice and, if appropriate,
We're
provide
entitled
the
to ask
information.
questions.
In relation to the point of order, you're entitled to ask the question, but if we could please let Mr. Murray respond to the question. Go ahead.
How long do we have?
I would simply add that when we expect people to give full and frank references, they deserve some level of privacy then when those are talked about. And I would like to seek advice on that before I talk any further about it.
Do you want to go?
Mr. Murray, have you ever run a trains network?
No.
You run a bus network?
No.
Ferry network?
I have been.
Have you run a ferry network?
No.
Light rail?
I think people are aware of my CV.
No, I'm asking you a question in this committee, and I ask that you answer. Have you run a light rail network?
I run light rail projects.
Have you run a roads network?
I've been part of roads projects.
Mr.
In
Murray,
construction.
Correct.
Yeah.
And service
roads
provision.
projects. You haven't run any networks, train, bus, light rail, ferry, otherwise?
The role of the secretary is to ensure.
Yes or no? Have you run them?
No, I have not.
Thank you. And your
That was
experience?
the chief criticism, wasn't it? That you didn't have any operational ability.
Well, so
That was what Mary Ann Broadbent was concerned about, wasn't it?
So one of the other criticisms that were written in that earlier report was that I didn't have strategic experience. Yet a further page from Ms. Broadbent says 5 out of 5 for strategic thinking. So
Does the head of communications deliver infrastructure at Lang O'Rourke? Is that what you're truly saying?
I'm not the head of communications.
Well, a communications person also delivers
I've
infrastructure.
never been the head of
You're
communications.
an infrastructure delivery person, hands-on on networks, are you? Is that what you expect us to believe?
I was a group statutory director in 2 countries for Lang O'Rourke. I
you
was
accept that there are
responsible for
any
all
issues?
operations as part of that role.
Mr. Murray, you've been given a job by a Labor mate, or you donated to, using Labor mates in the last government to get you the job and the reference, and after interference by a Labor mate in the interview process from the Minister's office, after the recruiter found that you were not qualified. In fact, you are high risk for this role. You're dumping on the recruiter, you're dumping on everybody else, you won't tell us who your references are. Can the people of New South Wales have any confidence in your ability to run the transport network?
Well, actually, one of the other reports that was contained in that assessment alongside strategic thinking was integrity, which was also rated very highly in the assessment by Dr. Broadbent.
Just not by Dr. Halen.
The
Prime Minister Halen.
Order. Point of order. Can the witness please
I
be
withdraw.
allowed to answer
I withdraw.
other than a string of imputations from the member?
Okay, order. I uphold that point of order. Mr. Latham.
Thank you. Just to bring you back to your statement that no one at Lang O'Rourke were referees for you, did you ask anyone? You certainly in evidence and elsewhere put a lot of emphasis on your work there. Surely you asked someone, as your major employer and all this work that they do, to be a referee for you.
I think you'll understand that I'm not going to play sort of clues around the edges of the references. I've asked that we give those people privacy. The instruction, personally, from Dr. Marianne Broadbent was, do not put your own career at risk by seeking references inside your own organisation if you don't need to. That was a direct conversation that Dr. Broadbent had with me, and I'm happy that you asked it.
But in evidence you've said your main qualification is this work you've done at Lang O'Rourke.
And I've read
but
to
at
you...
the end of the day, they don't provide any reference to verify the nature of that work as part of this process.
In contrary,
That's
I
quite
have
unusual,
provided
isn't it?
you today a very fulsome statement from Ray O'Rourke, the owner of the business.
Was that submitted as part of this process?
That came after this process.
After the process, so not beforehand. Why couldn't he submit that beforehand?
I wasn't in charge of the process. The panel...
Well, you're in charge of your own application. Did you ask Ray O'Rourke to submit that?
No, I didn't.
No? Why not?
Because I was one of his most trusted lieutenants. I did not go to him and say, I'm thinking of going for another job. That's actually what most employers do when they're in the stages of a job application.
Okay, but those assessing your application would think it's unusual that you're relying on your past employment history at Lang O'Rourke, but no one from Lang O'Rourke will verify that it was any good.
Actually, the opposite, because they were the ones who told me not to ask a current employer if it wasn't appropriate for the process.
Well, that's your
I took their guidance.
judgment to make. That's your judgment to make. Now, just coming to someone who thought you were wonderful, Jo Halen, who said you're the best fit for the position, for her and for the Transport Department. You're saying she made that assessment based on a single meeting on the 4th of April, which was a discussion about transport matters in general. What would have given her the impression on that meeting, the 4th of April, that you were the best fit?
The meeting where the Minister sized up the candidates for the role was not the 4th of April. The meeting on the 4th of April was, as discussed, a portfolio discussion and a sounding of what the market thought about the recent election result. The meeting with Minister Halen, where she got to ask questions of her candidates, for me was... Let me just check the
1
date.
July.
1 July. So Saturday, 1 July.
But out of the 4th of April, her Chief of Staff has sent you the job advertisement out of the blue, apparently, and they've got you on the interview list for one of these panels. Something must have given them the impression that you'd be good for the position. So what do you think it was?
Well, I went through an application process, and I have a long-standing CV in the infrastructure world, as well as experience at the highest levels of government in transport.
But on the 4th of April, was it discussed what you would do if you were the Transport Secretary?
We didn't discuss the role.
Okay, order. A couple of quick questions for you in the time we have left, Mr. Murray. Just firstly, when you spoke with, it was Dr. Broadbent, wasn't it, at NGS, and she called and had the wrong name and was talking about a different role. You said earlier that you said to her, I think you've got the wrong role.
Yes.
What did she say in response?
She said, let me check. And I said, the role that I've applied for is the Secretary of Transport.
And what did she say? Do you recall?
She said something along the lines of, my office has given me the wrong file note to call you back.
Okay. Did she then did you then have a discussion about the actual role, or what happened next?
It was a very short discussion. I remember I was in the car at the time, and she said, I think she explained her confusion and then said that, thank you for making contact. Really, my only intention of ringing her that day was to actually introduce myself, because I thought that other candidates would be doing the same thing to the recruiter.
Understood. In relation to your role with Langer O'Rourke, I understand that there's now been some conflict of interest structures put in place. Is that right, in relation to that recent role within your new role as Secretary?
That's correct. As with anyone joining government service from the private sector, the Premier and Cabinet, Department of Premier and Cabinet, as it was at the time, puts in place a framework to make sure that there is transparency around business dealings between those two firms, especially given the tight restrictions of the infrastructure market.
And I understand there's some a 12-month limit on some of the discussions you can be involved in or decisions you can make. Is that correct?
It's currently 12 months. It's got regular review windows in conjunction with Department of Premier.
And was that raised during the recruitment process as a potential risk or a negative for your appointment?
I was asked about it by Dr. Broadbent. She telephoned me late in the process and asked me about my notice period for Langer O'Rourke, and she also asked me to detail which projects in New South Wales Langer O'Rourke was delivering, which I did.
Did anyone ask you during the recruitment process about the level of, I guess, exclusion that you'd have to have once you were in the role? Was that ever discussed as, sort of in the pros and cons list, the idea that you would have to step out of some of that decision making for 12 months?
It was discussed with me by Peter Duncan on the 10th of July in his office, where he said that if I was successful with the process, then I would need to be part of a management plan, and that he would seek some advice from legal branch and other advisors around that, and was I comfortable with that process if I was to continue.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Murray, I just want to get this down on evidence because I think it's an important input into all of this, and this is the role of NGS in the early part of the process, let's say. So we had the confusion around your name, Josh Gordon, the application for the alleged ICAC job confusion, which you just articulated, the EQ result, which wasn't availed at the time of the interview, and then this statement from NGS on the 27th of June, which was availed for the selection panel. It notes that Josh took on personal responsibility to contribute to the improvement of the business by focusing on morale and performance in his people function. This resulted in increased employee engagement across the business with a corollary increase in revenue. The outcome was the family's decision to keep the business in private hands. So This looks to me, on evidence, like a significant turnaround from NGS from that initial confusion. Would that be an accurate assessment from your perspective of what's happened?
I would say that those comments came after I had had my video interview with Dr. Broadbent, where I was able to actually talk about the role that I had fulfilled both in Australia and overseas.
Okay. And the other thing I wanted to touch on was this statement by your previous employer, Lang O'Rourke. And this was from the gentleman who ran the organisation, wasn't it? There was a public statement made when you left, contrary to the view that was put before, where there was no sort of references. There was a public statement from Lang O'Rourke about your capability, wasn't there?
That's correct. The statement that I read before was from the owner and founder.
Sorry, Chair, could I just clarify? That was after the recruitment process, though. It wasn't during it.
Yeah, it's after.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's very appropriate. Can I just read out the first sentence of that? I'm immensely proud that Josh has been
Point of order,
selected
Chair.
for this
Point of
prestigious
order,
role.
Chair.
I'll
hear
not
the
a
point of
question.
order.
Talent.
Point of order, Chair.
I'll hear the point of order.
It's not a question.
Thank you. It's not a question to repeat documents or read out the contents of documents
Question
by
comes at
honourable
the end.
members of this committee.
I will, just
Ask
on
that
the
the
point
member
of order, I will
ask the
allow some
question.
prefacing of a question to occur. Please go ahead, Mr. Primrose.
Okay, I'm immensely proud that Josh has been selected for this prestigious role, which is testament to his talent and passion for the built environment and community, as well as his long-held commitment to public service. Can you please tell us why you actually applied for this position in light of that comment from your previous employer?
It was a very tough decision for me after 15 years, and the levels at which I had worked in the organisation and the fact that I was currently splitting my time between Sydney and London to deliver that role. I had teams, both direct and dotted line, in both countries that I was working with. And the business was embarking on a number of new and exciting projects in engineering and infrastructure. The focus is always on the next project that comes along and how grand and important that they can be for society. I mentioned in my opening the impact on me and the organisation when we opened a hospital during COVID to save lives. The same occurred when we would open new railway lines, railway stations, the Manchester Metro Link, or visit defence bases here in Australia where people were being provided with new accommodation, better services, better facilities. That was the career that I enjoyed with that team. But I also had a calling to public service in New South Wales, which corresponded with that job ad becoming available.
Thank you.
Mr. Murray, if I could ask a question of your experience in that context of recruiting at executive level. In your experience, when you're recruiting for a role, would you be looking for someone who absolutely matched and had exactly the same experience in that role? Or are you looking for someone with capabilities to perform that role?
I've actually employed people around the world who had a completely different skill set to the role that I was applying. It has been based on a huge number of factors, which is why you do interviews. It's why you meet people face to face. It's why you do psychometrics to give you a flavour, and then you consider them against the job ad that you are actually trying to fill, not other people's expectations in the organisation. That's what I have been used to around the world. It's what I've been personally involved in, and it's what I anticipated during this process. I did not feel that I was privy to many of those elements during this process. That's my personal view about coming through it.
Didn't the previous bloke run an airline who ran the transport department?
I'm not aware of the detailed background of the previous secretary.
Alan Joyce.
God forbid.
But he had operational
He wouldn't
experience.
Operational experience,
operational
though.
experience.
He's actually
Order.
running something that
Order.
got people from A to B.
Too low.
Order.
He knew how to
Is
run an
there
airline.
order?
Did Joyce
Well, he got
apply?
people transported.
You guys are back in
He would
Joyce's
have
way.
got
Wasting your own
It's not
time.
enough time.
Order.
For sure under
Is there a
them.
final question from the government or not? Right. Thank you, Mr. Murray. I believe that has finished our time with you. To the extent the questions were taken on notice or there are supplementary questions delivered to you, the committee secretariat will be in touch and you will have 21 days to respond to that. Thank you very much.
Can I just
particularly
clarify
for the additional time?
one thing?
You may clarify one quick thing.
Mr. Murray, you've undertaken to get advice in relation to the disclosure of your referees. When can that be done by?
I will seek advice and respond to the House.
Well,
Within
today.
the 21 days would be the ordinary
And Chair, when are the
course.
supplementaries due?
21 days.
No, our lodging of them.
We can talk about that during deliberative. Normally it's 24 hours, 2 days after the delivery of the transcript.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes this session. We will now make way for our next witness. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
Murray.
Thank
Thank
you.
Committee.
You did hold it together. I now welcome our next witness. If I could ask you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Chris Lamb. I'm the Deputy Commissioner at the New South Wales Public Service Commission. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. And would you like to make a short opening statement?
I would, thank you, Chair. And I have a copy of the this opening statement for Hansard if that's helpful as well.
Very, thank you.
Thank you for inviting me to give evidence today. I've held the role of Deputy Commissioner at the New South Wales Public Service Commission since October 2020. I'm currently the Acting Commissioner while the Public Service Commissioner, Katharina Lowe, is on annual leave. The Commissioner was also invited this week to give evidence today. However, as the PSC has advised the committee, the Commissioner is currently overseas and unable to attend. I'm happy to answer the committee's questions to the best of my ability in my capacity as a member of the assessment panel for the recruitment process for the appointment to the Transport Secretary role and based on my knowledge of the Government Sector Employment Act, or the GSE Act, and a senior executive recruitment processes in general. Recruitment and appointment to the role of Secretary of a Department is not subject to the merit selection process requirements for the public service senior executives. This has been the case since 2015. However, my understanding from my involvement is that an independent merit-based selection process was followed for the Transport Secretary's appointment. I'll spend a moment or two just briefly outlining my involvement. On or around April 20th, 2023, I was informed by the Public Service Commissioner, Katharina Lowe, that she would be coordinating the recruitment process for the vacant Transport Secretary role. Later that month, I was advised by Ms Lowe that there would be a two-stage process, an assessment panel and an evaluation panel, and that I would be a member of the assessment panel. Between late April and the 13th of June, Ms Lowe kept me updated on the recruitment process milestones, but I did not receive any reports in relation to specific applicants until the 13th of June 2023. On the 13th and 14th of June, in two separate emails, I received NGS Global's shortlist recommendations report dated 7th of June 2023. Also contained in these emails were several zip files containing applicants' CVs and cover letters. On 15th of June, the members of the assessment panel met in person at 52 Martin Place to discuss the applications. The assessment panel's role was to impartially undertake an initial screening against the essential criteria for the role, as well as review the candidates' applications and CVs, and then develop a short list of candidates who met the capabilities for the role for progression to the next stage and further assessment by the evaluation panel. In a meeting lasting 2 hours, we discussed the relative merits and capabilities of the various applicants and arrived at a consensus shortlist of 4 applicants to proceed to the evaluation panel. Mr. Murray was one of those applicants. Once the assessment panel had reached consensus, that concluded my involvement in the recruitment process. My understanding is that NGS Global then prepared the shortlist for consideration by the evaluation panel, and the next stage of the assessment was in fact conducted by the evaluation panel. Under the GSE Act, the decision to appoint a person to the Office of Transport Secretary is a matter for the Premier or his delegate, the Secretary of the Premier's Department, or prior to the 1st of July, the Secretary of DPC. The GSE rules require that a person can be appointed as a Secretary of a Department, that before a person can be appointed as a Secretary of a Department, a report must be provided to the Premier by the Secretary of DPC, or now the Premier's Department, prepared in consultation with the Public Service Commissioner and the Senior Minister whom the relevant department is responsible, in this case the Transport Secretary. I was not aware at any time during my participation in the assessment panel that Mr. Murray had any prior connection to the Transport Minister. There was no suggestion before or during the assessment panel meeting that the Minister wanted Mr. Murray interviewed, nor did anyone push Mr. Murray's candidacy during the meeting to the best of my recollection. The decision of the assessment panel to recommend Mr. Murray for progression to the next stage of interview and assessment by the evaluation panel was made solely on the relative merits of his application. And finally, in relation to the Cross-Border Assistant Commissioner, which I noticed this committee is also looking at, I had no involvement in that recruitment process, nor was I aware it was occurring. This is entirely normal for a non-statutory role at this level where the recruitment would be managed by the relevant New South Wales public sector agency.
Thank you. And we'll start with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. Thank you for your time today. Is it the case, you've referred to the GSE Act, so I'll call it that. We know that's the Government Sector Employment Act. Is it the case that under Section 23 of the Government Sector Employment Act, the Secretary of the Premier's Department, by delegation from the Premier, can directly appoint a person to the Office of Secretary of a Department without undertaking a merit-based recruitment and selection process?
That is correct.
And are you aware that on 26 April 2023, the Acting Secretary, Mr Peter Duncan, of the Premier's Department, approved a recommendation to conduct a merit-based selection process under Rule 17 of the GSE Act and chose to reject the alternative of a direct appointment under Section 23?
I wasn't personally aware that that decision had been made in the terms that you described. I was simply advised that by Ms Lowe that there would be a merit selection process and I would be a member of the assessment panel.
But it wasn't unclear to you, was it? It was clear that this was a merit-based selection process and it was clear to you that this was not a direct appointment process. Is that
was clear,
how I'm
yes.
to take your evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Under Rule 17, the process is essentially to compare candidates against each other and against pre-established standards for the role. Is that correct?
Under the terms of a merit-based assessment, as you described, yes, it is to compare candidates against the pre-established criteria and against each other.
I appreciate your opening statement. Thank you for that. But can I just go to one aspect of that? Were you aware that Mr Murray was only interviewed by NGS Global after the Minister for Transport's Chief of Staff emailed Diane Leeson to ask that Josh Murray be added to or be interviewed as well?
Sorry, are you talking about the
Were you aware?
interview or the involved in the process?
Were you aware that he was only interviewed? Were you made aware as a member of the assessment panel that he was only provided an interview after intervention by the Minister's office?
The assessment panel made the recommendation to progress Mr Murray's application to the evaluation panel.
Thank you, yes, and you did clarify that. My question, though, is about your awareness as a member of that panel. Were you made aware that Mr Josh Murray had only received an interview from the recruiter after intervention by the Transport Minister's office?
I was not aware of that, no.
So, in any of the documents provided to you, were you aware of donations which Mr Murray had made to the election campaigns of Ms Halen, and we're now discovering today to the Premier?
No, I was not aware of that.
And there was the documents which you received for the purposes of assessing the various candidates, indicated that Mr. Murray was a significant risk by virtue of his lack of experience in operational transport systems, or paraphrasing. Were you aware of that assessment which had been made?
I was aware in the report that I received, which is dated the 7th of June, that that was one of the issues that was raised in relation to the candidates, yes.
So that it was a significant risk?
That was in the document that I received, yes.
And in fact, the assessment panel downgraded significant risk to risk, did it not?
The assessment panel considered the relative merits of all the applicants,
yes,
and recommended 4 applicants to proceed to the evaluation stage.
But you did in fact, as part of that assessment, determine that there were risks associated with Mr. Murray.
In the same way that there were risks with all the candidates that we identified, we did identify that there was a risk with Mr. Murray, that he had...
He was the only one that you said, or that the assessment panel identified as a risk, was he not?
We identified risks and areas to explore in the evaluation process with all the applicants. The only applicant who I remember that we identified where the risk was an operational risk was Mr. Murray.
Correct. Yeah, Mr. Lamb, you're aware, of course, that there should be no interference in relation to a merit-based selection by a Minister's office.
I'm aware.
Right? And it is, in fact, a requirement that a Minister's office does not get involved in relation to seeking to interfere in that process.
That is correct.
Would you consider that if, in the event that Mr. Gartrell had sought to ensure that Mr. Murray was interviewed, was that an interference in the process?
I'm not aware of exactly what Mr. Gartrell advised NGS Global. I've only seen, some reports in the media. What I can say is that the assessment panel was unaware that Mr. Gartrell had had any contact with anybody involved in the process.
Would you agree with me that if in fact he had requested that he be included in the interview process by the assessment panel, that would be an interference?
I would say that as part of the recruitment process, as I outlined in my opening statement, it is expected that consultation would occur with the relevant Minister's office. I do not believe that...
At what point?
At the point of during the recruitment process. I don't know that it's defined exactly at what point. But I reiterate, the assessment panel, when we made our decision to advance 4 candidates to the evaluation panel, had no awareness of any involvement by Mr. Gartrell or anyone from the Minister's office.
I put it to you again, that if in fact you had been made aware of that, would you agree with me that that constitutes an interference in that process?
If we had been made aware that the contact had occurred with the Minister's office, our role would still have been to assess the applicants independently based on the merit of their applications.
Well, in fact, there was some interference by the Minister's office in relation to, there was some input from the Minister's office in relation to the independent member, was there not, who would be able to sit on the assessment panel?
I'm not aware of any involvement from the Minister's office on the makeup of the panel. I was simply advised that I was to be a member of the assessment panel.
Well, were you aware that Carmel Tebbit was originally suggested to be a member of the assessment panel?
I was not aware at the time. I have seen that in reporting about this matter, but I was not aware.
And that the Minister's office advised that she was unavailable?
I was not aware of that, no.
And that subsequently Ms Verity Firth was appointed to the assessment panel.
I was obviously aware that Ms Firth was on the panel because I was on the panel with her.
Were you aware that she was suggested by the Minister's office?
I was not aware who suggested any particular panel member to participate in that process.
If in fact the Minister's office had in fact been suggesting who should sit on the assessment panel, would you agree with me that that would be interference by the Minister's office in the selection process?
I would have to take advice on that question. You're talking a little bit hypothetically, and it's a little bit technical. So I'm happy to take advice on that and respond.
Well, but you do agree with me that once it became a merit-based process, there should be no interference by the Minister's office in relation to that merit-based process.
I agree that a merit-based process should be independent and impartial, yes.
Were you aware that Mr Murray was a member of the Labor Party?
I was not aware of that, no.
It's surprising, isn't it? Because he's told us everyone knows.
I was aware, looking at his CV, obviously, that he had worked for former governments, but no political party membership was discussed, and neither should it be in an impartial process.
Did anyone on the assessment panel at any time declare a conflict of interest?
We discussed conflicts of interest. A number of panel members identified that they had awareness of particular candidates, but no conflicts were declared. No.
No formal declaration of a conflict of interest by any panel member?
No panel member declared a conflict of interest, no.
Did the assessment panel specifically discuss the finding that Mr Murray had not had large-scale operational experience, so much so that it would likely make his appointment a significant risk?
We discussed the relative merits of all candidates, which included Mr Murray's lack of operational experience, yes.
And what were those discussions about Mr Murray's lack of operational experience?
Well, what you've got to remember is that we're assessing candidates against a job description, a list of pre-identified capabilities, and we're looking at strategic skills, leadership skills, stakeholder management, knowledge of government, operational skills, a whole range of things. So when you're assessing all of those candidates against those things, some do better in some than others.
And he did not.
So
according to the recruiter, he did not have that experience. Did you discuss that aspect?
So yes, we did discuss that aspect. As I said, the relative merits of every candidate were discussed.
Were the panel made aware of Mr Murray's long-standing relationship with the Premier?
We did not discuss relationships with any individual, no.
That wasn't declared or brought to the panel's attention anyway?
It wasn't, and again, neither should it be for an impartial assessment of the merits of applicants.
Mm-hmm. Was the assessment panel made aware of Mr Murray's $500 or now $1,500 donation to Ms Halen's election campaign?
The assessment panel was not aware of that, and again, neither should we have been to conduct an impartial assessment.
Was the assessment panel made aware of Mr Murray's long-standing relationship with Minister Halen, including his meeting with her on the 4th of April?
I'll give the same answer. We're not aware of that, and neither should we have been to conduct an impartial assessment.
Did a member of the assessment panel, the Honourable Verity Firth, declare that when she was a minister, that in fact Mr Murray was her chief of staff? Was chief of staff to the Premier?
We did talk about the timelines, and that was one of the things that Ms Firth did declare, that they had worked in the same place at the same time, known some of the same people, but it was not declared as a conflict.
I just have one last one. So is it consistent with the merit-based process, as you understand it, under Rule 17, for the Chief of Staff of the Minister's Office to interfere in that process or not?
Well, I would say two things. First of all, I would need to take advice as to whether what you've described classifies as interference. But in the event that it does, then it would not be reasonable for the Chief of Staff to interfere in a process. But I do want to clarify, I'm not clear that the intervention you've described would classify as interference, so I'm happy to check that.
I can assist specifically getting him an interview, bumping him up a level and ensuring that he got to the final two.
Happy to take
They're the
advice on
things,
that.
thank you.
Mr. Latham.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Mr. Lamb. How many of these panels are you aware of, or you've been part of, where there's a former minister or member of parliament who's clearly a close factional and party ally of the minister, who's ultimately responsible for
That's not correct.
the appointment of
Factional ally.
a department secretary?
Well, I'm not aware whether your categorisation of Ms Firth is accurate or not, but it would not be unusual to have people with experience in government or experience in the portfolio to sit on a panel.
Right. What was Verity Firth's experience in the portfolio?
I would say, based on my understanding, her experience was to assess some of the things I identified before, stakeholder relationships, knowledge of government, those types of things.
They're not portfolio things, are they? Wasn't she education, not transport?
I don't believe that the specific portfolio was to be represented by Ms Firth. We did have another industry expert on the panel who provided that
How
expertise.
independent is the process when a close party and factional ally of the minister's there, obviously raising the question, is she there to do the bidding of the minister?
I'm not able to comment on the makeup of the panel. I was not asked to provide advice on who should be on the panel. I was simply invited to be a member of the
But
panel.
you're part of a panel and you'd like it to be independent, wouldn't you?
The process we went through during that meeting, I was satisfied, was an independent and meritorious process.
Right. And what evidence did you have placed before the panel that was verified as to sort of work that Mr Murray had done at Lang O'Rourke?
So we had a summary report from NGS Global, which included some detail about some of the examples he had provided in his interview. We had his CV and we had his cover letter.
Right. But what was verified to say that all of that was accurate? Because obviously NGS wasn't satisfied that he had the necessary qualifications. They said he was high risk. And I suppose reading between the lines, I don't want to be unfair to Mr Murray, but reading between the lines of the NGS material, they made him out to be a bit of a corporate affairs flunky who had no direct involvement in the design, construction and operational performance of the infrastructure that company actually builds.
So the way a recruitment process runs is that the verification of statements, credentials, etc., happens after the decision is made or the recommendation is made to the Premier. It would not be normal to go through a verification process of people's qualifications before they are presented to an assessment
So what has
panel.
been the verification for Mr Murray, given he got the job?
Again, I was not involved in that process. My understanding is that reference checks were completed and provided as part of the report.
Who were his referees? Given that they weren't from Lang O'Rourke, we know that on evidence earlier today.
I have not seen who his referees were. I can take that on notice.
Did you read the NGS report and think it's a bit of a waste of time to be interviewing this guy because clearly they've downgraded his capacity to do the job? He's not qualified in any shape or form. And when someone's described as high risk for a $180 billion transport sector in New South Wales, why would you even be interviewing someone that risky?
So the purpose of an assessment panel is to go well beyond just reading the report that is provided and to have a discussion about the relative strengths and areas to explore. And on exploration of the different candidates, there were some candidates who sounded really good on paper who after discussion weren't recommended for interview, and some candidates who maybe didn't quite sound as good on paper who were recommended for interview. That's the process of having 4 people in the room with different backgrounds, different experience to talk about the relative strengths and weaknesses.
But you've got no referees or references from Lang O'Rourke. You've got a scathing report about Mr Murray from NGS. What evidence can you provide to this committee that he has been involved in the design, construction, operational delivery and performance of any major infrastructure projects, rather than doing what corporate affairs managers do in all of these big organisations? They just stick to communications, lobbying and media management.
As I said in my opening remarks, my involvement in the process concluded at the end of the assessment panel meeting. I don't have details about the referees that were provided, who they were from or the verifications. that was something that the Commissioner was involved in, and I'm happy to take on notice and see
You
what we
can't
can
provide any of that detail. You've been through this process on the assessment panel. You can't provide any of that detail about Mr Murray and his role at Lang O'Rourke to this committee.
It would be normal, and was the case in this instance, that information is sought at a later stage in the selection process and would never be sought prior to an assessment panel meeting.
Okay, thank you.
No references?
No references.
Is that in the SA52 documents, all of that? No? So you're just to come back to it, sorry, Chair.
Yeah, no, you're right.
But you'd be confident that material should exist, that apparently hasn't been provided in the call for papers from the upper house. So how would you possibly explain that if you're saying it was all verified later on, where are the documents providing the verification?
Well, I did not receive the SO52 request, so I couldn't comment on the specifics
Your
there.
expectation is there's subsequent verification.
Whether or not those are subject to privacy arrangements, I'm not sure, but those documents I would expect do exist, yes.
Was it the remit of the assessment panel that you would come up with 4 names only?
No, there was no prescription about the number of names that we should put forward.
So can I just clarify, so were there 8 applicants put forward for your assessment?
Just let me check that. I believe there were 9.
9?
There were 9, yes.
Okay, so for those of us who've never been on a panel like that before, I'm just trying to understand sort of how it works. So when were you informed that you were on that particular panel? Are you on every one of these sorts of panels for this level of appointment?
Each panel construct is determined for that particular panel, so no, I'm not automatically on those panels. As I said in my opening, just let me check, it would have been late April that I was advised by Ms Lowe that there would be a 2-stage process and that I would be a member of the assessment panel.
Okay. And so you then receive from NGS, do they package up the sort of each applicants? What do you get in respect of each applicant?
Yes, so on the 13th and 14th of June, in 2 separate emails, because there were a lot of zip folders attached with CVs and etc., I received a report dated the 7th of June, which is called the Shortlist Recommendations Report, which included NGS Global's summary of each applicant, talked about their experience, their leadership capabilities, their motivations for the role, that type of thing. And then we also received the cover letter that the applicant had provided and their resume.
Would you normally expect NGS to have conducted probity checks at that point?
I would not expect NGS to have conducted probity checks at that point. It would be highly unusual for them to do that.
At what point in the process does that normally occur?
That would occur at a point in the process where a report is, where you're basically down to a final candidate or a final maybe couple of candidates, and you would be doing those checks as part of that process.
So before the appointment's been decided, you would get those probity checks in with, checking the very basic things around people's, the conflict of interest that they might have, whether they've got a licence, confirming their birth date, things like that. That would be a...
Let me just address the conflicts of interest one separately, but in terms of reference checks, if there are any relevant licences, memberships, those types of things, yes, they would occur. Conflict of interest is a different category, because a conflict of interest can only apply when somebody is in a role. So the process under the GSE where you would identify a conflict of interest is at the time that you are appointed, and you would be required to declare those conflicts of interest. And so that would not occur before a decision is made.
But the basic probity checks would happen before you made an offer to somebody to have that role?
Before any formal offer was put to someone, yes, you would do those checks.
There's a memo from Peter Duncan that was, I believe, sent to, I'm not sure who it was sent to, it's dated the 26th of April. It's in one of the documents that was returned through the SO52. It's briefing for the Acting Secretary in relation to options for the recruitment of Secretary of Transport for New South Wales. And it sets out much of what you said at the beginning of your, in your opening statement about the choices. In that document, that is where the recommendation is made that yourself, as well as Carmel Tebbit, who we know doesn't end up being a member of that panel, and also Diane Leeson, and also Phil Davies would be appointed to that assessment panel. Phil Davies then gets replaced by Ken Mathers. Do you know how that happened?
I'm not aware of that email, and I'm not aware how those decisions to replace individual members were made, no.
Who did make those decisions? Would that have been Peter Duncan?
I think that would be a question best put to Peter Duncan,
Understood. Similarly, there are 4 people proposed for the evaluation panel in that initial briefing, including Robin Crook. But Robin Crook, as an independent panel member, it says here, doesn't appear that was then on that final evaluation panel. Do you know how that came about?
No. Again, I had no involvement in the makeup of the panel. That would be a question for Mr. Duncan.
Okay, and I will ask that. Given your experience, so how many of these panels would you have been on? How many of these processes would you have taken part in, do you think?
For secretary recruitment or recruitment panels in the sector in general?
Yeah, in general.
I have only been in the sector for 3 years. It would be more than 10, probably less than 20.
And at secretary level?
This one was the first panel that I had been involved in at secretary level.
Do you think that because this could have been a direct appointment rather than a merit-based appointment, that there was a slightly different attitude taken by the assessment panel to the candidates in front of them?
I don't believe so at all. I think once the panel was advised that it was a merit selection process, the panel discharged their duties in accordance with the guidelines for merit selection.
Thank you. I'll hand over to government members.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lamb. I just wanted to clarify a few things. So the assessment panel, we've gone through some of the members. I understand that Dr. Marianne Broadbent from NGS Global was on the assessment panel?
She was in the meeting. She was presenting the candidates. She wasn't a member of the assessment panel per se.
Okay, so she was there as to provide that.
Present the candidates, yes.
Okay, and you say, I think it might have been in your opening statement that it was a consensus shortlist.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so all of the panel members, there was no minority report. Everyone came out, agreeing to those 4.
That's correct. It was a consensus view of the panel members that there were 4 applicants that we would put forward, and Mr. Murray was one of those 4.
Okay, and can I, just a process question for clarification. In terms of when the interview list is decided, is it the role of the assessment panel to create that interview list? It's not created before the assessment panel it meets.
So I just want to be clear on the language here. So obviously all the candidates were interviewed by NGS Global.
Yes.
So that's an interview. The assessment panel had no involvement in any of those. It was the job of the assessment panel to receive the report provided by NGS Global, discuss the relative merits of the candidates, and recommend a number of candidates proceed to the evaluation stage, which also was an interview, and then some additional assessment as well.
Okay, so the assessment panel ended up, it's their role to come up with that list that goes on to that further evaluation.
Correct.
Okay, and that's where we end up with those 4
Correct.
those 4 names. Thank you. Again, in your opening statement, you talk about being satisfied that there was an independent merit-based process was followed for this appointment. Can you detail what the features of that, what makes you so sure that it was merit-based in this case?
Sure. I think the first thing is that we had a job description with an agreed set of capabilities that we were going to assess against. We had a diverse panel of people involved in that discussion, And we had a very robust discussion about the relative merits of each candidate. We went back and forth through the session, and we, at the end, had a good discussion about the ones that we would put forward, and agreed that on consensus we would put forward those 4.
Okay. And going to that process, under the public sector capability framework, it's true, isn't it, that you were looking for fit with those capabilities rather than necessarily an exact match for tasks for a job?
Correct. We assess against the capabilities identified for the role that are identified through the public sector capability framework.
Could you give an example?
Sure. Let me go to the position description.
This is by NGS.
So identified for this role, examples would be working collaboratively, commitment to customer service, influence and negotiation skills, delivering results, planning and prioritising, demonstrating accountability, that type of thing.
Okay. And so it's fair to say that you formed a view of the final 4 after your 2 hours of discussion and arriving at consensus, that those final 4 best matched their experience, their skills, their capabilities, best matched the public sector capability framework for the role of secretary.
That's correct.
So all of those, including Josh Murray, met those capabilities the best from the comparative.
Yes, and I would describe it as best because it would be utopia for candidates to meet every single criteria in every single situation, but they were the best match to the criteria.
Sure.
Yes.
So in other words, I think you spoke about it earlier. In other words, Mr. Murray might not have scored as high on some things, but the other candidates didn't score as high, and he scored higher on others. So that they were all weighted in that consideration of the capability framework.
During our discussion, we assessed, yes, the relative merits of each candidate against all of the capabilities, and the ones who were the best fit overall were recommended to proceed to the next stage.
Great. And just also wanted to check in, I said just checking that I've got this right. So according to the GSC rules, there is a requirement to consult with the Minister throughout the process of appointment of Secretary.
Look, I just want to check the wording on that to be very clear to
Yep.
see if it does describe exactly when the consultation is. I can't see that it defines a particular time. It just says before a person is appointed, a report relating to the proposed appointment is required to be provided to the Minister. In this case, the relevant Minister for the GSE Act is in fact the Premier, and that one of the requirements of that is consultation with the relevant Minister.
Thank you. And I just want to understand a bit more about PSC approach to this kind of recruitment process and panel when it goes this path. How many recruitment processes have the PSC recommended NGS Global be involved with for SES appointments over the last 2 years?
I'd have to take that on notice, I don't know.
Sure, you could get that back to us, that would be great. And also, could you also take on notice perhaps the cost per each of those recruitment and also could we be given those reports?
We can certainly provide the cost on notice. Are you asking for the individual candidate reports as well?
The reports of those recruitment processes that have been undertaken in the past 2 years.
Well, point of order, Chair. The terms of reference for this inquiry relate to this recruitment process, not other various recruitment processes. I think that it's not appropriate to the terms of this inquiry to muddy the water with other inquiries, other recruitment processes.
Chair, to the point of order, as per discussions in our deliberatives, comparative information is very useful when considering current processes and future processes. So I'd argue that we would be useful for us to understand how this process compared with others, given that the questioning of the Honourable Damien Tudor was going to, if this was an unusual circumstance.
The terms of reference do make it clear that we're inquiring into the issues more generally as well. I will allow the question.
Happy to provide on notice the times we have used NGS Global, the costs of those. I will have to take advice on what level of detail we can provide about the specific recruitment processes and the reports.
Certainly, I appreciate it. Thank you. And in your experience, I think you mentioned you'd been on about 10 of the... 10
I think I said more than 10, fewer than 20 would be my estimate.
Okay, all right. And would you expect to only apply recruiters' assessment of skills and abilities? So you had Dr. Broadbent providing information. Or is it that you then, as a panel, conduct your own analysis and considerations?
It is very much that the panel conduct our own discussion and assessment. The recruiter's perspective in any recruitment process is, of course, valuable, and they do a lot of the collation of the information and the early screening of those. But that is only one part of the process, and the assessment panel, of course, had to assess the relative merits, as did the evaluation panel when it went to that stage as well.
So what was the process then that led to Murray being making the final cut? Because the implication is from the various questioning is that there was some sort of interference to get him on the list. Do you want to just walk us through what got him from the broader NGS pool, if you like, in your assessment, because they provide a potential pool and a short list, but then your job is to go, well, hang on a minute, this person looks like they might be suitable as well. Can you just talk us through that?
It's a discussion process that we went through. We talked about the report. We asked questions of Dr. Broadbent for things that perhaps she'd seen in the interview that hadn't made the summary report. We discussed the types of experiences that each of the candidates had. We talked about obviously our assessment against the capabilities that had been identified for the role and how we felt they stacked up. And ultimately, after weighing up all those things, the final part of the conversation was to revisit each candidate and compare them against the criteria and against each other and make that final recommendation.
And did anyone direct you or the panel at any stage to insert Mr. Murray?
Absolutely not. As I said in my opening remarks, there was no discussion about anybody pushing Mr. Murray's candidacy in that meeting.
Didn't need to.
Okay. And were you
in the process?
What at that stage there was this mix-up with we heard on evidence this morning of the EQ test, the emotional intelligence test. Did you have that at the time?
We did not have that at the time. That was part of the second stage of the recruitment process. And I was not aware of that mix-up until I heard Mr. Murray mention it just shortly before.
But you did have this evaluation summary that was provided by NGS where they said that Josh took on personal responsibility to contribute to the improvement of the business by focusing on morale and performance in his people function, which resulted in the family keeping the business.
Just let me check what specifically was
Is that
in
the 7th of June report?
27th of June.
27th.
27th.
Yeah, I do not have and did not see the 27th of June report. I have the 7th of June report. And so it was about decision to hold on to the business as a family. Is that what you said?
Yes, that's right. There's a statement here from NGS.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
There is a similar statement in the report that we have on the 7th of June as well.
Yeah. So it's a bit of an incongruency there between NGS's talking him up there and yet the earlier at-risk thing, because there seems to have been some confusion in their view of him, and it subsequently changed, I think, after they interviewed him, was the evidence we heard from Mr. Murray.
Which would not be unusual in any recruitment process as you get to know a candidate better. Yeah. Some people who initially appear outstanding drop down the list, and some people who initially appear a little bit unclear can come up the list.
And that's part of your vetting process, is to kind of give a bit more nuance to that and pick people accordingly based on that earlier sort of development.
Well, given that we don't see any of those earlier, I didn't see, the assessment panel didn't see any of the earlier versions.
Yeah.
We came into that meeting not knowing that Mr. Murray had changed in an assessment of the recruiter. We came in with the report of the 7th of June. That was all we had and that was all we saw. We reviewed that report. We questioned Dr. Broadbent about each of the candidates in there. We assessed them against the capabilities identified for the role and against each other, and then we recommended those four.
And just to be clear, no outside correspondence or interference from anyone from the Minister's office or anyone else to insert Mr Murray?
I was not aware that there was any connection with the Minister's office. It was not discussed in the meeting that there was any connection with the Minister's office.
Can I just clarify one point on that, Chair, just
A
quickly?
quick one.
Yeah, just a final question. Just were you aware during the recruitment process whether any candidate was informed that the Minister for Transport's view about who she could best work with would play a significant role in the selection?
I was not aware of that at any point in the process, no.
Or candidates being informed that her view would be the final view?
No, I was not aware that candidates had had any contact with the Minister's office.
Or that it was conveyed to them that it was a requirement that they needed to be able to have good communication with her?
It would not be unreasonable for someone to say your ability to communicate with the relevant minister is an important part of a secretary's role, but I'm not aware that that was communicated to any candidates individually or that specifically.
Or that ultimately she would form that view?
Chair, if you
Was for her to
Order.
form that
at
view?
that time.
Okay, we have unfortunately run out of time. If you wanted to take any of that on notice, please do. To the extent that you have taken questions on notice or there are supplementary questions delivered to you, you'll have 21 days to respond, but the committee secretariat will be in touch. That does conclude this part of our hearing for today. We are taking a break and we'll be back at 1 p.m.
Chair, can I just make one comment?
Yes, please do.
I will provide this to Hansard. Just a request, given that my opening statement said I have no awareness of the recruitment process for the Assistant Cross-Border Commissioner, it would be wonderful if you were able to excuse me from the witness list tomorrow. If not, I understand and we're happy to attend.
Thank you. We'll consider that in our deliberative. Thank you.
Thank you very
We'll be back
much.
at 1.
Not many of us knew.
So what time are we coming back?
Don't worry, you don't.
Excellent. Welcome back. We now welcome our next witness. If I could ask you to please state your name, position, title, and then swear either an oath or an affirmation.
I shall. Thanks, Chair. My name is Scott Gartrell. I'm the Chief of Staff to Joe Halen, Minister for Transport. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to begin by making a short opening statement?
No, I have no statement to make. I'm here to assist the committee.
In which case, we will start with questions from the opposition.
Good. Thank you for coming along this morning, Mr. Gartrell, this afternoon. Have you conferred with any other witnesses about your evidence today?
No.
Did you watch the proceedings this morning?
I did.
You did. And have you discussed your evidence with Joe Halen?
No.
Not at all?
Nope.
And prepared with anybody else here?
Nope.
Okay. We do have...
Where is Jo Halen, by the way?
She's the Minister for Transport.
Yeah, but
She's
where
out
is she
doing
now?
her work. I'm not aware. I've been focusing on...
You're her Chief of Staff and you're telling me you don't know where she is?
I can look in the diary and tell you where she is. She has appointments today.
Yeah. But there was an opportunity for her to attend today.
I'm a Chief of Staff, not a minder.
Yeah, thank you for your advice. But you tell me that you don't know where she is today and why she hasn't attended this inquiry.
So this morning she had a press conference at Central Station. I'm aware she has other appointments this afternoon, briefings from the department. Apart from that, I'd need to get her diary and have a look and tell you.
Do you have a ministerial phone on you that's provided by DPS?
I don't have the phone on me, no.
So you don't have her diary, you don't carry that around with you like most chiefs of staff?
No, I don't.
You don't
It's in the
care.
phone.
You don't care where she is?
It's in the phone, and when I have the phone, I can look at it. And
Okay. And if she's having briefings, she couldn't possibly move those departmental briefings from her department to come and attend the Upper House inquiry today?
I think she's given a statement about her response to the invitation from the committee.
Yeah. She's not attending.
That's as I understand it, yes.
Right. You signed the certification for production of documents to the Upper House after we had to go through that process and call for papers in the relation to the Standing Order 52. Has everything been produced?
Yes, to my knowledge, yes.
Well, you signed the certification. So
I did, yes.
Did you say on the certification, to my knowledge?
No, I signed the certification.
Saying that everything had been produced?
That's correct.
Thank you. And you accept that the Standing Order 52 terms were wide enough to include declarations?
I don't know that I considered declarations, and I don't understand the distinction, if you could help me with that.
Well, the terms of the Standing Order 52 were wide enough that should there have been declarations, they would have been produced, you would have thought, in the normal course?
Yes.
Yes. And so can we infer that because none were produced to the Upper House that none were made or produced?
That sounds correct to
So
me.
no declarations of conflict of interest?
Yes.
Okay. When did you first become aware that Rob Sharp was to be terminated as Secretary?
I think in about the second week. It wasn't long prior to his termination. It was in the days prior to that.
And you had discussions at that time about who you think might be good to replace him?
No.
You had no discussions about who might replace Rob Sharp?
No.
You're the Chief of Staff to the Transport Minister and you do not discuss with the Transport Minister or anyone else who you think might be a good replacement?
No.
Why was that? You're just going to leave it to the process?
Well, that was too early. At that point, we were still considering, the Minister was still considering what she would do. There were discussions that she had, I think, with the then head of the Department of Premier and Cabinet, Michael Coates-Trotter, and then subsequently with his successor, Peter Duncan, but no, not at that point.
Did you send the job ad to Michael Coates-Trotter as well?
No.
Thank you. The meeting on the 4th of April between Minister Halen and Mr Murray, were you at that meeting?
I was.
Who initiated that meeting?
I think I might have requested it, but I think it was one of my staff who actually made the contact.
Your staff made the content of the meeting, but you initiated the meeting to say, hey, let's get Josh Murray in here to have a chat.
Yeah, we were looking at that point to talk with a whole range of stakeholders. There were limited opportunities to do it, given the early part of that we were very early in the term. Lots of briefings from the department. Josh, I recommended Josh. His qualifications as a former chief of staff
Thank you.
And as a person with quite significant infrastructure experience, made him a pretty useful person to talk to early on.
So you were busy at that time, but you bumped him up within the first 2 weeks of her being sworn in to make sure he got in to have the meeting.
I don't think I bumped him up. He was one of a number of people that the Minister met with.
Sure. What was discussed at that meeting?
His views on what the priorities should be for the Minister, his views on the state of the industry. I think we asked him about how effective he thought the department was as a procurer, how efficient. I think we talked to him about the state of the market. There were issues that he was familiar with as a representative of one of our major infrastructure companies.
And how would you describe your relationship with Mr. Murray?
Professional.
How often did you catch up?
I saw Josh on the 4th of April. I last saw him before that around the middle of the year last year, and prior to that would have been some years prior to that. We both worked in infrastructure companies in the early part of the last decade, and I would have seen him around industry, but
Your
apart
friends?
from that, not much. No, I wouldn't describe us as friends, no. I mean, we're friendly, we've got a professional involvement, but not beyond that.
You're friendly enough to send text messages?
I did send him a text message, yes.
Just one?
Yes.
Just one text message? That's your evidence to this committee that you sent him one text message?
Oh, well, I sent Josh one text message about the advertisement that was, as you know, which we produced, which
Under
was...
order from this House, yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
No others?
Not to my knowledge. I've received text messages from him. I can't recall, in the context of this inquiry, I can't recall any other texts. I know I've received one from him, but I don't recall others, no.
You sent one that talked about you checking in. That's at least two that have been produced to the House on the order that you signed the certification for.
I thought he sent that to me, actually. I think I might have rung him and he might have responded. But that's my understanding of the order.
It's all just a bit hazy right now.
No, it's not hazy, but I think the order of it was that I'd rung him and left a message and he'd responded to me, I think.
Did you also attend the political fundraisers that he attended?
I don't know what fundraisers he attended apart from the one that he gave evidence on this morning, and yes, I was at that fundraiser.
And you paid for that also, the $500 or the $250?
No, I paid more than that because I hosted a table.
Who was on your table?
Two of my children, their partners, my mother.
Wow, it's an expensive dinner, $250 a head, isn't it?
It was a significant donation, yes.
And Josh Murray was there. Was he on your table?
Josh wasn't on my table, no.
Right, but he was there.
Yes.
You're aware, are you not, that Mr. Murray and the Premier are good friends?
Chair, a point of order.
I'll hear the point of order.
I think that Mr. Tudor is trying to deduce that from evidence this morning, and I don't think it was noted that they were good friends. I think they were acquaintances that occasionally bumped up against each other at social functions.
The witness is able to clarify
Who are you
and to... okay, order. The witness is capable and able to question the premise of the question. So I will allow the question. Please continue, but
Stop
be careful.
running cover.
I'm not...
Maybe we start talking
Order.
about Greg Pearce.
I have no knowledge of their
You go
relationship.
there. Go your hardest.
Well,
Go as much as you like. I've sued on
so
that.
you heard this morning's evidence,
I did.
so that all
Very
came
low
as a
of you.
surprise to you.
Very low of you, Peter.
I'm sorry. Order. If we continue this talking
I'm sorry,
across
the
the
honourable
table...
member was trying to attack me.
Order.
Could you...
Just enough of it.
That's how desperate they are.
Order. Can you please ask the question again, Mr. Tudor-Hope?
So the first time you were aware of the relationship between Mr. Minns and Mr. Murray was this morning. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I think you asked me if they were friends. I wasn't aware that they'd had a lot of contact. I wasn't surprised that they knew each other. They worked together. I knew that. I wasn't familiar with their ongoing contact. I'm aware of Josh's partner's own career and relationships. So, but I wasn't aware until I heard that this morning. No.
So, the fact is this, isn't it? You, in fact, sent a job advertisement a copy of the job advertisement to Mr. Murray?
Among others, yes.
Who are the others?
2 other people who declined to apply.
Who are they?
I'm not revealing that. That's a matter between
So
them and me.
have you produced that text message those text messages as part of the SO52 response?
The only one relevant was the one that I produced.
Well, when you take the view that it is only relevant, these were a copy of a job advertisement for the Secretary of Department of Transport. You say that was not relevant to this inquiry.
These were people who made no application.
They may have made no, but you formed the view that they're not relevant to this inquiry. Is that what you're telling us?
I did not produce the text to anybody else except the one that I produced in relation to Josh. That's correct.
For a job ad for this role?
That's correct.
And you certified that you had produced all documents that were in your possession that were relevant to this inquiry?
The people concerned did not make an application for the job.
Mr. Gartrell,
Point of order, Madam
I'll
Chair.
hear the point of order.
The inference is that the witness is somehow obfuscating the truth. The witness has clearly stated that he believes he's complied with the order because the applications which were not submitted were not relevant to the inquiry. He's answered the question.
Thank you. In relation to the point of order, I'm not sure if the witness has the text of the SO52 order in front of him. If we could keep that in mind when we're asking questions.
Thank you. At some stage, NGS were appointed. Were you aware that they were the recruiters for this position?
Not until I saw would have been the first of the reports on who had applied. I saw two copies of their reports.
How did you come into possession of that report?
I was sent a copy by the Department of Premier and Cabinet.
Who from the Department of Premier and Cabinet?
Diane Leeson.
So she sent you a copy of a report. Why did she send it to you?
If I scroll back, the Minister and I had a conversation with Peter Duncan prior to the commencement of the process about the outlining the process that he was going to take. He told us about the fact that there would be an assessment panel and an evaluation panel, and he discussed possible members of of those panels. He asked for the Minister for her views about who might be an independent person for one of them, and indicated that he would involve our office from time to time as the process proceeded.
Why did you tell Diane Leeson that NGS Global should interview Josh Murray, despite them saying in that report that in their professional judgment he didn't have the requisite level of operational complexity experience for this role?
So Di sent me the report and asked for my feedback on the report. The report was categorised into candidates to be interviewed.
I have the report. Just why did you direct or say or
so
suggest...
if I can finish my answer,
that he be interviewed?
The report was categorised into I think 3 or 4 sections to be interviewed, a second list that was a reserve list and a third list that was under review. I looked at the interview list. I thought that the list indicated that the recruiter hadn't really fully understood the brief. I then looked at the remainder of the list. I recognised about 3 names of people, and I knew one wasn't interested in proceeding in applying for the job. I knew that separately. The other two were Josh Murray and Andy Byford. Andy had been a senior executive.
Sorry, Mr. Gartrow, we're very limited for time. If you could just direct your answer to my question,
I'm
which is
answering
why
your question.
you asked for Josh Murray
and
to be
so
interviewed.
in terms of getting some more breadth into the interview group, I suggested to Di in my email that she put those two in the interview list, that she recategorised them.
When you told Ms. Leeson that you wanted him to get an interview, did you consider that a given that he would now be interviewed?
No.
You didn't?
No.
It was just a suggestion?
It was an early list of possible people to be interviewed. That's what the list was.
Do you accept that when a Chief of Staff to a Minister sends an email to a person in the department saying he should be interviewed, there's not a lot of wiggle room there? It is clear that you are sending the Minister's and your intention that he be interviewed.
Well, I was
Isn't that
asked for my
correct?
feedback, which I provided. I wasn't the Chief of Staff to the Premier, I was Chief of Staff to the Transport.
Well, do you
sorry.
agree with me this? That your obligations under the GSE Act is that the Minister should not intervene in the process relating to a merit-based selection of candidates. Isn't that correct?
The Minister wasn't intervening.
Well,
I
were you
wasn't.
on behalf of the Minister intervening?
No, it's incorrect.
Of course you were. You gave a direction.
Point of order.
Point of order.
To be interviewed. Point of order.
The honourable member, again, is doing what he was doing previously with other witnesses. He asks the question and then he seeks to answer it. He should be allowed, the witness should be
Thank
allowed
you.
to answer the question.
Okay, in relation to the point of order, could we please allow the witness to answer before we ask another
When
question?
you sent the email, your expectation is
Could
that
I
Di
have
Leeson
this
would have
question
acted.
again? I was asked
No,
a
no,
question.
we're asking the questions. When you sent the email, it was your expectation that she would act on that. Isn't that right?
No, that's not correct.
You didn't couch it in terms of it might be good to interview him, you might consider you said he should be interviewed.
I hoped that he would be interviewed subsequently, but the process was not being run by me.
you didn't say that,
The
with
process
respect.
wasn't being run by me. It was being run by the Department of Premier and Cabinet, who then engaged independent public servants and industry experts to make a short list,
Mr. Gartrell,
and then
Mr.
subsequently
Gartrell,
to
your
conduct
email-
interviews.
Your email was a clear direction that he be interviewed. It cannot be read in any other way, isn't that right?
I've answered your question.
So your expectation was that she may or may not interview Josh Murray?
I provide feedback to Di indicating that I believe that the two candidates that I added to the interview list should be interviewed.
Your words don't accord with that, Mr.
So Di
Gartrell.
Leeson is on the assessment panel, wasn't she?
I get the two panels a bit confused,
There's
I
an
must say, in terms
evaluation
of
panel,
members.
which was Peter Duncan, and so when you were communicating with Di Leeson, she was someone on the assessment panel, and you were giving her a direction. This person should be interviewed.
Diane asked me for advice. I provided
Can I
it.
just go to this? You prepared a Q&A in respect of the appointment, did you not?
I didn't know.
Well, a process was
Your
adopted
office.
by your office for the purposes of
Yes.
the Minister answering questions. One of the questions related to donations. Did you know about those donations?
No, not at the time. I didn't.
So
know.
who had the input into the process about the donations?
So my deputy helped prepare the Q&A with our media team. I think that the information can only have come from Josh Murray, so there would have been discussion with him at the time about the likely questions that the Minister might be asked in relation to his appointment. We were appointing
Did you raise
a person.
the issue with the Minister?
I'm answering your question. We were appointing a
You
person.
told me it was the answer is Josh Murray.
Again,
We were
point of
appointing-
order.
Order. Can we let the witness finish?
We have very
The
limited
answer.
time.
We
Mr.
were appointing a
Gartrell.
person with a
Ask more
Labor
precise
background.
questions then.
We fully expected hostility from the opposition, and
Is
on that basis,
transparency
we were looking to prepare the Minister for all possible questions.
Sorry, are you saying transparency is hostility? Is that what you just said?
I've given you my answer. I won't be characterised by your words.
So when you saw the issue relating to the donation, did you raise that with the Minister?
The donations.
Yes.
I don't remember a specific conversation with her about the donations, but we certainly went through the Q&A with her.
You agree with me that this would become a serious issue in the event that this became public, the donations by a person she was about to appoint?
No, I don't agree with that. I mean, the view we took at the time was that it was not a material issue, and but was something that she would need to be prepared to respond to.
Why were the donations to the Premier omitted from the Q&A?
I was not aware of any donations to the Premier.
Well, Mr Murray gave evidence this morning that there were donations to the Premier. Where if he was giving you information about donations to Joe Halen's campaign, did he not see fit to also advise you in relation to other donations?
No.
And that was a conversation between you and he?
We were talking specifically in relation to Minister Halen's campaign. I saw no reason to ask him about anyone else that he'd donated to.
Can I just be finally clear with you? There is an expectation that Minister's office, and you understand this, do you not, that in relation to a merit-based selection process, there should be no interference by the Minister or the Minister's office in that process.
There was no interference. There was no interference.
Do you agree with that as a proposition?
There was no interference.
Okay, order. Mr Latham.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Mr Gartrell. The Premier has said that the money paid to NGS Global, $125,000, turned out to be a waste of money. In hindsight, you agree with that, and it would have been better just to appoint Josh Murray directly?
It's a good question. I think they did a pretty ordinary job, so you wonder whether they earned their money. The fact that Josh came through the process as the best candidate probably wasn't a surprise, but I mean, we went out to the market genuinely looking for people we didn't know, people who might come from other parts of the world to help run our system. So I think the Premier's commented on this and said, perhaps in retrospect, given that Josh came through the ranks the way that he did, that it might have been easier.
That's your view, and the Minister also, having wasted $125,000 of public money.
No, I don't.
Knowing what you know now, you just would have directly appointed Josh.
No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying that I think that we were disappointed that we didn't get candidates, from around the world. If you look at the list, there are nearly 50 people on it. I think only 8 people applied.
But that's not the fault of NGS, is it?
The rest were approached. I thought that was disappointing, given the significance of the role.
If you wanted Josh Murray, why didn't you appoint him directly?
I think I've answered the question. We were looking to try and get a field of, get a really world-class field of candidates.
Well, he wasn't the best candidate, was he?
Chair.
But at different times, he's had a leg up, hasn't he? You've sent him the text message, here's the job advertisement. You'd like to get that from the Minister's Chief of Staff. That gives you a bit of a head start in any process, and you wanted him to be interviewed by the panel, another leg up for a long-standing Labor donor and staffer. He was obviously the P, wasn't he?
No, he was a great candidate. We wanted other great candidates as well.
That's a bit of a cop-out, isn't it? If you had a great candidate and he was good enough to bring in for the meeting on the 4th of April and get his advice, and he's favoured throughout the process, why didn't you just appoint him directly? Why set up a sham, supposedly independent process that's now brought so much controversy and problems for the government?
Well, he wasn't at the meeting on the 4th because he was a candidate for the Secretary's position. I did send him the ad. I sent it to a couple of other people, executives that I had worked with.
But you must have thought after the meeting on the 4th he was pretty good to send the ad, and after the meeting on the 4th, what conversations did you have with the Minister?
Well, I didn't get a revelation about Josh from the meeting on the 4th. I mean, I had known him for some time, so my view was well formed about his capability.
Right. But after each of these meetings with experts who've come in, the new Minister listens to them about procurement and other things. What conversations did you have with the Minister about, well, one or two of these are obviously pretty suitable to take over from Rob Sharp. We're going to need a new secretary. This has been sort of a de facto interview process. Josh Murray stacks up well. Was that the conversation?
No, I'm not going to talk to you about conversations I've had with the Minister.
But it goes to the appointment. That's what this inquiry is about. It's bad enough the Minister won't answer questions. Surely you should. What conversation did you have after these processes with these people coming in, including Josh Murray on the 4th of April? So he's talented. We need a new secretary. Let's go with him.
Well, I had no conversation with the Minister about Josh Murray being a candidate for the Secretary's position. As to other conversations I had with her...
That's just not truthful, is it?
Yes, it
That's
is.
just not true.
Order.
So unilaterally you're sending the job ad. You didn't discuss with the Minister that, this guy's talented, I'm going to send him the job ad, we should keep an eye on him through this process to help him get the job?
Well, that's not my characterisation of the process. I said I'd sent the job ad to 2 or 3 people,
Yeah, but the
3
Minister
people.
had no knowledge you were doing that? You just did that unilaterally?
Well, I'm a Chief of Staff. I get to act in
Decide.
her name and to... I had been asked by her to liaise with the department and my actions in distributing that ad were to encourage applicants to put their applications forward to
But
the
did you
recruitment
discuss that with the
company.
Minister beforehand?
No, I did not.
No, after it?
After I'd sent the ad, I don't think I had a conversation with her about the fact that I'd sent the ad. I may well have had a subsequent conversation about the fact that he'd made an application.
Well, no wonder you're here and she's not. You seem to be running the office. So good on you to that extent, and you've had the courage to front that she hasn't got, which is a good thing. But you said earlier on you didn't know about the donation by Josh Murray and Davina Langton out of the function at West Ashfield where the new Prime Minister spoke. But you were there with a table at the event. You must have seen Josh Murray, if you've known for many years, and had a high regard for him. So how can you say you didn't know about the donation?
Well, I was there because I'm a long-term friend of Joe Halen's. That's why I was there.
But you must have...
The room was full of Labor people.
Geez, that's a surprise.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but one of them's Josh Murray, and you must have seen him there or said hello or had some recollection he was there paying the same money that you'd paid.
Yes, I think I do remember seeing Josh there. I don't think I had a conversation with him. As I said, I had a table of my own, and I was.
But you knew he was there, and he's paid the money that you've paid to get a spot. It turned out to be $750. Why didn't you advise the Minister that hey, we've got to declare this because it builds a lingering impression that he's paid the money. And he sort of bought this position as head of the Transport Department instead of getting it on merit.
Look, the event was last year. It was so insignificant in my mind that I didn't remember that he had been there.
Yeah, but you remembered it today just a moment ago. This
Yes.
is misleading evidence.
I'm saying to you at the time that I was involved in the process, I did not remember him being... it wasn't a matter that was in my mind. When my deputy raised it with me, having spoken to Josh after he'd been selected, we discussed it, decided that it wasn't a material issue, but it was something we wanted the Minister to be aware of.
And the Minister should have made the public aware, shouldn't she, just to clear the air and not leave a lingering impression of Labor mates contributing money and then being favoured in a process to get a $600,000 job?
Well, there was no favour done to Josh Murray.
That's not my question. My question is the ethics and the public appearance of squeaky clean Minns and Halen, all the things you said about Barilaro and before the last election, new era of clean government. Clean government would have dictated the need to declare these donations from Murray.
I think I've answered that.
No, you haven't.
I think I have answered it.
It would have been better to declare the money publicly at the time of the appointment, wouldn't it? So there's no
Well,
lingering
point of
doubt.
order, Madam Chair. The witness has clearly stated that at the time, that function was a year ago, and it didn't trigger a recollection on the subsequent
Okay.
declaration. Like he's
To
answered
the
the
point
question.
of order, we're not going to editorialise each other's questions and answers. If we could allow a bit of time for the answer to occur, please go ahead, Mr. Latham.
Well, I just think it lacks credibility to say you could remember something today, but you couldn't remember it 3 months ago, closer to when it actually happened. So we'll leave that on the record, but the money should have been declared for building the reputation of a clean government, shouldn't it?
No, it was an insignificant event in my view, in my mind. That was the view that I took at the time. It was.
So you did
months,
remember it at the time?
No, I'll answer the question.
You remembered it at the time?
I'll
Chair,
answer the
can we
question.
ensure
Okay, order.
It was months prior. Many things had happened between then and when that decision was made. Keeping in mind, I was essentially retired last year, farming goats, The event that I went to was of great interest to me. I was back in the city at an event with lots of old comrades. It was a good evening. I wasn't there scouting out talent. It was actually about me supporting a great candidate and reconnecting, in fact, on the night with the new Prime Minister who was there in person.
Okay, well, I'm glad you broke from farming your goats to go to the function, but I'm still confused about the nature of your memory. Clearly, are you surprised that Chris Minns has failed to declare the money that his campaign's received from the Murray household? Because he must have clearly known that they were there at the function.
Point of order, Chair.
I'll hear the point of order.
Mr. Latham's asking the witness to, provide evidence for people who haven't even been called to the inquiry. It's not appropriate. Mr. Guttrell's here voluntarily to answer questions relevant to this inquiry.
Voluntarily, but I'm
In
asking...
relation to the point of order, Mr. Guttrell is able to answer those questions or not answer them as he sees fit. Go ahead, Mr. Latham.
Well, as Chief of Staff, an important person in the government, a guardian of ethics, are you surprised the Premier didn't declare his donations from the Murray household at the time of the appointment or when it came to Cabinet? Or, when most importantly, he signed it off as the Premier?
I have no knowledge of donations that were made to the Premier, and I'm not going to comment on them.
But you said you heard the evidence earlier today where Mr Murray said he paid donations to the Minns campaign in Cogra.
Yeah, that's his evidence. I'm just saying I have no personal knowledge.
You've got no knowledge of what Murray actually told us.
He gave evidence.
But maybe it was better that you didn't come to this because your evidence has been consistently misleading.
Mr. Latham, your time has expired. Mr. Guttrell, have you been a Chief of Staff previously?
Yes, I have.
Who were you Chief of Staff to?
Previously to Carmel Tebbit in the last Labor government, Deputy Premier and Health Minister. Mm-hmm. And prior to that, I was Chief of Staff to Anthony Albanese in 2007-8 when he was the first Infrastructure Minister.
Thank you. Is part of your job to provide strategic and political advice to the Minister?
I'm her Chief Advisor, yes.
Did you advise her not to attend today's hearing?
I did not have a conversation with her about that. I did not provide advice to her about that.
Did the Premier ask her not to attend today's hearing?
I have no knowledge of that.
Do you think that it was a strategically clever thing to do to not attend today's hearing?
I think the Minister's answer on this is pretty clear. There's a convention in place in relation to members of the lower house attending upper house inquiries, with the exception of estimates, as I understand it. And she took a view that she would comply with the convention.
So budget estimates is an upper house inquiry as well, so you're picking and choosing which inquiries a minister might or might not attend. We will be taking that up through the powers of the House. Just coming back to the emails between you and Stian Leeson, isn't it? In relation to the people to be interviewed. I understand that there were two people that you suggested should be interviewed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Was the other person interviewed?
I don't believe so. I don't. This is probably a question for the recruiter, but I don't believe he proceeded with an application. I think he'd been approached by them, but I don't believe he proceeded with an application.
Okay. One of the things that I'm having difficulty understanding here is what appears to be a sort of a muddying of the direct appointment model and the merit-based selection model. Is it standard for there to be feedback given to the Minister's office in relation to an appointment by the people who are involved in that merit-based selection process?
I can't tell you if it's standard. This is the only one I've been involved in. I can only tell you that the Acting Secretary of the Department of Premier and Cabinet indicated he would like feedback, and feedback was requested.
Did you see a political risk with having been seen to suggest that a well-known Labor associate was needing to be interviewed despite them having been rated as not suitable by the recruitment consultant? Did you see that as a potential risk?
No, I mean, I thought they'd got it wrong, frankly, in the assessment that they'd made of him. I mean, I have a pretty good awareness of the expertise, experience, capability of Josh Murray. I thought that the recruitment company hadn't fully understood the brief. We wanted a globally competent, experienced leader, someone who could inspire people, who could heal the rifts in the department that we'd inherited, and he stacked up.
And why was Di Leeson involved? We heard before that the assessment panel, those members of the assessment panel got the sort of recommendations coming to them from NGS as to who they should be looking at and assessing. And our previous witness told us that was the first that he had seen of those candidates. Why was Di Leeson both involved in creating the shortlist that went to the assessment panel as well as being on the assessment panel? Do you know?
I don't know. I'm sorry, you have to ask her that.
Okay. Did Mr. Murray, we heard from him earlier that he had troubles. He had spoken with, he told us, Ms. Broadbent, Dr. Broadbent, who had given him the impression that she didn't know sort of who he was or what role he was going for. After he had that discussion, did he speak with you?
No.
Did you have any information given to you from Josh Murray that indicated that NGS had not assessed him properly?
No.
So you were just going purely off of looking at what had been provided to you by Ms. Leeson and then deciding that from your understanding they'd got it wrong?
Yeah, as I say, I think I didn't think they fully understood the brief. And on that basis, they'd categorised him wrongly.
When did you first obtain Josh Murray's phone number, do you know?
Oh, many years ago. 15, more perhaps.
You said earlier that you recall sending him maybe 2 text messages. I think we've received 2 at least back in the SO52 process. How many messages do you think that Josh Murray sent to you in relation to this role, or shall we just say since that 4th of April meeting?
Only the one that was contained in the documents.
Looking back on the process, and again noting your role as a political advisor to the minister, do you think that there could have been other steps taken to guard against the accusations that are now being put to the minister and to yourself and to Mr. Murray in relation to this appointment?
I don't think so. I mean, the process was robust. It was run by the department. It involved independent public servants and industry experts. I think I said earlier, our view was that the opposition were always going to call out the fact that that Josh Murray had worked for a Labor Premier, and they would make that controversial. So we were always prepared for the fact that that would be an aspect once the selection was made, and we weren't disappointed.
Mr. Gartrell, we're pointing out the sham
Point of order.
Sham process.
Madam
we're
Chair,
pointing
point of
out.
order. We are not going to tolerate gratuitous jumping in on other people's time.
Also,
If-
treat the
Order.
witness with
I've
courtesy.
heard the point of order from both members. We won't be doing this throughout the course of this afternoon. If I could continue my
Witness should be honest.
question, which I've now got distracted from. Thank you, everyone. Just coming back to the question, though, which was, did you see the risk in the fact that you had written an email, taken an action that might later be seen as an interference in what was supposed to be a merit-based selection process?
Well, I can only respond as I did earlier on, Chair. I was asked for feedback and I provided feedback to that list.
Do you, in hindsight, understand that that's muddied the waters somewhat?
I understand the waters have been muddied, but I stand by, my actions in the process. I believe they were appropriate.
Thank you. I'll hand over to the government.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr Gartrell. We heard earlier today from Chris Lamb, who's the Deputy Commissioner for the Public Service Commission, and his evidence was that he was confident that an independent merit-based process was followed for this appointment. Do you share that confidence?
I do.
And what are the? Can you extrapolate a bit? Why are you so sure?
Well, I believe that the process was set up in such a way as to involve multiple stages of assessment and evaluation. That's very clear from Mr Lamb's evidence and my knowledge. I think it would have been advantaged by a better process in terms of market testing, but that is what it is now. I believe that the process of assessing the candidates for the shortlist was robust. I think the evaluation process similarly, and then the final stage, which was Mr Duncan providing a list of 2 candidates to the Minister and requesting her feedback on preference, was also a sound and appropriate part of the process. He was asking her, who could you work with best? Here's 2 highly qualified people. Who could you work with best? And the relationship between a minister and a head of department is critical. We've seen from the former government what happens when it goes wrong, and I think everyone was conscious that we had to get that fit really and that decision made appropriately.
So given that assessment by Deputy Commissioner Lamb about the robustness and appropriateness of the appointment, can you again describe what indeed was your involvement? If that process was robust, what involvement did you have in the recruitment process?
I think the most significant involvement I had was the request from Diane Leeson to respond to that initial list of candidates, where I indicated that I was a bit underwhelmed by it.
This is not true.
The list was lacked diversity. As I said, I didn't think they'd responded properly to the brief. I'd have liked to have known more of the candidates in the rest of the list, so I could have suggested others, but I didn't. I knew a couple, and I nominated them and suggested that I thought that they were up to scratch.
That's wholly unremarkable, isn't it? A chief of staff taking an interest in who his minister is going to be served up. Presumably you're acting in her interest because you're representing her and you want the best possible candidate.
Yeah, that's correct.
Merit-based process.
That's correct. I mean, we were very...
In an arm's length process.
Excuse me, Chair, can we stop with the interventions from this side, which are interfering with our time and the capacity of the witness to answer questions?
You're only asking Dorothy.
All right. To the point of order, if we could all show a little bit more respect to each other and to the committee process, please.
Chair, I'm wondering if I could just finish my answer.
Please go ahead.
The Minister regarded this as one of the most important decisions that she would be involved in. The appointment of someone at the beginning of the term to run her department, to be her key advisor, her key the key person involved in implementing the decisions of the government. It's a pretty critical moment.
And in terms of this sort of this conflict angle that the opposition's trying to drag out, I mean, it would be...
Well, point of order, Chair.
I'll hear the point of order.
I think it's unfair to characterise our role in the upper house in a legitimate committee to say we're trying to drag this out.
Okay, there is no conflict.
RC, withdraw.
All right.
So the perception that might have been created that there was a conflict, it would be somewhat parallel universe stuff, wouldn't it, to... If you did an audit of the public service, senior executive service, and cross-correlate it with political affiliations, there wouldn't be many people working in those positions, would there? Given your experience of being in and around politics and the public service for so long?
Well, I think that, and I think there's been evidence given, that there are people who've worked in and out of politics, working across the bureaucracy, and I think bureaucracy's strengthened by that involvement. So yeah, I think that's right.
So the idea that you would have to trawl through every single fundraiser and do a forensic audit to see if anyone had donated to the Labor Party, or the Liberal Party for that matter, in historical examples, which I won't go into here.
Point of order, Chair.
It's just unrealistic,
Point of order,
isn't it?
Chair.
I will hear the point of order.
I ask that the member withdraw his comments. This is not regarding donations to the Liberal Party. Your question should
No,
be
I
directed
won't
to this
withdraw my
member.
comments, Chair, because it's
okay,
donations.
I will
it's a
rule on the
And the
point of...
questions around them are legitimate questions.
I will rule on the point of order. It is completely appropriate to ask the question. Please go ahead.
Would you like me to restate
Yes,
it?
please. Yeah.
So this idea that if you were going through a process that eliminated every possible political connection, you would have to trawl through years of fundraisers from every single person who had attended a Labor or a Liberal function or One Nation or whatever the
No,
party
just
is.
the candidate.
And then
Just
say,
the candidate.
well, we better declare that donation because they're now applying for a job. I mean, it just doesn't happen. It's unrealistic, isn't it?
Well, look, I think my answer before was the one that I'd stay with, and that is that when we became aware that Josh Murray had made donations, we looked at it, I remembered the function that we'd been at, and we took a view that it was not a material issue at all that would affect Josh Murray's candidacy.
Okay.
Wrong call.
Mr. Gautreau, if I could refer back to your comments about the process. You made a couple of comments regarding better process, market testing, and in retrospect how that was carried out. Could you provide a bit more information about what your concerns were regarding that process?
Well, a couple, I think. As I said, I thought that for a position of this significance, the number of actual applications versus the number of candidates or applicants, candidates that had been approached was unusual. That didn't fill me with a lot of confidence that we were really getting what we wanted. And look, the other thing is I've done a lot of recruitment myself over the years for executive positions, and I'm aware of a practice of some recruiters of padding out lists using the phone book, and I thought a bit of that had gone on, frankly. And if you look at the number of people on the list that had been approached and declined, it was pretty high. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but that just said to me that we were not getting the rich field of candidates, people genuinely interested in the role that we want.
Benedict Cullen and Howard Collins went.
Could I ask a question about the feedback that you were requested to give and the subsequent email? You were, just so that I'm clear on this, you were providing that feedback not to any assessment panel, you were providing that to someone in DPC or Department of Premiers about that. There was no direct communication between you and, the panel as it was established.
That's correct. I had no contact. I didn't seek it and wasn't offered it.
Okay. And that email, the framing of it, did you think you were making a direction or a suggestion?
No, I was responding to the email had been sent. It said, "Did I have any feedback or comments?" I think was the.
So in other words, desktop analysis from NGS, going through the motions, looks like a pretty shallow gene pool. They're asking me for my opinion. Yeah, I reckon you should also consider these two.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And I think I said earlier, though I knew 3 names, I knew one wasn't interested. I didn't know any of the rest. If I had, I could well have suggested that they go and talk to others as well. I mean, in theory, there were people with very big jobs in very big rail agencies around the world on that list. I didn't know any of them, and so I didn't make any other suggestions.
Sorry, Mr. Gartrell, you said in theory. What do you mean by in theory? In theory, that there were people on that list.
Only that there were, there were people on that list that were running large rail agencies around the world. Looking at them, how did our system square up? How did it compare? Pretty well. Would have been great to have the opportunity to have people like that in an interview process to see what came through.
Okay, thank you.
Do you know what Mr. Murray was on at Lang O'Rourke?
I don't. I asked him and he wouldn't tell me. All he would say was that it was far more than the position that the salary that has been offered for this position.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we're back to.
Can
the
I just
opposition.
you've been, in fact, entirely misleading in this evidence today, haven't you?
Point of order, Madam Chair. It should not be for members to make inferences about the integrity of a witness who does their best to answer questions.
He's entitled to
He's
put
making an inference about character. He's reflecting on the witness and ask you withdraw it.
I will rule on the point of order. The question is in order, but can we please give the witness, for procedural fairness, plenty of time to refute it should he wish?
No.
You're good. Well, you have characterised your involvement as reviewing the underwhelming list and suggesting people who should be interviewed, have you not? That's been your involvement in terms of Mr. Murray's candidature.
That's the email that I responded with, yes.
Yep. Nothing else?
No.
Well, why on earth did you send Di Leeson an email on the 7th of June? Can I get a list of the final shortlist candidates?
I was interested to see who was going to be interviewed.
So you didn't tell us about that, did you?
You didn't ask.
Well, that's an involvement you've had in this process. Let me ask you about. Ask you about Verity Firth and the assessment panel. Did you have any involvement in that?
In what respect?
Well, in the appointment of the assessment panel. Was there any liaison with you in relation to the appointment of Verity Firth?
No.
Well, hi Scott. I spoke with Minister on Friday re the recruitment process and she outlined some of her thoughts re the candidate qualities. She also advised that Carmel Tebbit will not be available to assist. Do you recall that letter?
From whom?
From Di Leeson. To you.
Yes, I don't recall the specifics of it, but
so
I do.
Was your evidence misleading?
No. I had. You asked me, did I have any involvement in the appointment of Verity Firth to the panel, and I said no.
Well, clearly Di Leeson was liaising with you in relation to that appointment.
No.
You just said Carmel Tebbit.
Did the minister suggest Verity Firth as the alternative appointment for the assessment panel?
Yes.
She did?
Yes.
Did you know that?
I knew, yes.
You haven't told us that.
You didn't ask me that.
No. Well,
ask questions that are relevant.
Well, in relation to your involvement in this process, you have wanted us to believe today that your only involvement was in respect of the email which you sent for the purposes of including Josh Murray on the interview.
I have not said that in my evidence. You have before you in the papers that we produced all of the involvement that I had in the process. If you want to ask me about any of those emails and texts, I'm here to do that.
Well,
so you won't be fulsome in your evidence. You'll only answer what's asked, and it's for us to dig and find out everything else. Is that your evidence?
I'm here to answer any.
Hang on, let him answer.
so how was?
I'm here to answer any question. That
How
you
was
want to
Verity?
ask.
Apparently not.
How did the minister communicate her request for Verity Firth to be included on the assessment panel?
I believe she had a phone conversation with Di Leeson when she had contact from Carmel Tebbit, who had to withdraw for personal reasons.
Your former boss, Carmel Tebbit? Carmel Tebbit.
I think we've established that.
And then she goes on to say, we've received an update report from the recruitment agency, which I'm happy to share with you, or simply take you through it on the phone if you prefer. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you have the phone call?
No, I think she sent me the report.
And did you have a phone call subsequent to that?
I don't think so.
Do you think it's appropriate for a minister to place people on panels run by the public service?
She was requested. I think I said earlier on that in the first discussion that we had with Mr. Duncan, he asked her if she could nominate an independent person for the panel, and she'd nominated Carmel at that point.
And you consider Carmel Tebbit to have been independent?
The minister, absolutely, and the minister put her forward on that basis.
See, nothing to see here. Nothing wrong with this process.
I've just answered your question.
And
Really?
And you also tell us in relation to your communication with Josh Murray that he sent you one text message.
In relation to this issue, yeah, I think that's right. I don't know. I don't recall any other contact with Josh during that period. I'd had contact prior, which I've indicated.
But that's the when you sent him the job ad.
Yes.
That's the only other contact you'd had with him?
Yes. I had no contact with Josh during the entirety of the recruitment process.
That's not true, is it?
Apart from those two texts that we've
Mr.
referred to.
Gartrell, I put it to you that that's not true.
And I put it to you, you're incorrect.
Well, the text...
Point of order, Madam Chair. The witness now has answered this line of questioning on probably about 6 occasions. He continues to answer it despite badgering. So I ask that we move on.
This is a very important point forensically for
I
us
think I've heard
to
enough.
explore.
To the point of order, it is well within the rights of a member to continue to ask the same question over and over without badgering.
Correct.
So as long as we're allowing the witness time to answer, I'm okay with this line of questioning.
So the text message from Mr. Murray to you said, "Thanks for checking in."
Yeah, he called. Explain this.
So in fact, you'd had a phone call from him. Would you? I
No.
just asked you.
No, I didn't say that.
You had made a phone call to him.
I rang and left a message for him asking if he'd made an application, and his text that you've referred to was the response. And I said that earlier in my evidence. You can check the record. I said that earlier in my evidence.
With due respect, you did not.
He did.
I'm sorry, Chair. We're having commentary
Okay.
from the sidelines,
Yes.
and then they're howling over there.
Yeah, order.
Mr. Gartrell, did you the interview by Joe Helen of the final 2 candidates, one of which did have global experience, Benedict Collin? Did you attend that interview with Joe Helen, Benedict Collin, and Josh Murray?
I did.
The 2 interviews.
2 interviews.
Yeah. Were those candidates provided with identical questions at those interviews?
They were.
And you saw those questions?
No, I did. There wasn't a list of questions. The minister went through the same process with each person, and essentially, I guess, tested a number of the features of the interview process that they'd already been through.
Were the 2 candidates provided with identical questions?
They were given the same opportunity and the same process. We didn't have a written list of questions. To my knowledge, to my memory rather, the processes were pretty much identical. We were going through the same process with each person.
I'm talking about the final 2 at the final interview where a minister who is supposedly not having any input into this process, according to you and your evidence, is now assessing 2 candidates. And are you saying to me that there was not a set list of questions that were identical or posed to both of them to give them both the opportunity to answer identical questions put to them? Is that what you're saying?
That both candidates were given all opportunity to discuss their applications with the minister. I think both interviews lasted a full hour. They were more designed to identify how well she could work with each person, as opposed to testing their competence and capability. That process had already taken place.
Your evidence is just not believable, is it, Mr. Gartrell? You've
My
not
evidence,
been fulsome with this inquiry
my
on your
evidence-
own admission.
My evidence is exactly is giving you an answer to each of your questions to the best of my memory.
But just not fulsome in its
Okay. Order.
answering.
Your
I've
time has
answered each of your
expired.
questions. I've not sought to duck one of them.
Well, that's what you say.
Mr.
That's what you
Gartrell.
say.
That's my evidence.
Yeah, good.
Okay. Mr. Gartrell, you are aware, are you not, that Labor went to the election with a commitment to unwind Tahi?
Yes. Well, unwind. I'm aware that, keeping in mind, I came into this position from very little involvement in the political process. I am aware of the election commitment that Labor made. Yes.
You were aware, I presume, of the inquiry that this committee ran into Tahi previously, on which the now Treasurer was quite scathing of Tahi as an entity and the way it had been operated?
Look, only at a very general level, Chair. I mean, I read about it in the paper.
Benedict Collin was clearly she's CEO of Tahi. Was it ever politically tenable that she would have been Secretary of Transport and then responsible for unwinding Tahi?
Look, in the early involvement that the Minister and myself and our staff had with Benedict, we were pretty impressed with her qualities. She's an outstanding
But was it politically
leader.
tenable?
She was put forward on the I mean, I understand that sorry, I'll go back a question. She was put forward as one of two suitable candidates, and she was interviewed by the Minister on the basis that she was acceptable.
Was she put forward on the understanding that she would never be picked because it would be politically untenable to do so,
No.
and that Josh Murray would then be the obvious candidate?
No, that's not correct.
In the
Yeah, that was interesting.
in your sort of first round of questioning, compared to the answers that you've just given to the opposition members, there were three things that came out to me as being new, and I take your point that we will need to go back and look at the transcript. The first was I did not hear you say that you had actually rung Mr. Murray to ask about whether or not he had applied. Is that correct?
That's
That you
correct.
Did that?
No, I think I rang to confirm that he'd applied because I'd sent him the job advert. I think I rang to see whether he had.
And when was that?
It would have. I think the ad. I think I sent in the ad in early May, around the 5th. I have a feeling it's around about the middle of May, I think.
Could you come back on notice after you check your phone records?
I can, yes.
Thank you. The other thing I heard that was new for me was that Verity Firth had actually been suggested by the Minister. Can you confirm that's correct?
That is correct.
And then the third thing was that you had actually emailed asking for the shortlist of candidates prior to you then suggesting that Mr. Murray be interviewed as well. Is that correct?
No, I think that happened afterwards. I think the timeline was that I was asked for feedback on the list, and I think at that point that was reasonably early in the process. They hadn't finalised candidates. Hadn't finalised the list. I think you've got the document in the papers. I think my email was subsequent to that.
Okay, so
because
that
I think
was asking for the shortlist as in the 4 that went to the assessment panel or the 2 that went to the Minister for interview?
I think it was the first shortlist. I think I was asking about had they gone forward and made the first shortlisting. That would have been in June. There was a bit of a gap, I think, between the close of applications and when the interviews took place.
Okay. Having listened to Mr. Murray's evidence and to your evidence today, I remain concerned that we have what looks like a process that was set up to be this independent merits-based thing, but where it seems like we then have interference from yourself to ensure that Mr. Murray goes through the steps in order to get to that assessment panel stage. Do you accept that the level of involvement you had from calling him to check he'd applied, from sending him the job ad in the first place, to asking for him to be interviewed by the panel, implies that you had a level of involvement in pushing for Mr. Murray to be appointed that is inconsistent with a merit-based selection process?
No, I don't agree. My involvement was prior to any of the interviews, any of the shortlisting. I think I'd indicated that if I had knowledge of other candidates, applicants on that list, I would have suggested that they put more into the shortlisting process because I thought that it needed more. And the shortlisting process is exactly that. You take a larger number of really good people and you reduce it down to the best. And my involvement was all prior to that point. Do I think Josh is a great candidate? Absolutely. I think he was.
That's not my question, though.
I always thought he was a great
I'm talking
candidate.
about the process. So, was the minister aware of your involvement at each of these steps?
Subsequently, I think would be probably the best answer.
You've told this committee that the involvement of Verity Firth was at the behest of the minister. Why would she be involved in that aspect and not in all of the other aspects? Wouldn't you have discussed every aspect of this with her?
No, I gave her updates as they happened. I think the answer to the question about Verity was simply because Carmel Tebbit had contacted the minister directly to indicate that she couldn't proceed with being involved in the process. And the minister was looking to replace Carmel with somebody of the same capability.
On an average day, how much would you be discussing? How much time would you spend discussing issues with the minister as the chief of staff?
There's not an average.
A significant period of time, I would expect, going between meetings, doing things.
Yeah.
You didn't discuss at any point who those candidates were going to be and your desire to ensure that Josh Murray was interviewed?
As I said, I think the analogy is it's like drinking from a fire hose. The number of issues that we have to deal with in a day are huge, and at the beginning of the term of a new minister, it is enormous. So that's the context. If I can answer your question, that's the context. And my approach to doing my job with the minister is I report in. I get a huge amount of discretion from her. I get to report in. I get to manage issues and report in and touch base when I think I need to actually bring her up to speed.
But we heard earlier that she was very stressed about the appointment of a secretary, as anyone would be when they're a new minister. They want to get their secretary in place. Surely that would be one of those issues you were discussing.
I don't think she was stressed about it. She saw it as a great opportunity. Like, this is a significant moment in her tenure as minister, and yes, she wanted to get the best person.
Government members?
Yes, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Gutschall. I just wanted to make very, very clear that your involvement, such as it was prior to interviews and shortlisting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the shortlisting and interviews were carried out respectively by an independent assessment panel of 5 people, which was then the evaluation panel of 3 of the most senior public servants in New South Wales. So your involvement predated any of the involvement of 8 other people who made assessments of Josh Murray as being, at least with that after the evaluation panel, one of the top 2 candidates. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I think I indicated earlier on in response to another question about my view of the process. It was a pretty robust process.
Yes. So I just noting the interjections prior to the final interview, this is what I'm talking about, prior to the final interview, your involvement was pre-assessment, pre-interviews, pre-shortlisting. Then those candidates went through 2 independent panels, including an evaluation panel of the 3 most senior public servants in New South Wales, and resulting in 2 candidates going forward. And Josh Murray was one of those 2.
That's correct. That's accurate.
Thank you.
May I just, not being 100% familiar with this process, but what I am learning is that the process in the end was that the Premier delegated his power to appoint secretaries to Mr Peter Duncan as Acting Secretary of the Department of Premier and Cabinet under Section 81 of the Government Sector Employment Act 2012. Mr Duncan, as I understand it, was therefore the decision maker for the appointment in accordance with Section 23 of that Act.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the new Transport Secretary was appointed by the Secretary of the Premier's Department, Peter Duncan, following all of these processes that we're talking about.
That's correct. And in making his decision, he sought advice from the Minister as to her preference in relation to the final 2 candidates.
Yeah. But in the end, that was his decision.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
So if the Minister says it was her decision, she wouldn't be telling the truth.
I've no idea.
So if the Minister is publicly saying it was her decision, she would not be telling the truth.
I think the Minister's answered the question.
We're
asking
you. If she is saying that it was
given
her
that he's
decision.
taking our time.
Okay. Are there further government questions?
You won't answer.
Are there further government questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Just following on from my colleague, Peter Primrose. So just being clear on this process question about appointing secretaries. So is there a prescribed method for appointing secretaries, aside from the guidance that's given in the GSC that
It's called the Act
that Peter Primrose has just read?
Yes.
So there's a variety of options?
I think there are at least 2 that I'm aware of. I don't put myself forward as an expert. Mr Lamb gave evidence on this morning. I think he's the expert.
Okay, thank you.
It's only...
Can I just...
Yeah.
Can I just check? Are there any other government questions before I give the little bit of time left to the opposition?
Well,
Mr Lathan.
just on the selection of
Just
Verity Firth for the
One more question.
the selection panel, that's also quite unremarkable, isn't it? The Minister having a view on someone she can have faith in selecting the potential secretary of her department. I mean, heaven forbid we take a view about who's on the panel to make sure it's got integrity in the process.
I think having an independent on a panel is entirely consistent with practice.
And you would want to have confidence in that person too, in terms of their judgment.
Yes,
both political judgment and public sector judgment.
Yeah, and I think also knowing the Minister. Both the people we're talking about have known and know her very well, and I think that was part of what they contributed to the panel.
And Mr Gartrell, in your experience, this would not be unusual, ministers picking people who they've known for a long time and who have been in and around government for a long time, who they can trust. I mean, fast-breaking news, right? You'd want to do that.
Somebody who had who they trusted to have the ability to carry out that role appropriately, yes.
Thanks.
Mr Primrose had one question.
Just one question. I mean, given the volume of questions and your experience in this matter directly, before we finish up, I just want to ask, are there any other matters that you think are relevant that you wish to put to this hearing that would be relevant to its terms of reference?
Look, I think the only brief comment I would make, because I'm keen to hear from anyone else who's got a question, is that there's been a lot of public comment about this process. I get that. The previous, going back to the former government, there was a previous exercise which was clearly flawed. And I think the way that we've approached this process was to ensure that we got the best person that we could get, but that it was done entirely within the appropriate channels, that it was conducted by the best people, but at the end of the day, that the minister had some input on the basis that the candidate that she had that would ultimately be selected is someone that she would have to work with intimately.
And on that, in terms of the responsibility for making the appointment, let's just be clear for the record, the Secretary of the Premier's Department, that Mr Duncan's the one who makes the decision. Like, the Minister simply gave an opinion on her preference. It didn't mean that Duncan had to follow that, right?
No, that was made extremely clear.
Yeah.
And the Minister's view all along was that the Premier was the appropriate person to make that decision. He had delegated that authority to his department head. And if we'd gone the alternative process, which was not to do a merit-based appointment, but to make a direct appointment, then the process would have been, the decision-making process would have been essentially the same. She would have provided a recommendation, but the decision would had to have been made, even by the direct appointment process, by the Premier or the Premier's delegate.
I think, Dr. Keane, you've got a chance for just one more.
I just wanted to go back to the questions regarding the minister. I just wanted to check. It's from memory. The minister's been very clear that she was offering feedback on the appointment. So in this area that we're talking about, she was very clear that she was offering feedback, not making the appointment.
That's correct, and I think there's an email to that effect in the papers that were produced.
Thank you.
Very quick one.
Thank you. Two very quick questions. One, it's fair that I put this to you, Mr. Gouchall. Your email says Josh Murray should be interviewed as well. Was that a typo?
I reckon we should.
No, I was responding to an email from...
No, I'm sorry, I won't be corrected. This is important. Josh Murray should be interviewed as well. Was that a typographical error?
Is that your question?
Yes.
So my answer is I was responding to a email from Dialise and asking me for comments or feedback, and that's what I did.
And I asked you the question, was that a typographical error? You used the word Josh Murray should be interviewed as well. Was that incorrect in any way?
In my opinion, he should be interviewed. That's correct.
Thank you. And finally, you said earlier that you didn't discuss your minister's non-attendance here today, and you are here. That's just not credible, is it? You're her chief of staff. Do you mean to tell this committee under oath that you did not have a conversation with her about her not attending?
The minister made a decision not to attend, to not respond to the invitation, or rather to decline the invitation. I have had a discussion with her about that subsequently, but the decision that she made herself and communicated that to the committee.
You said earlier that you hadn't discussed it, and that is not. It's fair that I put it to the witness before I make a comment about his credibility.
Well, the question was
Fair-
answered
All right,
based on
order.
precedent. So
It's
if you
only fair
want to
that he gets
keep
a chance.
chiselling time and jumping
Hey,
in,
you've
we
done
can
the
have
same.
a free
I
flow
just-
of
Order.
discussion.
Order. If the witness wishes to answer, they have the chance to answer now. Otherwise, we can finish. It's up
I've
to the
answered all the
witness.
questions.
That's just not credible.
Okay, order. We're going to take a much-needed short afternoon tea break, and we'll be back at 2:30 with our next witness. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Guttrell. To the extent there are questions on notice or supplementary questions, you'll have 21 days to respond.
Thanks,
you.
Chair.
Thank you.
for that, Mr. Chair, if there's no further debate. Just like
Thank you.
Good. Excellent. Welcome back. I now welcome our next panel of witnesses. Thank you very much for your time. I will start on my left, if you could state your name, position, title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Kate Boyd. I am the Deputy Secretary General Counsel of the Cabinet Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Peter Duncan. I'm the Acting Secretary of the Premier's Department and of the Cabinet Office. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Chair. Samara Dobbins, Deputy Secretary, Delivery and Coordination, Premier's Department. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. And would you like to begin by making a short opening statement at all?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, committee members, for the opportunity to make a short statement. My name is Peter Duncan and I've been the Acting Secretary of the Department of Premier and Cabinet from the 17th of April this year until the 1st of July 2023. On the 1st of July 23, I became the Acting Secretary of the Premier's Department and the Cabinet Office. I have over 40 years' experience in government and infrastructure working at local, state and national levels. I've also held the role of principal of a small advisory business and held various government and non-government board roles. In government, I have worked as a chief executive in areas such as transport infrastructure, forestry, parks, maritime technology and services. This includes various public sector roles in local government, as well as state departments of Premier and Cabinet, Transport for New South Wales and primary industries. For the benefit of the committee, I'd like to outline the process of recruitment undertaken for the Secretary of Transport for New South Wales. In the role of Secretary of Premier's Department, I am the Premier's delegate when it comes to making appointments to the Office of Secretary of a Department under Section 23 in brackets 4 of the Government Sector Employment Act 2013. The role has discretion to either directly appoint a person to the office of the Secretary of the Department or choose to undertake the comparative merit-based recruitment and selection process in line with the Government Sector Employment in brackets General Rules 2014. In late April 2023, I was requested to implement a process to select a future Secretary of Transport for New South Wales. I was provided the briefing setting out the procedure, and in consultation with the Program Management Office, DPC, and the Public Service Commissioner, PSC in brackets, it was agreed that the recruitment would involve a search, assessment panel to undertake initial screening against the essential requirements for the role, and an evaluation panel to undertake interviews and evaluation of candidates' capability, also known as psychometric evaluation. This was all against the outcomes and capabilities outlined within the position description. I advised the Minister of this process and of my responsibilities as the Premier's delegate and with the discretion to appoint the Secretary. This meeting was held in early May. It was also attended by the Minister Chief of Staff and a senior representative of the Program Management Office within DPC. At this meeting, the Minister expressed a view that the process should involve an international search to test the market due to the complexity of the role and the need to identify a strong field of candidates. I advised the Public Service Commissioner of this meeting and desire to have the international search. I understand the PSC undertook to obtain quotations from 3 suitable firms to carry out the search and to support the panels. This process was agreed and commenced in early May 23. Following the search, the assessment panel met on the 15th of June 23. The panel included the Chair, Diane Leeson, representing DPC from the Program Management Office, the Deputy Commissioner of PSC and 2 independents from outside the sector. This panel undertook the assessment and presented 4 candidates to be shortlisted for interview. The evaluation panel then met on the 21st of June 2023 and interviewed all 4 candidates shortlisted. The panel included the Public Service Commissioner and the Secretary of the Commonwealth Government's Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts, and myself as Chair. The interviews were broad-ranging, including a pre-prepared scenario. The performance of all candidates was very strong and professional. However, only 2 were recommended to go forward to the Minister as the very and highly suitable candidates for her to meet. Post the interviews, the panel asked the search firm, who were in attendance at the interviews as well, to provide a draft report to the PSC and subsequently the evaluation panel. I received the report and consulted with the Public Service Commissioner regarding the documented outcomes in the evaluation report. In addition, further discussions were held with the Public Service Commissioner, reference checks were undertaken, capability, in brackets, psychometric assessments were carried out on the two. The report was broadly in line with our deliberations, where it was agreed that we would suggest the two most suitable candidates to meet the Minister for Transport. Consulting with the relevant Minister is in line with the requirements of the Act, and as such I invited the Minister to meet both candidates and provide her views in writing. The Minister met the candidates on or around the 1st of July 23 and provided her comments that Mr Murray was a better fit for the department and therefore her preferred candidate. The Premier, as the Minister administering the GST Act, makes appointments to the Office of Secretary of Departments under Section 23 in brackets 4 of the GST Act. The Premier has delegated this function to the Secretary of the Premier's Department, myself in this occasion, for other Secretaries of Departments. External probity advice was also sought regarding Mr Murray's potential appointment and options for managing potential conflicts of interest, given that he was employed as a senior executive of a Tier 1 contracting firm in both a local and international capacity. The advice was received, provided to the PSC and updated in accordance with discussions. The recommendations of the probity advisor have been implemented and will continue on an ongoing basis as required. The final report was then submitted to the Premier outlining my intent to appoint Mr Murray following consultation with the Public Service Commissioner and the Senior Minister to whom the relevant department is responsible, the Honourable Joe Halen, MP, Minister for Transport, under Rule 52 of the GSE Act. Finally, I wish to thank everybody that's been involved in this recruitment process, and I will attempt to answer your questions today. At the same time, respect the privacy of the unsuccessful candidates and individuals that were involved in the process by not mentioning them by name, if possible. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr Duncan, Ms Boyd, Ms Dobbins for coming today. Mr Duncan, you've referred in your opening statement to understand that you have over 40 years' experience in government and infrastructure.
Yes.
And that's at local, state and national levels. Do you agree that you've held yourself in the highest ethical standards and followed the appropriate ethical standards while acting Secretary?
I do.
Thank you. Mr Duncan, did Minister Halen or her Chief of Staff declare or inform you that they knew Mr Murray during the recruitment process?
I met the Minister once and I had a telephone call with her once, and I think during the telephone call, which was around the time that we had completed the evaluation process and had 4 candidates, I informed her and had informed her what those names were, and she said she knew all 4 candidates.
So prior to that time, she didn't disclose to you or her Chief of Staff disclosed to you that they knew Mr Murray?
It may not have been possible for her because that was the time when I told her who the 4 candidates were.
Yes. I'm not quibbling with you, but just for fulsome answers,
yes.
Her Chief of Staff has said, and we have documents to show that he's been texting the candidate and was in touch with the candidate and ensured the candidate documents were received by the recruiter, that he got an interview and he got through the process. So it would be fair to say that along the way there had been communications with that candidate by the Minister's offices. That's correct, isn't it?
Well, that's what's been reported. I wasn't involved in any of that communication.
Yes. Did Minister Halen declare to you that Mr Murray provided a donation to her local campaign at any time?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Isn't it true that she should have?
I don't know. I would defer to others on that, about how the declaration process goes in the Minister's Code of Conduct. That's not something that I was aware of the time, and there wasn't a declaration. So I wouldn't raise an opinion on that. Others can discuss that.
You don't, in your personal opinion, believe that that might have been appropriate?
I'm not sure that I really would be in the position to make that evaluation without looking at all the facts in front of me, and I don't have all the facts in front of me.
Well, the facts are that a donation was made to her campaign before the election. I'm not attacking you, I'm just asking you for your professional opinion as someone with 40 years' experience. You would expect that that's something that might perhaps be raised?
Well, Madam Chair, can I just raise a point of order? Mm-hmm. Yes. The witness was asked for a personal opinion. He gave the response that in his professional capacity, he's not equipped to make that judgment and he'd leave it to others to decide. I think he's answered the question.
I think it is within the witness's rights to refer to their previous answer if they feel they're being asked a question more than once, but I think the question's in order.
My response is as it was, and simply in a process like that, if that was declared to me, I would refer it for advice, particularly legal advice.
You would refer that if it were made?
Internally.
It was not made to you, but if it were, you would refer it for advice?
If I sort of thought it was serious enough, and as I said, I wasn't involved and it wasn't declared to me.
If you had done so, you might have referred it to Ms Boyd?
Potentially, yes.
But that was not done?
No, I didn't refer anything, and it wasn't raised with me about donations.
Mr Duncan, you'd be aware that it's mandatory for public officials under the Code of Ethics and Employment to ensure that any real or perceived conflict of interest are avoided or effectively managed. That's right, isn't it?
For public officials, yes, it is. Yeah.
Isn't it true that either this was not effectively managed at a minimum, a perceived conflict of interest in breach of the Code of Ethics, or it wasn't disclosed to you?
I said before, I don't have all the facts. I didn't refer it for consideration by anybody from a legal point of view, so I really couldn't comment on that.
Were you at any stage prior to appointing Mr Murray made aware that he'd made a $500 donation to Minister Haaland's campaign?
I think I've already said no, I wasn't aware of that.
Mm-hmm. Ms Boyd, can I just clarify quickly, we'll come back to you, in terms of the Code of Conduct, in your legal and professional opinion, you're very experienced in this area, does a donation have the potential to influence a minister?
I don't think my opinions in this regard are of great assistance to the committee. I think those are views for the committee to form. I'm happy to provide you with legal information and background as to the provisions in the code, but I do not think it's appropriate for me to express a legal view in this forum. If the committee wishes to get legal advice, it's more than able to do so, but that shouldn't be my role here, I believe.
I'm asking for your opinion as legal counsel and as someone who provides advice to ministers and to governments on the Code of Conduct for ministers, which you regularly do. So do I take it that you either don't believe a donation has the potential to influence a minister, or you don't think that's
I don't
an
wish
issue?
to express an opinion in this forum. I'm happy to speak to the facts, and I don't wish to be uncooperative. I appreciate the relevance of
Why don't I
what
put it
you're
in the
asking.
context of facts then? Where a donation has been made in the circumstances of this appointment, would that have the potential to influence a minister?
Again, I won't speak to hypotheticals. I can only speak to the facts, and the Secretary has just indicated that he was not made aware of a particular donation during the process.
Mm-hmm. But if he were, and if you were, in circumstances where we know there has been a donation, could or would that have the potential to influence a minister?
I'm not going to speak to hypotheticals. That is a hypothetical question, and I reject that.
Mr. Duncan, you've correctly outlined the law, as I would expect you would, in relation to a merit-based appointment as opposed to a direct appointment. This was a merit-based appointment, and I think there was advice given from time to time, both by the people on your left and your right, about the obligations of ministers' officers not seeking to intervene in the appointment process, that it's your decision at the end of the day. Evidence has been given about a direction for a particular person to be interviewed. Do you consider that to be intervening in the process?
No, that part of the process I wasn't involved in, but I can speak to it. So that, as I pointed out, there was search, assessment, evaluation, and decision. It was in prior to the assessment process that there was some consultation, I understand, with the Minister's Office. I wasn't involved in that consultation, and there was a suggestion that an applicant be brought to the list. I will say, by point of clarification, at that stage there was not a short list. There was a long list of names, about 15 or 16, and I think the discussion was around what that assessment panel should consider.
But that goes to the whole of the assessment process, is that there are two assessment processes, one the assessment panel and then the evaluation panel, and then a report is made for you and you make the decision.
That's correct.
Now, you make the decision.
Yes.
The email to you on the 1st of July from Minister Haaland said this: As discussed, Scott and I met with both candidates for Secretary this morning. Both Josh and Benedict are highly capable leaders. However, Josh is a better fit for the department and for me at this time, and is therefore my preferred candidate. And then she goes on to say this: I highly value Benedict's contribution as CEO of Tahi and hope she will continue in the role. I would appreciate you helping me communicate that to her. Is that not a direction to you?
No, not at all. There's a couple of aspects to what you've raised. One is that the assessment process and the evaluation process were completely separate. That was the first part of your discussion. And that was done deliberately to have two separate groups of process so that the evaluation was completely clear of any risk of being involved in names coming forward or whatever at the assessment process. But as far as that's concerned, that was as the result of consultation in my mind. I specifically reached out to the Minister's office and said that I believed we were in the final stages of this. We had two very suitable, highly suitable candidates, whichever way you characterise it, and I believe that the Minister should meet with both of them and should provide her comments in writing to me, which is what I did.
But the reality is, she gave you a direction, didn't she?
I didn't see it as a direction,
Well,
not at all, because I did further work after this.
There's no other interpretation from that email that this is my preferred candidate, please communicate to the other one that you hope she continues.
Well,
what other interpretation can there be other than a direction to you?
Point of order, Madam Chair, point of order.
I'll hear the point of order.
The member is now making gratuitous commentary on interpretation when the witness has clearly said that is not his evidence.
It's pressing
So
question.
I ask that you call him to order. Like, this is not
Stop running cover.
This
He's
is
just
not the
asking a
Nine
question.
News commentary fest.
Okay.
It's we're hearing evidence from witnesses.
To the point, I'm sure this witness can handle it. This is a man of 40 years' experience in this business.
Well, you
Not
treat him
his
with some
first rodeo.
respect then.
Okay, order. I've heard the point of order. I don't uphold it at this point. The witness is quite capable of responding. If we can
I'm happy to
proceed.
do that, Chair. Honourable Member, I received that in the spirit that I asked it as a result of consultation. And I didn't feel it was a direction at the time. In fact, at that time, I was still getting further probity advice and other inputs to my decision-making process. So it wasn't possible to make my decision at that time.
Well, but it's not you necessarily, but in the mind of the Minister, she was giving you a direction.
Well, I guess I can do a lot of things, but I can't tell what's in her
Well,
mind.
if you read the email, it's a direction to you.
And I've said it before, I don't believe it's a direction. I didn't take it that way.
Ms. Boyd, did you prepare a report for the Premier in relation to this, whether the process had been
No.
complied? You didn't prepare?
I believe a report was provided in response to the Standing Order 52 call for papers, I
But-
believe. A report was prepared, but that wasn't by my hand.
But you didn't prepare any independent report to certify in relation to the manner in which the report, the process had been followed?
I was not involved in the process.
Perhaps I could answer that question. Are you comfortable if I answer
Oh,
that
sure,
question?
sure.
Yeah. The report is done and the process is done independently of the decision maker, and that was prepared by the Public Service Commissioner. So it's a standard report that goes with these processes.
So our Public Service Commissioner, who may not have been aware of donations by a particular applicant as part of the interview process.
She is the person that undertakes the transactional side of it and prepares the report that I would then present to the Premier. So she prepared that report in consultation with my office, of course.
What is the difference between very suitable and highly suitable?
Very little in my mind. It's
Why were the two different terms used?
look, in the process, I was at pains to say we would not be ranking, that we'd be deciding whether we had suitable candidates or not, and that it was my view that we would at least have one or two candidates to go forward to the Minister for consideration and comment back.
Indeed, but in terms of the evaluation panel and the assessment panel, it appears to be that a new category is introduced because unsuitable, suitable and highly suitable are generally the characterisation of candidates for this process. All of a sudden we see the introduction of a new category, very suitable.
Yes. My only insight to this that I can offer is in the deliberations we saw the two final candidates as very close, and the report was prepared by the search firm It was provided to the Public Service Commissioner and then provided to me. So that's an unusual category. It's not something I'm aware of, and that's the only insight I can provide you on that.
So in terms of the Minister's email to you, these candidates were reasonably close.
Yes.
So it was the email from the Minister to you that she preferred this candidate, which was determinative.
No, it wasn't actually. It was all of the factors I took into account. The assessment panel putting the candidate forward, the evaluation, the scenarios we worked through with all 4 candidates, the capability psychometric tests, right through to the probity report.
And one of them,
and the input from in consultation.
One of them was highly suitable, and the other was very suitable. The only thing that a piece of objective evidence before us in relation to the difference between the two of them is what the Minister says to you in her email.
No, also, I was the chair of the evaluation committee, so I got to see the performance of all 4. I saw the psychometric reports, I saw the reference checks, I saw the whole range of things, including the Minister's email.
And as a result of that, one of them was highly suitable, the other was very suitable. And that was the ranking you made, and yet something happened to change your mind, to elevate one above the other. And it can only be construed as the determinative factor was the Minister's email.
As you said before, this process came up with a very close result. There were 2 people there that in my mind were almost equal.
But one of them was ahead.
And best fit in the department was a decision that I was thinking through as well. I mean, I was looking for somebody of a certain type in line with the job description and in line with all of the other inputs that I had in front of me.
So the only thing that elevated Mr. Murray ahead of the other candidate was the Minister's email.
My response is it wasn't the only thing.
Was there any other objective evidence between the time of that email and your decision?
There was the interview process, there was a psychometric test, there were the
No,
reference
this is
checks,
after.
all of
No,
which
this is
came- all of
after.
which came
No, they're
after
done.
the interviews.
Yes, but after those, all of those were done.
Yes.
You put the 2 candidates forward to the Minister
That's right.
for her input.
Yes.
You had one in the highly suitable category. We know that was a woman that was highly qualified with experience, and the other one was a lesser category. And did you have any other objective evidence before you after all of that, other than the Minister's email?
And the probity report, which came after that.
Well, the probity report came afterwards, did it not? Because you had
He'd been
made a
selected.
selection.
No, that's not the case, because I'd started the discussions and had a draft report before I made the selection.
So at the time that you said one was more highly suitable than the other, do you say to us today that if in fact you'd had the probity report prior to the assessment by the Minister, that would have been different?
Sorry, to be clear, if I'd had the probity report and it said something negative, if that's what you're saying?
No, say it was as it was.
Well, that's not the situation I had. I had the situation and all the facts in front of me.
And the facts were that you preferred one over the other when you sent these 2 candidates to be interviewed by the Minister.
The panel had deliberations, and as you said before, they were extremely close. And I don't know why they used the terminology the way they did. But I was satisfied, as I said in my opening statement, it was broadly in line with the deliberations of the panel.
Well, it can't possibly have been, because one of them was ranked higher than the other.
That was the, as you said, they were very close, and that's the situation we signed up for. And you know, when you have 3 or 4 people in the room, they all have an opinion.
But the panel had ranked one ahead of the other, and the only thing which exists afterwards, and in fact the further direction is to exit out of the process one of the candidates and hopes that she stays. That's the only further direction which she gives you.
The other point that I would like to make is, and I said this clearly in the panel process, that they weren't to be ranked. And the criteria that came back, as you say, is not normal, and that wasn't deemed to be a ranking in my mind. and I'd asked that during the panel process.
But they were ranked, that's the fact.
Well, they weren't ranked.
were
It wasn't a ranking. It was that people put a
Highly
descriptor there
suitable.
that's not normal, and they were both very suitable or highly suitable.
But just to be clear, Mr Murray was not in the highly suitable category, was he?
He was in very suitable category.
Yes, but he was not in the highly
doesn't
suitable,
exist.
Well,
which was
as far as I'm
created
concerned,
afterwards.
that's semantics. I felt it could go either way, and with all of the information in front of me, I made the decision.
When you sat on the in your capacity, sat on the evaluation panel, Mr. Murray came through, was presented to the panel from the assessment panel as a risk. Was he not?
That theme came through, I think, from the search process as well. That's
Indeed.
correct.
And why do you understand that was the case?
Look, I think the search firm did not have a great understanding of his experience. We discussed this in the evaluation panel. When we opened up his presentation, his representation of his qualifications and his work with this Tier 1 contractor, he was very impressive. He provided a very impressive case. The evaluation panel didn't think that he was a risk after that process. Otherwise, if he was a great risk, we wouldn't have put him forward.
Well, but you still didn't elevate him to a level higher than the other candidate, did you?
As we said before,
Yeah.
it was a very line ball.
When you made that decision, Mr Duncan, did you document your reasons for doing so?
I did in the presentation to the Premier.
Did you take any steps in relation to the other candidate to have a discussion with her about her continuing with Tahi?
There was a continual discussion with both candidates
Did you
leading
have
up
that
to the
discussion?
appointment.
In accordance with the Minister's direction?
Once the appointment had been made, I had communicated with her.
So the Minister had given you a direction which you acted on?
No, it was my own personal ethics. I mean, I feel that you need to talk to all candidates in these processes and communicate. And, you know, she had put a lot of effort in, as had all the other candidates. And as I said, the four of them did an excellent job, and there was only one job to fill. So I did communicate with her afterwards and give her a debrief. In fact, I think we may have met in person. I offered that opportunity to give her a debrief.
So other than the brief to the Premier, you made no documentation about why you chose the lower ranked candidate?
The documentation was in the selection and evaluation report and in the material, the brief, and the document to the Premier. And that documentation was prepared for me by Public Service Commission in my office.
I think Ms Dobbins gave advice to you that you should document the reasons for your decision.
We documented the reasons as far as possible in the presentation to the Premier and in the brief.
About why someone with...
To include the preference of the Minister?
We said that we had consulted with the Minister and the Public Service Commissioner, which is the appropriate practice under the Act.
Okay. Thank you for coming along and for being available to answer our questions. I think some of us have been getting up to speed on what the recruitment process involves. And,
yes, it's very informative.
Yeah, it has been very informative. It's been a little bit of a steep learning curve. I think one of the issues that you might be able to clarify, and just listening to your opening statement, Ms Duncan, has begun to clarify this for me.
Yes.
When you talk about the two different types of recruitment process, and I'm looking at your briefing of the 26th of April in relation to the recruitment, we talk about, you know, what is involved in this merit-based selection process. One of the concerns I've had is from the evidence that we've heard from Mr Gartrell, there appeared to be a bit of interference or direction or guidance of some part of that process. But is it the case that the merit-based selection process really only begins at that assessment panel process? Do we need, I guess the question is, do we need the actual search and the filtering in and gathering of candidates into that process to also be independent?
Look, that's a very good question, and you could ask yourself in the modern day communications that we have, online, digital, how much we do need of that. But it's been a very traditional process, and it's happened with all other secretaries and processes, and it's done at arm's length in the Public Service Commission. So that would be something I think the Public Service Commission could probably answer a little better than me, in the fact that they do that My view of this, however, is there are different ways of doing it. You don't necessarily need to go through the search. You could do it through an expression of interest process. It depends how wide you wish to go, and that's the issue in this case. We went for international search, so therefore it dictates the type of firm. So you asked about the process, if I can answer that as well. The very reason we put an assessment panel in and an evaluation panel in was to separate things so that you had a very complete and really independent process. So the evaluation panel doesn't get into all of the numbers of people that apply in the assessment. The people that assess it, assess the capability, get into the evaluation panel, and then you do your work from there.
So theoretically, sorry, did you want to comment?
Sorry, may I just confirm?
Please.
Yep. Can Kate Boyd say something?
Please.
That's a very interesting question that you raised, and I think really does highlight the unique role of secretary under the GSC Act. They are very unique in terms of the rules that apply. There is no requirement to comply with the merit-based assessment rules in Part 3 of the rules. So there is no prescribed process. You really do have quite a lot of latitude as to how you conduct any recruitment process that you choose to conduct. The key factor, I think, when considering independence, as you've put it, is that under Rule 52, consultation with the Minister is formally required. So I think in that context, it is not surprising that the Minister would be consulted at various points within the process. And so I think you have to really examine this process in the context of those provisions and the fact that the role of Secretary is very unique in that regard.
That's an incredibly useful answer. So if we take that just so that I can fully understand. So if we took a sort of theoretical extreme where we had, say, the Minister went out and found who she thought was 10 suitable candidates and then put them into the process, would it still be a merit-based selection process if we're following the assessment panel and the evaluation panel to work out whether any of those candidates are actually suitable for the role? Would that still be a merit-based?
I think you'd have to look at that by reference to the principles in the merit-based rules in Part 3. And the key principle there is that candidates are assessed by reference to other candidates in light of their suitability for the role. And there is a comparison between candidates with the skills and experience for the role. So I think a closed selection process, it would raise questions as to whether or not there had been, compliance with that principle of merit-based assessment. But in this process, there wasn't a global search effectively, and I think the consultation with the Minister and the input and feedback from the Minister's office needs to be assessed in light of that.
So from your perspective, if the Minister had directly gone and asked somebody to apply, and I'm not saying she has in this case, I'm trying to do a theoretical, and had then directly told the search agent, can you please make sure they've got an interview, would that be problematic when we're looking at whether or not it would still be merit-based, because that it's still the assessment and evaluation panels who are making the decision on suitability?
It's difficult to answer hypothetical questions, as I've said, but I think that there is a role for the Minister in relation to the appointments of secretaries. It is incredibly important that ministers have confidence in the person that is appointed to lead their departments. And so you have to allow for a reasonable amount of consultation with the Minister about that. So that's all I would say on that point. And I think leave it to the committee to deliberate on that, on what level of consultation is appropriate in a merit-based process.
Could I just clarify one thing on that exact point?
Could you maybe wait till after? So, Mr. Duncan.
Yes.
Is it then unusual to see, given what I'm hearing then in relation to it not being unusual for a secretary position for there to be some consultation with the Minister in terms of the process, is it unusual then for a Chief of Staff to be asked to provide feedback on a shortlist?
At that early stage, I guess the process we put in place was unusual. When I went to the Public Service Commissioner, she said most of these secretaries are direct appointed. I felt, particularly given the request for an international search, that we'd had to go through a process. We set the 2 steps up to avoid any impact on the evaluation panel. So the issue of whether it's unusual or not, these things can happen, particularly when you are doing some consultation. So in this case, it was an unusual circumstance, the process, and I believe that was as a result of early consultation.
So if we look at just the assessment, if we look at, I guess, if we just park whether or not it was appropriate for the
Yes.
Chief of Staff to get involved in that shortlist, and we look at the merit-based process as sort of beginning at that assessment panel, and that being sort of the independent bit, was it then made clear to the members of the assessment panel that Mr. Murray had only been interviewed because the Chief of Staff had requested, or was that information not available?
I was not involved until the evaluation process. I deliberately kept away from the assessment process to keep separate to that, so I'm unaware of what was said in the assessment panel.
Is that something that you were aware of by the time it got to the evaluation panel
No, not at all, because
stage?
we had no connection between the two. That was the idea, to set the process up so that it remained separate.
Yeah.
So I had no briefing other than what I received, the materials I received from the search firm.
So the fact that there had been intervention at that early stage did not then present itself as something relevant for you in your deliberations. You were unaware of it at the time you were doing the evaluation?
I was aware that there'd been discussions prior to the assessment panel looking at it, and I was aware that there was contact made from the Minister's office, from the Chief of Staff, and my advice to the chair of the panel was, that's a matter for the assessment panel, not for me.
Right.
You know, it was not something I could get involved in, because quite honestly, I had to keep the processes separate.
I understand that the probity process wasn't undertaken before the evaluation stage. Is that correct?
Well, there's levels of work that the Public Service Commission and the search firm do. The probity piece that I did was after going through the evaluation stage and realising there's a specific bit of probity that was required over and above the normal codes, in this case because the person was coming from a Tier 1 contractor. So I specifically wanted to find out if there were any issues there, and secondly I wanted to find out if he should proceed, that we would have a mechanism to mitigate any risks that could be there, which is pretty standard practice in these sorts of appointments.
It appears from the SO52 that some of the very basic probity checks hadn't been done before the evaluation stage, things like checking driver's licence and passports and things. Is that correct?
Well, that's really a matter for the search firm and the PSC. That's not the role of the evaluation panel.
Is that something you would normally expect to occur before the evaluation process?
Not necessarily, because you usually do it on the short list, so that you're not sort of wasting a lot of time and money on people that are not going through to the end. So it's once you get down to, in this case, the final two, that you would do those checks. Same with reference checks. There's little value in doing all that before you get to that point, unless there was something staggeringly obvious that was a problem. But you would do it with the final two in this case.
I did ask Mr. Murray earlier about. I can't remember now if I asked Mr. Murray or one of the other witnesses, but I was asking about, sorry, it wasn't Mr. Murray, it was the witness, Mr. Lamb, about what level of, I guess whether the fact that he had come from Lang O'Rourke was... and the sort of requirements that would need to be put in place to manage a conflict of interest was considered at the time in terms of, I guess, the weighting of whether he was a good candidate or not.
Something like that wouldn't be considered as part of a weighting of the candidate process. It would be seen as risk mitigation if you were going forward with a successful candidate to do that type of report.
In terms of the level of management that's been set up to deal with the conflict of interest,
yes,
or potential conflict of interest, I understand that he's excluded from making certain decisions or being part of certain discussions for 12 months. Clearly that's going to impact on his performance in the job. Was that not considered as part of the evaluation
Not
process?
really. It's pretty standard practice in big government infrastructure organisations or in private sector organisations. You know, the old term of Chinese walls and things like that. You put things in place to mitigate risk, and probably the best solution to risk is transparency, and that's exactly what this is. Not only does he know about it, his organisation knows about it, General Counsel for his organisation knows about it, and he has to report to the Premier's Department about it. So any contact he has, he is pretty well sort of covered with that. And I've seen this in other government agencies. I see it all the time in the private sector.
When Ms Collin was being considered, and I appreciate we're not talking about Ms Collin in detail or her application in detail, but was the fact that she had just come from Tahi, which was clearly on the new government's radar in terms of let's call it a restructuring of Tahi, was that considered at all relevant in terms of her suitability?
Not really. I think that would be considered part of the government family and coming across as part of that process. That was not the same level as this risk at all. And they weren't, contracting with each other and that sort of thing.
Thank you.
Can I just ask one question to
we
Kate?
will come back to you with the time left afterwards. We will go to the opposition.
Thanks.
Sorry, the government.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to walk you through this process because I think it's very important. So we've sort of had this on evidence this morning, but I just want to clarify, Mr. Duncan. So you have this, shall we, for want of a better characterisation, a desktop analysis to create a short list from NGS, which has been characterised as less than satisfactory and maybe not worth the money we paid. Gartrell offers an opinion about other people who should go on, given that shallow gene pool. If that, at that point, it's got to go through the assessment and the evaluation vetting. If those two panels have discharged their jobs properly, those candidates wouldn't have got through that process, correct? In other words, what was served up to you, including Murray, was a vetting process by the assessment and the evaluation committee, correct?
That's correct generally, but I must correct one issue. The search firm were not asked to do a shortlist. It was the assessment panel that were asked.
So the search firm does the pool of candidates, the assessment panel comes up with the shortlist.
That's right.
And then it goes through the evaluation panel.
That's right.
But that vetting process to test the veracity or the quality of the shortlist would have knocked out anyone who was unsuitable, correct?
Exactly, and the types of people that we had on there were very experienced in knowing the technical requirements and other management and executive requirements of the role.
Now, can I ask you, in terms of your evidence about this very fine distinction between highly suitable and very suitable, which my colleagues were pursuing earlier, so you've got this situation where you've got these two potential successes for the job, being one highly, one very, and you described it as there's not a great sort of chasm between those two characterisations. Your consultation then with the Minister, that's in fact a requirement, isn't it?
It's a requirement under the Act.
It's not a voluntary thing where you're actually required to... Can you, from the want of sounding obvious, can you tell us why you think that provision is in there?
Well, I would imagine it was, as Ms Boyd has alluded to, these are very significant roles, and the Act would have done that specifically because you have, the Premier or the delegate making an appointment to the Minister's portfolio, and it would just be logical to me that there'd be consultation. It's a logical requirement under the Act to consult with the Minister for the Secretary appointment to their role.
So in other words, because the Minister... These are human beings and relationships we're talking about, and the Minister has to work glove in hand with her Secretary. That provision and that opinion from the Minister presumably would carry a fair bit of weight in the decision making if you had two candidates who are pretty close, correct?
Yeah, well, I think the word is best fit, and that's usually used in recruitment processes. You get down to the best fit for the position, and that's what occurred in this case.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Duncan and Ms. Boyd, if I could ask a question, I think that your evidence was that in this recruitment process that it was reasonable consultation consistent with, I think, Rule 52 of GSC was required, and that there is no requirement to comply necessarily with some of the other recruitment standards for other areas. And I think, Ms. Boyd, you said there was a lot of latitude in the process when it comes to appointing a secretary. I wanted to ask, how could you compare that or explain how that's different, say, to the appointments that might be made in other places in the senior executive service? You would be aware that tomorrow we have another hearing, and I think it's instructive to understand how this appointment and the process for this appointment differs from the appointment of, say, a Band 1 senior in the senior executive service. What's the difference in those processes?
Would you like me to answer that? I think the biggest difference is that the merit-based assessment rules in Part 3 of the GSE rules apply to any appointment of a public service senior executive other than a secretary. So you must appoint solely on merit, and I think there is no prescribed role for the minister in terms of consultation. In fact, due to recent amendments to the GSE Act, it is now codified that secretaries can't be directed by a minister in relation to the exercise of their employer functions. And of course, a secretary has the employer function for all of the senior executives within their agency or their department. So it is a very different situation.
So the minister, in contrast to the secretary, the minister does not have a role in the appointment. In fact, expressly doesn't have that role because it's delegated.
Not a statutory role, but I think in the second reading materials for the amendments to the GSE Act, which codified that secretaries can't be directed by their minister in relation to their employer functions, it was foreshadowed that ministers might provide performance feedback from time to time on senior executives. And, you know, that is reasonable, but the line is there that they cannot direct a secretary in relation to who is employed within a department, and that is central to the principle that the public service is independent and apolitical of the government of the day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My question's to Ms. Boyd, but please, I also address it to the others if they wish. Given that our terms of reference, particularly D, E and F, relate to issues to do with conflicts and conflicts of interest particularly, I thought it'd be worthwhile comparing and contrasting with other incidents. And I'll ask you questions about another incident that's relevant to the terms of reference. Given that the Honourable Natalie Ward was Sports Minister when her former boss, the Honourable Greg Pearce, was appointed to the Board of Venues New South Wales...
Point of order, Chair. This is just...
Which was within
this is just
the Board's
unparliamentary.
responsibility.
This is just a personal attack.
Hear the point of order. Do you want to make any comment in relation to that point of order?
I don't know what the point
What's
of
the point
order
of
I asked
order?
it to be ruled
Can I
out.
ask
It's
how
just a
this
personal
is
attack.
relevant?
It's relevant because we are dealing with not only with this particular incident, but in terms of our terms of reference, the entire day of today has been centred around conflicts of interest. Now, Ms. Boyd is the General Counsel of the Cabinet Office and is fully apprised of all conflicts of interest relating to appointments and the process for appointments and any other related matters.
Chair,
it's part of our terms of reference, and I believe, if I could at least finish my question.
Chair, this is in my submission, this is a personal attack on me. It is unfair and unparliamentary. If the member has an issue, he's always entitled to raise it by way of substantive motion in the House. This is an inquiry into the appointments of Josh Murray to the position of Secretary of Transport for New South Wales and Emma Watts as New South Wales Cross-Border Commissioner. If he would like to have an inquiry into me, he's most welcome to do so. I think this is just a low act by this member.
But my point is that the terms of reference were set by the House. The House's terms of reference, D, E and F, ask us to not only examine the particular incident that we've been examining all day, but presumably asked us to consider the broader issues about, as it says, public expectations,
Well, then
principles
call
and
me as a
requirements
witness.
for appointments.
Madam Chair,
And
can
I
I-
think it's appropriate that I at least be allowed to ask my question.
Well,
To the
at
point
least
of
do it
order, Madam
directly.
Chair, to the point of order, could I make a suggestion? By way of comparison, I think it's more than valid within the terms of reference that a comparative case study be used, but perhaps a hypothetical might be a good idea.
This is desperate.
Just on the point of order, I'm not convinced that from a procedural fairness point of view, proceeding with that particular question would be in order if I do think that the terms of reference are broad enough for it, but I think from a procedural fairness perspective, it might be better to put the question not on notice, but on a supplementary question, or if you could ask it in a way that goes to the principle rather than the specifics.
Okay, I'll ask it that way.
Thank you.
I comply with all of my obligations, unlike your minister.
Should,
Okay.
well,
Order.
Do we want to start with that?
No,
you
we
want
don't.
to start with that?
Order. You just have.
Really?
You've
I'm
just
not
done that.
going there.
This is a
Mr. Chair, I
desperate,
actually want to start with you as
desperate
well.
act by a member who knows better.
Okay,
If-
order.
Former
My
president
patience
of
is
the
wearing
House.
really thin.
I haven't even been able to ask my question.
It's
You have
outrageous,
given me a
man.
direction.
It was pretty ordinary.
I'm seeking to abide by the direction.
Please give it a go.
Now, my question then, if I may. In the case where a minister in the former government appointed her boss to the board of Venues New South Wales,
Well, that's just wrong.
which was within her portfolio of responsibilities, and that particular individual had donated $1,500 to the New South Wales Liberals less than 2 months prior to his commencement in the role, what disclosures would you expect that minister would have to make about the donation, conflicts of interest and any other key facts relating to the appointment, and who would they be expected to speak to about the appointment prior to it going
And
to
Chris
cabinet?
Minns did the same with
Okay,
Morris Yemmer.
order.
He appointed Morris Yemmer.
Order.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Primrose, but I have refused to answer hypotheticals previously in this session, and I will continue to object to hypothetical questions. I'm more than happy to answer questions about matters of fact, and I will remind all members that disclosures to the Premier under the Ministerial Code are confidential, and there is an overriding public interest against their public disclosure under the GIPA Act, so I'm unable to comment on specific disclosures that have been made to the Premier, either by former ministers or current ministers.
Yeah, thank you. And you understand why then I didn't want to make a
Desperate.
hypothetical, but I was abiding by the chair's.
Desperate act for that.
Yeah, and perhaps you could consider it as a supplementary question. Dr.
Sure
Keane.
will be.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Duncan, if I can ask you, you're a very experienced public servant, you've been a department secretary, and I wondered if you could speak a bit to the importance of a good working relationship between the minister and secretary of the department.
Well, I think the most important thing is communication. Absolutely, communication. And it probably goes to a point. I've got to finish something that Ms. Boyd said. Consultation is not defined in the Act, but I think basic, and that's problematic in a way, not in the rules. So I need to put that on the record. But communication is probably, and ability to work together, this concept that we mention and recruiters often mention in the way of best fit, people that actually are working and achieving the same goals is absolutely critical to that sort of working relationship.
Thank you. And you were part of the evaluation panel. Can I ask, we've spoken about the assessment panel and there's the evaluation panel,
Yes.
and you speak about the process deliberately being quite separate. And I don't know that we have yet asked or heard from any of our witnesses as to how the evaluation panel is selected. So you're on it as the delegate
Yes.
and ultimately the person responsible.
That's right.
Could you just talk us through this?
In the process, that the protocol that's there, the Public Service Commissioner is consulted. The Public Service Commissioner and I have a discussion as I as the Secretary of the Department, not as the Chair of the Evaluation Panel, about how we should proceed. We had that discussion. I have to say it was very challenging to find the independent in this, because it's sort of a field where everybody knows everybody. We felt the most appropriate and straightforward way was to go to the federal government and get the most senior bureaucrat in the transport industry, and that's what we did. We went for the position of experience, and obviously that person has broader experience in state governments in Victoria and New South Wales as well. So we went there, and the Public Sector Service Commissioner advised me that she normally sits on these processes, so that's how the panel was established.
Thank you very much. And that panel, which you just described its formation, did form the view that Mr Murray was a strong candidate and very suitable for the role. Can you talk us through how the panel reached that conclusion, and maybe the essential criteria in the report of the 27th of June?
That's right. Well, we went through there was 2 levels during the interview period. We gave them a pre-prepared scenario the weekend before and asked them to return with a presentation to the panel, which they did. We then asked them questions on that scenario. We went through the normal, pretty traditional process of half a dozen questions and then discussion in the process. So if you're in any interview process you've been in, it's pretty traditional, although the scenario was quite challenging, outlining the territory, the environment and the sorts of things that they would face, and challenge them to try and come up with how they would address the challenge that transport has in front of it. It's a $23 billion challenge. It's not an easy one. That's per annum.
Okay, and following that presentation, the traditional, Mr Murray came out as very suitable for the role.
2 candidates came out as we've assessed. Exactly.
It'd be inconceivable, wouldn't it, that you would serve up to the minister, as you're required to do, as you put on evidence before, an unsuitable candidate. Like, it's...
Correct.
Yeah.
And the reason for putting 2 forward was to minimise risk and provide a position. Anything can happen in these processes.
So this idea that somehow, because there was a dialogue at points in the process about extra candidates, that they would make the final cut solely because the minister wanted them, it just doesn't wash, does it, given the process, the various stages we've seen that they have to go through?
So, I'll go back to the point before, long list, and the assessment panel to do short list. Short list came to the evaluation panel. We were separate from that, so we only had the short list of 4 very capable people, I must say. And I can only say that, you know, in these processes you'd like to appoint 4, but you don't get that opportunity.
Mr Duncan, we heard evidence earlier today from the Deputy Commissioner of the Public Service Commission, who said that he was very confident that the process that was followed was independent and merit-based. And you've expressed that, you know, as a person ultimately responsible, that you expressly went into this process with that intent that it be independent and merit-based.
Absolutely.
How comfortable and confident are you that it did achieve that?
I am confident because of the separation and the process that we put in place. You know, I had almost daily discussions with the Public Service Commissioner, so I had independence there, I had independence in the process, and I'm very confident.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If there's a few minutes left, I'll go back
Thank
to
you.
the opposition.
Do you agree with me just that there is a difference between highly suitable and very suitable?
I agree with your original comment, which that it's very marginal. It's a paper thing.
I accept that. I accept that. That's what. But I just want to take to your report. Does your report address anything which, as to your reason, why Murray was more suitable in the final analysis than Colin?
The report?
Other than the Minister's direction to you?
No, I believe that I had all
Can
of
you
the
point
things
to
in the
anything?
report.
Anything?
I advised the Premier of all the considerations I took into account, including the consultation.
But can you identify anything in the report as to why one was more suitable than the other?
I said the various steps that I looked at, the reference checks, the
I know it
evaluation
says
process, and all of that.
Would you agree with this, that if the Minister is saying that the decision was her decision, she would be wrong?
I can't talk for the Minister, and I can't.
But I put it to you.
I have no opinion on that. My view is we made the best decision in the process that was presented.
Well, but if the Minister is in the public arena saying the decision was my decision, she would be wrong.
My view is that's a semantic position. I say that I got consultation process and feedback from the Minister, and I made a decision.
Yeah, but she takes the view that she made the decision.
Well, it's quite well documented that I made the decision, so that's the only comment I wish to make. I made the final decision, and I'm accountable for it.
Well, let me ask Ms Boyd, if the Minister is saying that it was her decision, at law she would be wrong, wouldn't she?
I believe the Minister may have been expressing a preference, and that her decision was that she had chosen a preferred candidate in the context in which she was asked who was your preferred candidate. So
she took the view that her email was in fact a direction, didn't she?
No, she made a decision about who she preferred and relayed that to the Secretary is one way of looking at that. But I'll allow you to draw inferences from those statements.
Try a different angle, mate. You're not getting it.
We are out of time. What I'm going to do is allow Ms Ward one more question, and then I'm going to allow Dr Kane a question, and then we will close.
Thank you. I just want to confirm, Ms Boyd, that this was a public service process with conflict of interest obligations. That's correct, isn't it?
So senior executives like Mr Duncan are bound by the Code of Conduct and Ethics for Public Service Employees, and they do have conflict of interest obligations, impose conflict of interest obligations on public officials involved in the process.
And this was a public service process to which that applies?
Yes, to the extent that members of the panel are public officials, yes.
Mm-hmm. And Mr Duncan, was the other candidate informed that she had to have a good... Was the other candidate... informed...
Doesn't matter if you stop, you've still asked 5 questions.
If I
could have asked it by now. Was the other candidate informed that she required a good working relationship with the Minister?
So we just keep talking.
Okay.
That was absolutely the reason for candidates going forward, and the candidates were informed that there was more than one going forward.
That was determined.
If there are further questions, Ms Ward, you can put them on notice. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr Duncan, in your opening statement, you outlined your long and impressive experience as a public servant and your experiences at the highest levels of the public service. From that, we could assume that you're competent and well able to take a suggestion from a minister and not read that as a direction from a minister, that you've been around long enough to understand your responsibilities and know what the balance of that relationship has to be.
I would certainly hope so.
Thank you.
Thank you. That does conclude this session. Thank you very much for coming along. To the extent that there are supplementary questions or that you took questions on notice, there'll be 21 days to respond, but the Committee Secretariat will be in touch around that. That does conclude us. We will welcome our next witnesses in just a moment.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we ready? Yes?
Yeah, dehydrate. Yeah.
I now welcome our next witness. If I could ask you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Dr. Marianne Broadbent, Managing Partner, NGS Global, and I will use the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. And would you like to begin by making a short opening statement?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
My name is Marianne Broadbent, and I'm Managing Partner of NGS Global. And I would like to make an opening statement that outlines the processes that we support and make some comments in relation to specific issues in the committee's terms of reference concerning the appointment to the position of the Secretary for Transport for New South Wales. NGS Global is a top-tier executive search and leadership advisory firm. Our partner team have led high-level executive search services to the private, public, education and not-for-profit sector for about 16 years. These partners have been engaged to undertake multiple appointments for departmental secretaries, commissioners, chief executive officers and other senior executive searchers across all jurisdictions in Australia, as well as the broader Pacific. Over the past 4 years, we've personally managed dozens of successful executive search services, including those for board chairs, board members, across and CEOs and C-level across multiple sectors, including for major integrity bodies. Regarding the search and recruitment for the Secretary for Transport for New South Wales, I was the lead executive search consultant appointed by the New South Wales Public Service Commission to work with them and the Department of Premier and Cabinet on this appointment. Our understanding with this appointment was to be a merit-based competitive process. As you would appreciate, this work is usually done with a high level of confidentiality and sensitivity, and we work to the brief provided by the client. I'd like to make two further comments. One is in relation to the brief. Our brief, both in terms of the written role description and verbal briefing, stressed a strong mix of strategic leadership and operational experience and diversity of experience for the appointment. In relation to scale and scope of accountabilities, there was importance of experience in large, diverse, dispersed workforce, taking them through change while continuing to deliver and improve upon service outcomes for customers and communities. We were advised that there was less need for the appointee to be experienced in the infrastructure, construction management or project leadership aspects of a portfolio. Second, I'll refer to the process. Executive search and recruitment processes go through a number of stages, and it's an iterative process between the client and the search firm. This includes extensive global outreach to potential candidates and tapping multiple sources for recommendations. It also includes extensive interviewing and screening of those candidates who could possibly be shortlisted, and in this case that was about 12 candidates. The client will usually recommend names to include in the candidate pool or their interest in particular candidates through the search or advertising process. Our practice is that we provide a number of preliminary reports that group the candidates into categories. We describe these as client progress reports, and I note that the second of these reports has been quoted in the media. In these reports, Category A includes search candidates and significant internal candidates who've indicated interest in the role. Group B includes others to whom we've reached out. Group C is those that have recently applied who are under review, or those assessed as not recommended. And Group D are those approached who have declined. Mr. Murray applied for the position and his application was acknowledged in the usual way by our team. So in the second client progress report, his application was in the under review category. It was not in the rejected category. I acknowledged that there was some confusion initially as his application became separated from his cover letter in our office, and I phoned him about another role. But that was quickly corrected in a matter of minutes, and I apologise for that confusion. Mr. Murray presented as clearly intelligent, articulate, well-motivated, and keen to pursue the role. We received a message from the client that there was interest in his candidature. We proceeded to undertake a full screening interview, and that subsequent report showed that we assessed him as competent or high in all capabilities. Part of our job is helping manage risk or stretch in roles with candidates, and it would be remiss in our process if we didn't mention that. This does not mean that the candidate could not do the job. The areas to which reference is made in the fuller candidate report post our full screening interview with Mr. Murray related to the initial brief we were given, including the size and scale of direct leadership accountability and experience, and the lens of chief of staff type roles versus direct line management roles. We completely understand that there can be a change of emphasis over time, and these decisions are with the client rather than the search firm. And as you've heard, the fact that there were 3 candidates regarded as suitable by the evaluation panel in fact indicates a strong process and a strong outcome. Finally, I think it's important to note that we developed a very good relationship and mutual respect for Mr. Murray throughout the process. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with questions from the opposition.
Ms. Broadbent, thank you very much, and thank you for your opening statement. Your firm has been the subject of significant criticism in this room today. Have you been able to listen to any of the proceedings today?
Some of it, because I had other client commitments which I wanted to keep because I don't like to disappoint clients. I would just stress that the process was very robust. We there were 35 candidates who declined, who we approached, and I spoke with all of those. 12 of those were international candidates who were included and who were approached. I think based on what you've heard, it was indeed a robust process.
So the fact that you included in your initial search reports, or progress reports, your contact with a whole wide range of people, would you appropriately describe that as preparing a puff report?
No, I would not, and I could take exception to that. But if you look at all the people listed in the decline, they were either recommended to us, they were known to us, or they were part of the search process where others recommended them. There was a strong desire to have someone who had good international experience, as mentioned earlier, and who had strong executive experience. And I don't believe it was a puff process, and I don't think anyone actively involved would say that.
I'm not accusing you of that, others may. Ms. Broadbent, you've indicated to us that in relation to the stages in which you progress the various applications, they are included in various categories, A, A1, I think B and C, and you've indicated C may fall into a variety of subcategories, being those who are unsuitable and those who have not yet progressed through the system. However, by the time you get to a so-called list for the assessment panel, that process is complete, is it not?
We were asked to prepare a set of shortlist recommendations, which then the assessment panel proceeded to review, along with all the documentation, and then decided on 4 candidates to take forward to the evaluation panel.
So by the time that it got to the candidates you referred to the assessment panel, you had formed a view by way of either interview or some other assessment about their suitability or otherwise, and those candidates you had formed a view about their suitability or otherwise, had you not?
Based on the initial brief that we were given.
And at that particular brief, Mr. Murray, for example, was described as a significant risk.
We did use those words, and that was later modified to risk, and there was always a stretch.
That was modified to risk after the assessment panel had in fact completed its analysis.
Yes.
So it was modified from significant risk, but he remained a risk in your view, did he not?
There was always a stretch, and the panel report mentions that as well in relation to the role being more complex than other roles.
The fact is that he didn't have any operational experience, did he?
He had less operational experience than some other candidates, but he had many good qualities, which we've also mentioned.
Well, he had good communication skills. He had some
strong people leadership, good communication skills, intelligence, commitment.
Yep.
All of those are also mentioned in our report.
But the risk is that he had never run a railway, never run a bus line, never run a ferry line, never run a road system. His chief experience, to the extent that he had it, was in relation to working for a construction company?
He had less executive transport management experience than others, but he had been Chief of Staff earlier on, and having had relatives who've been Chief of Staff areas, I know that you deal with a lot of complexity and a lot of oversight in those roles. We certainly did not discount that either.
And in terms of his ability to manage people, the direct reports to him, the maximum would be between 250 and 500 people that he was.
That was what we understood he shared with us at the screening interview. But he had influence over many others.
Well, he may have had influence, but in terms of his management skills for people, it was a team of between 250 and 500 people.
Look, I could use an analogy here if you're open to it. I had a role in Gartner where I had to influence a lot of people that didn't report to me. And that meant that I had to use very strong communication and influencing skills. Yes, it's different to straight operational experience, but those are still very valuable skills.
Yeah. But this was a much bigger operation than 250 to 500 people, was it not?
It's 27,000. Not many people have managed 27,000 staff.
So when you describe him as risk, that would be a component of that issue in your mind, would it not?
It was a different type of role that he had before, but it would be different for most people as well.
Well, and in respect of other candidates, they also had ability and in terms of their leadership skills, they had communication skills. You would have assessed them the same way, would you not?
Yes, we did.
And in fact, you assessed some of them more highly than Mr. Murray, did you not?
We did.
Yeah, and it was because you took into account, looking at all those range of factors, they were, in terms of their experience, ability to communicate, leadership skills, people skills, they were probably ahead of Mr. Murray.
We worked to the brief we had and to our understanding of Mr. Murray's background.
Well, what do you say? Do you say anything in relation to that brief that you had that was deficient?
Probably the latter discussions were around that strong understanding of government, and a higher weight might have been put on that interaction with government. Other candidates had that in different ways, and I completely accept Peter Duncan's comment about it is important that a minister be comfortable with the secretary. Those were not factors we were able to take into account early on.
Well, of course, because it's almost impossible to be able to analyse that in the. But well, of all the candidates that you saw, he was not the preferred candidate in terms of your assessment of him, was he not?
He was not earlier on, and when we scored him, he did relatively well. And we marked him as I say again, we marked him as competent or high in all capabilities against the scoring grid.
And as you did with the other candidates as well. And
with the other candidates who went to the evaluation panel, yes.
Were other candidates informed that a good relationship and good communication with the minister was a requirement?
I think most of the candidates had some experience in that area, and most shared that with us.
But were they told that it was a factor, and indeed a decisive factor, in their application?
Well, I think communication skills are always important, and the communication skills and the criteria is listed in the role description as well.
And of course it is for a role such of that calibre of communication is of course a skill, but were they informed specifically that communication and a good relationship with the minister was a decisive factor?
That would have been a conversation that I had with each candidate that I interviewed, yes. I say a factor. I can't say whether it was a decisive factor, but certainly a factor. And it is, we've done multiple departmental secretary roles, both in Australia and elsewhere, and that is always a consideration, and candidates at this level are certainly aware of that.
Would NGS Global ordinarily, and I'm not having a go, I'm asking factually, ordinarily put a candidate forward for consideration if their appointment was likely to be a significant risk?
It's not unusual in the sense that there are many roles where there's not a deep candidate pool for some roles. This is a very complex role, and there's probably not a lot of people who could do that role. We included him in our recommendations.
Why was that?
Because we felt that he had a lot of good attributes.
But not operational experience?
That was in not a particular type of operational experience.
In running a transport network? All right.
Running trains and a transport network was important, but not supreme.
Yep.
I mean, real experience in leading large organisations.
But a lot of the other candidates had significant experience in running trains, did they not?
They had experience in running transport systems.
Yeah, that's right. Let me ask you, this is that you did in fact get an instruction, did you not, from the Minister's office to include Mr Murray on the short list for the assessment panel, did you not?
We had no interaction with the Minister's office at all, at any stage.
That's right. No,
as with other candidates and potential candidates, we received messages about who Department and Premier Cabinet might be interested in, and that was not exclusive to that. We did the same with other. Is
it true to say that you received an advice from Diane Leeson to include Mr Murray on?
We included advice from Diane Leeson that there was interest in Mr Murray's candidature. I believe that's how it was phrased.
Thank you.
Sorry. Do you see a difference in the terms highly suitable and very suitable?
Well, I listened to part of Mr Duncan's assessment. We're very accustomed to using suitable, very suitable and highly suitable.
They don't appear anywhere else except generally the three categories are unsuitable, suitable and highly suitable, are they not?
No, we certainly are accustomed to the very suitable. It depends on the jurisdiction, and that's not unusual.
So what's the difference between highly suitable and very suitable?
Well, the evaluation panel, we did seek to see if there was a lead candidate. As has been indicated, they were very, very close, and my recollection is that Ms Collin was ranked slightly ahead of Mr Murray. The reason there was some concern about that was to ensure, and the Public Service Commissioner can speak to this, that there was that identification at the time of those candidates who could possibly be appointed, and my recollection is the lead candidate.
Do you include in any of your interview process a question in relation to potential conflicts of interest, which the panel should be aware of when they're interviewing a particular candidate?
We do, and we also knew that would also be followed up later on. We do not and did not ask questions about political conflict of interest.
Why don't you do that?
Well,
this is working for the government.
We were assessing their leadership capabilities and their suitability for the role.
But wouldn't it be something that should in fact be at least drawn to the attention of the assessment panel as a potential issue if it arose?
Well, it's very clear from Mr Murray's CV, and he made no attempt to hide it, that he had been a Chief of Staff for a Labor government. And so, in our view, that was obvious to the selection, to the evaluation panel and the assessment panel.
But he didn't tell you that it wasn't very clear to you that he had made donations to a political party, was it?
We would not ask that
Why not?
that stage. We'd ask it. And I mean, I can express a personal view here that I don't think someone should be ruled out
No.
because they have political or have had political affiliations,
I-
or that they've been
I'm
a
not
chief of
suggesting that
staff.
they should be ruled out, but it is a relevant question to ask so that everything the assessment panel may have to consider is on the table.
We'd certainly think about that in the future if we think that's important.
Did you play a role, Dr. Broadbent, in choosing members of the assessment panel?
No,
Do you have
no role at all.
Sure. Do you have an understanding of how Verity Firth came to be on the assessment
I
panel?
can't answer that. I was advised who was on the assessment panel and who was on the selection panel.
And is it ordinary to have a so-called independent member on these assessment panels in your experience, including prior appointments in departments, for example, the Department of Planning?
Sorry?
Is it usual in your experience to have so-called independent members appointed to these assessment panels?
Yes, certainly Ken Mathers was considered that. And I would say about Verity Byth that she has had a significant executive career since being a Member of Parliament, and I think probably brought a particular insights into the role as well.
In addition to being a former Labor minister, though,
Yes, again,
which is
that
clearly
was,
a factor.
that was
and it's not
clear.
unknown.
No issues there. I actually got to know her through her role at UTS as well.
The Premier has stated, I think it's been stated publicly, the amount of money that you were paid for this role. No doubt you worked hard for that in the recruitment and selection process. The Premier has said that in hindsight that was an unnecessary expense. Do you have any comment to make about that?
The fee was not 125k, it was 100k, just for clarity. The 25 was probably what the department spent on advertising. It's always a case that if...
Was it a waste?
If I couldn't say whether that was. I think there was a robust process followed and there was an outcome from that, and there were 3 candidates considered suitable. And we canvassed multiple international potential candidates as well, which we were asked to do.
Dr. Broadbent, can we just go back a little bit just to looking at this progress report number 2, which lists Josh Murray under that C1 group. That was the one that then got sent, as we now understand, to Mr. Gartrell. He then responded to that, asking that Josh Murray be considered for interview. Is it normal for a report at that point, when we're considering sort of who is getting put forward to go to the interview stage, for there to be people who are still sort of under review? Is that a...
It was early in the process. It wasn't late in the process. It was early in the process. My recollection is not too long after applications closed, and we had not yet met with Mr. Murray either. And I don't know about Mr. Gartrell receiving it. We had nothing to do with that at all. So that's all I can say about that.
Did Mr. Murray put in his application later than other people? Why is...
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. I mean, the search process takes a while. It's important to understand that. As well as the candidates whom we approached literally dozens of sources as well. And it usually takes, especially with an international search, it usually takes a little bit of time for people to come back there.
So under Group C1, the heading for that is advert applicants with some relevance or under review.
Yeah.
Was he under review or did he have some relevance?
Both. And under review at that stage, we hadn't made any final decisions.
Was that at the 7th of June?
There was a...
Was that at the 7th of June?
The second...
No, I think it was earlier than that.
No, it's May, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, it was May.
Yep.
7th of June was the shortlist recommendations report,
so
as opposed to the final shortlist report.
So in that 29th of May report, he had been reviewed sufficiently for it to say Oh, I see. Has some relevance. That's why you're saying he sort of fell within there. So he had some relevance, but experience largely in corporate affairs as chief of staff. Has not had a level of operational complexity required for this role. That comment, has not had a level of operational complexity required for this role. Was that then just on the face of the CV?
That was on the face of the CV before meeting with him, and his background was much richer than that first comment would have indicated.
After doing the full review then, was there then another report where he's then moved up
Yes.
to being in
Yes.
category?
It's important to understand the client progress report and the shortlist recommendations are two entirely different reports in the sense that the categories A, B and C are not the same.
Right.
So that's probably important to
So was
understand.
the second progress report on 29th of May the final progress report? And then we've moved
Then
to
there was a shortlist recommendations report that we provided, which was discussed by the assessment panel, who then decided on the 4 shortlisted candidates, and from that we prepared the final shortlist report.
So between that 29th of May report and the shortlist, sorry, what was that called? The shortlist
Recommendations report.
Recommendations. Did that note change around the level of operational complexity required, or was it still seen that he didn't have the sufficient level of operational complexity required, but there were other mitigating factors?
His level of direct operational accountability, in our view, was less than some of the other candidates, and there were other features, other attributes that he had where he was very strong.
And in that period between this second progress report and that shortlist recommendations report, had NGS been made aware that there was interest in Mr. Murray as a candidate?
I think that was mentioned. I couldn't find the email with the exact date on it. I've changed my system thanks to Outlook, but let's not go there. And that message, I believe, came from Di Leeson, but it was simply that there is interest. We don't know where that interest came from, but we were at the stage of looking at those who were under review and then deciding those who we would further interview, which is what we did.
Is it fair to say that message from Di Leeson then influenced the decision to put Josh Murray on the shortlist?
He would have been on the shortlist anyway. So in that sense, our decision was to do a full screen interview for Josh Murray, having spoken to him on the phone, which I did. I did a phone interview and then decided that, yes, it would be appropriate to do a full screening interview with him, which is a longer process, and either face-to-face or on something like Teams, which is what we did.
In your experience, have you ever had a situation where a client has suggested that somebody be added to a shortlist recommendations list and that has not then been complied with, or that you've pushed back against it? Other examples?
Well, there's a difference between adding someone to a shortlist that's already decided. The shortlist was not decided until the assessment panel reviewed all of the material, and he was already on the shortlist recommendations report at that stage.
So he was already on the shortlist recommendations report at what stage?
At the shortlist recommendation report that we provided, I think on the 7th of June, to the assessment panel.
Prior to that was when you had been informed that the client wanted him or had interest in him being on that shortlist.
They were keen. The message we got was that there was interest in him being interviewed.
So again, the question then is, in your experience, has there ever been a situation which a client expresses an interest in someone being interviewed and then...
By us. Interviewed by us.
By you, and then NGS says, no, I'm not going to do that.
Well, we would always interview them.
Yes.
Because we think that it is the client's prerogative.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And our advice then is to meet with them and provide our assessment of them, which is what we did, which we were intending to do and did.
Okay. How many government appointments would you get of this nature? Like how many contracts would you get per year with the New South Wales government?
Probably 3 or 4, sometimes more. It depends, and it depends on the level as well. We have done quite a number of roles with New South Wales government at different levels, including departmental secretaries prior.
So we're looking at around $400,000 a year on average of work?
It would probably be less than that. We report on that every 6 months.
Yeah.
That's on the public record. Every organisation that is on the panel that undertakes search for New South Wales government is publicly reported, and we do those reports every 6 months. We send a form to fill it in, and we do, and so that will be available readily.
Given the extent of the work that you do for the New South Wales government, though, you would be, like you would for any big client or any client at all, trying to make sure that the recommendations and the work that you produce is in line with what's expected by the client, correct?
We feel that our job is always to do an assessment of such that our role is to help clients manage risk in their appointments. And so we will always be fairly frank about that, and perhaps that's partly why we're here, I guess, because we were. But we do not hesitate to provide our informed and objective perspective. It's something that clients value, and that's usually why they ask us to take on these challenging and difficult roles, including roles that are in the public domain.
Do clients, and I'm not talking about the New South Wales government here, but any client, do clients, or have you had experience of clients using NGS Global to sort of tick a box for an appointment that they knew who they were going to appoint anyway?
No, I don't believe we've had that experience.
Did you feel at any point in this process that there was a predetermined outcome?
I did not. The whole process could have been done differently if that was to be the case.
Thank you. What I'll do is I'll go to government members, and then I might come back and give Mr. Latham the 5 minutes that are left if he wants them. So,
Thanks.
Dr.
Thanks.
Kane.
Yeah, if I could, thank you, Dr. Broadbent. And you've covered quite a bit of terrain, so we'll, jump back and forth a bit for some of these issues. It would be common practice for you to seek input or feedback from your clients, and indeed, didn't you do so on the 13th of May? You asked Katharina Lowe and Diane Leeson for, it would be helpful if they could share any potential candidates that you would want to pursue or not. So it'd be quite common practice, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, and we always, in the early stages, share, as part of the reason why we share our early thoughts, which sometimes get us into trouble, but we share that openly with the client. It's good for the client to also know where we're at. It's an important part of assurance on their part, and we will always ask, are there particular clients in which they're interested, and also are there particular clients in which they might not be interested.
Speaking of getting that pool, how do you go about the global search for candidates? Can we get a bit more detail on how you get to those lists?
Lots of hard work. We have very good connections in the sector, which is part of the reason I believe we were chosen. We research like organisations in different parts of the world. We were specifically asked to look at the UK and also Canada. We also looked in the end at New York because there were a number of people who had worked in the UK and who were familiar with the New South Wales system who were now working in New York. We have good investigatory powers, so we identify the individuals we would like to approach. We seek their contact details. We approach them. As I said, I spoke to all of those candidates. At the same time, we approach many potential sources, people who might make recommendations, both in and out of government, to add to that list. And that's what we did in this process. And then it's a fairly laborious process of pursuing people, hassling them, getting on their radar, presenting the opportunity to them. And in some cases they might say, no, the timing is wrong. In this case, the international candidates, many of them said the timing wasn't right for them, the remuneration wasn't high enough for what they were on now. But many of them knew about New South Wales as a very large and complex system, and they in fact made some recommendations. And then for those people who are interested, we ask them for a CV. We don't always ask them for a cover letter initially because they might want to consider it further. We will then phone interview them if we haven't done that already. We will then do a video call with them. And then if they're interested and we're interested, if we don't have a cover letter, we will ask them to provide that. That's part of the standard process.
Dr. Broadbent, there seem to have been throughout the process some, let's call them glitches. It seemed that at one stage Mr. Murray, you might have been speaking to Mr. Murray and presuming that he was applying for another job. It appears that he might have been being referred to by a different name, which might have confidentiality implications. And then you've just spoken about a letter being separated from a cover letter being separated from his application. That has somewhat muddied the waters a little bit in terms of the clarity of this process and the dealings with Mr. Murray, hasn't it?
I wouldn't think so, in the sense that it was a momentary situation. Mm-hmm. As I said in my cover statement, in our office there was an initial mix-up that I rang Mr. Murray thinking he was interested in a different role. That quickly became very clear that that was not the case. I apologised to him and then we took it from there. That whole process would have been no more than a couple of minutes.
Okay, and we heard that there was a change in status in terms of risk assessment of Mr. Murray by NGS throughout the process. Would you agree that all applicants are going to have some element of risk associated with them? Would that be a fair thing to?
Yes, candidates usually have some element of risk and a stretch as well, and that's usually commented on in our reports. And the statement re risk was minimised after the assessment panel review because clearly there was further knowledge of Mr. Murray there. And
can I just explore that a bit, because I think it's an important point. So the risk element was attenuated after you actually interviewed and spoke to Mr. Murray, correct?
We indicated it initially, I think.
Yes.
And
after interview.
And then it was referred to more obliquely in the client progress report in relation to operational experience. And then we referred to it as a significant risk because it was a more complex role than we assessed that he had undertaken before, and that was also commented later on.
And this is on the basis of not having experience in sort of direct operational. I think that the numbers were a key thing there. You were talking about, what was it, 25,000 employees vis-a-vis...
27,000.
27,000, and then the previous experience was 250. But then, for whatever reason, subsequent to that, you've come up with a decision, or a decision's been made that, well, hang on, now that we've spoken to him, and you mentioned this about the ability to influence and communicate with people, that decision was then turned around subject to actually seeing what this person had to offer, correct?
We certainly had further information. We still included in the recommendations that we thought there was a significant risk, but that does not mean that someone cannot do the job or should not be awarded the job. Our job is to point out where we see there could be potential.
And that's a degree of that would presumably involve you due diligence insurance to cover yourself, because it's a superficial defect, but it could be a problem down the track. But if it's ironed out during the process, there's no issue, is basically what I'm getting out of this. So in terms of the other sort of attributes, you've got a situation where I think the Department of Transport is worth 70% of the capital spend of the state budget. And the fact that Mr. Murray had come from a major infrastructure arm which serviced the state government, that presumably was a big tick in terms of the qualifications?
That's positive, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Dr. Broadbent, it seemed to appear from your earlier statement and answers that your understanding of the brief shifted somewhat, and so towards the latter stages, a strong understanding of government, you took that as the brief. Was there a change in your understanding of what the brief was?
I think in the assessment panel discussions, that became more significant in terms of someone who had understood government from the inside, if I can put it that way, and that clearly Mr. Murray was highly respected in that Chief of Staff role, and I understand by both sides of Parliament.
Okay. And there's just a couple of things that I wanted to confirm, because they've been sort of at the heart of some of the contentions. So NGS Global, was it ever directly in contact with the Minister's office?
Never, no. All our contact was through Di Leeson and Katharina Lowe and Peter Duncan.
Okay. And you've explained a bit the process, but I wonder if you could explain a bit how the assessment of Mr. Murray, that your initial assessment, and I know it did change, varied so greatly from the sort of experienced public servants and independent panels in both the assessment and the evaluation stage. Why was there such a gap?
I don't think there is a gap between our report and the final panel report. Many of the things that we commented on in our longer report that the evaluation panel received were also commented on in the evaluation panel report. There's not a significant discrepancy between those two.
Okay, so you're saying that downgrading of risk assessment was just part of the process?
Well,
everything else was quite consistent.
After the assessment panel, you will always look at your reports, which we did, and we just took it from significant risk to risk, and that's what's in the material that the evaluation panel received. There are individual reports with scoring against capabilities for each candidate, and that's there.
I wanted to ask you in general, with your vast experience as a recruiter, and I understand perhaps author on this subject as well, I wondered if you could comment on, in terms of recruiting, particularly at this level, are you necessarily looking for candidates who have the exact experience for the roles that you're recruiting for? What is it that you're looking for at that level?
You're looking for someone who can effectively lead an executive team, someone who understands the portfolio, looking for someone, in this case, who can inspire others. That was very much part of the brief, who can inspire, who has a strong strategic capability, and in this case to an understanding of the operations, and preferably some operational experience. But this was very much seen as a leadership role rather than a technical specialist role. That was the briefing that we had.
Thank you. And with regards to the assessment panel, there's been some suggestion, I think by implication, some of the questions about the appointment of Verity Firth. Your interactions with her and your understanding of her full career, including her very relevant time as a minister, how did that position her in terms of her qualifications on the assessment panel?
Well, I don't comment on the qualifications of people on panels, and I've already made some other comments about Verity Firth, who I would say at a personal level I got to know after that process and knew her slightly before because we had done a role which in the end reported to her, though we didn't have contact through that process.
Thank you.
You mentioned that before that as part of that sort of global pool that you were availed of, a lot of them dropped out based on lack of remuneration. They were getting much better remunerated, and a lot of these people were from the transport sector, I think, was the evidence. So Mr Murray, as I understand it, falls into that category, but in the sense like he's one of the ones who was much better remunerated but decided to take the role. Would that have been a rarity? Like, were there other people who were willing to take the role who were on much better remuneration, or was Mr Murray one of the only ones who sort of was prepared to take that pay cut?
There were a number like that. However, I stress that for quite a few of the internationals, it was a matter of timing because they were undertaking major programs of work, or in a couple of cases, it had only been 6 months or a year since they'd started their new role. Look, we do have the privilege of working with senior people who have either come in from the commercial sector, which is a specialty that we are known for, ensuring a good cultural fit, best fit, as Peter Duncan said, and advocating the psychic reward and the contribution that they can make. And as I commented in my opening statement, Mr Murray was clearly very well motivated. I did not ask him his salary, but my assumption was it was considerably more than the Secretary's role. Regardless of that, he clearly was keen and was articulate about
and
his motivation.
All, that would presumably be a pretty, not the be-all and end-all, but it's a pretty key indicator. If someone's getting remunerated on, I don't know, $1 million plus, and they're prepared to come down to $550, $600, whatever it is, you would think the motivation and the capacity would be there. Otherwise, they wouldn't survive in that private sector role, right?
Yeah, well,
Point of order, Chair. I'm not sure this witness can speak to the state of mind of the candidate about change in salary.
You can ask Neil Davis.
Okay, order.
Well, it wasn't a
I'm
question
sure
about
that the witness
candidates.
is capable of saying whether or not she can.
I'm comfortable in responding to that because it was clear that Mr Murray would be coming down in salary, and it was also clear to us that he had a strong sense of service, and as one of his referees commented, he sort of had some unfinished business. He was keen to make a different kind of contribution. As a search consultant, that is actually what you are keen to hear from people from the commercial sector, as long as they've got an understanding of the culture in which they'll come into, because some people want to come in and fix everything, and that's usually not the right motivation.
He had some spare change to make donations.
And so once you have this situation where the others drop out either because the remuneration's not great enough, they're tied up with existing projects, the advent of Murray, with extensive experience in the infrastructure game directly related to the transport portfolio, plus the fact that he was prepared to take a pay cut, that helped in the distilling process because there wouldn't have been many people in that situation.
There were others.
There were others,
yes. There were others who would similarly done that, including one of the overseas candidates, one of the international candidates.
Okay.
But certainly that does show motivation. And as I said, he was articulate about the reasons he was keen to do it. And I've met many people working in ministers' offices. I met many people who have very good motivation. I don't believe necessarily the standard view of this. And I think that, as I said before, a period in a minister's office should not disqualify you for a significant role, as long as you have other developments.
I'll allow Mr. Latham to ask some
Thanks,
questions.
Chair, and thanks, Dr. Broadbent. Was there anything in Mr. Murray's educational qualifications that had anything to do with transport?
I don't recall. I'd have to look and check, but that's not unusual. In a senior appointment, people often gain experience in a domain on the job. I think his undergraduate qualifications were in communications.
Yeah, he had an arts degree with broadcasting, which I think was his main role at Lang O'Rourke. Did you ever see any evidence that he was closely involved in the design, construction, operational, delivery and performance of major infrastructure projects? Just because you work for a big company doesn't mean you're out there on the coalface. If you're doing corporate affairs, normally that means media, lobbying, communications, and you might have absolutely nothing to do with those major projects he cited, the hospital in the UK, the Palm in Dubai and so forth. Did you ever see any evidence, especially given there was no referee from that company?
My perspective would be that he had a good understanding of the processes related to infrastructure
I didn't
development.
ask about his understanding, his involvement.
And involvement.
What was his involvement?
I don't know fully. I can't explain all of it, but certainly he was able to explain to us some of the work that he'd been involved in, particularly with changing processes in areas and in being involved in decisions around.
What sort of processes in which areas?
I'd have to go back to our report to remember all of those. Yeah. But they were to do with how they undertook supply chain, I think, and how they undertook other areas.
Right. Your company's not going to get any more work off this government, is it?
I have no idea. I hope we do. We have done some very good work for this government, and it's a privilege to do it. But as one of my other clients commented, sometimes you need danger money as well.
Right. Oh, well, there's a 20-year friend of the Premier and close ally of the Transport Minister who thinks your work's been substandard. So good luck. I'll hand my time to...
Thank you. Just one question from there, and then Mr. Trudeau. I just want to understand, so the first report was there, and then there was a change made between that and the second report about the operational experience. That's your evidence today?
It depends which report you're talking about. I mean, we presented about 5 reports in all over a period of time.
I'd find them, but I don't have much time. So why don't we just say
it was
between
just
an earlier and a later
to do with
report?
what went to the evaluation.
Yep. Between those two, there was a change made in the assessment of operational experience. Is that correct?
There was no overt change there. It was just the word significant risk became risk, basically.
And that was based on your further discussions with the candidate, is that right?
That was based on further understanding of the candidate's background.
Yes. And what references were checked during that time?
You don't check references until after the evaluation panel has interviewed the candidates, because it tends to put their... It damages the confidentiality of the process if they have to provide referees. So referees were sought at the request of the evaluation panel after the evaluation panel interview.
So that change in the report wasn't based on any fact-finding from the referees themselves. It was based on the candidate saying that they had better experience and had been appreciated.
It was based on the discussion with the assessment panel.
Yeah, but not from the referees or otherwise verified.
No, the referees are attached separately. The referees are done after that process.
Yeah, so not between those two reports.
No.
Well, to that point, one of the things that in your report of the 7th of June, which was the one that went to the assessment panel, and which was then altered by the assessment panel, it did appear that you had properly considered his background as a Chief of Staff.
Yes, we did.
So what did change after?
It's more the discussion of that at the assessment panel. That didn't change in our at that stage. It was more the discussion of the quality of his work there also.
So you were aware, as of the 7th of June, that in his Chief of Staff roles in the political domain, he had to assimilate, this is what he's told you, many issues, and in the transport portfolio, this included a key role of setting up the state plan in the landing of the Sydney Metro scheme.
Now that's, on the face of it, that is just plain wrong. This was a 2008 assertion when he was in a Chief of Staff role, and you never checked that.
Well, the builder did more building than they did.
He helped land it, that's my
He
understanding.
helped land it.
Land it where? Which bit
All
of
right.
turf?
Order.
This was a project delivered in 2017, I think, and he has claimed that he landed it.
Are we freewheeling now?
That he claimed that he landed it.
Order, please.
Rubbish.
Thank
Absolute
you.
rubbish.
Order.
He landed on the moon.
Deary me.
It is mine.
Thank you so much for attending
Congratulations.
and answering our questions.
I was dreaming.
To the extent that there were questions taken on notice, or there will be supplementary questions, you'll have 21 days to respond. But that does conclude our time with you today. For the benefit of those watching at home or at work or wherever it is that you might watch such a thing as this, we will be taking a half-hour break and be back at 5 o'clock with our final witness. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're good? Excellent. Welcome back. Apologies for the slight delay while we sorted out technology issues. And welcome to our next witness. If I could please ask you to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
And I've also now realised I don't have a copy of the affirmation. Has it been sent to me?
I can read it to you if you state your name and position title.
Yeah. My name is Verity Firth. I am the Pro-Vice-Chancellor of Social Justice and Inclusion at the University of Technology, Sydney.
Thank you. And would you rather the oath or the affirmation?
The affirmation, thank you.
Yeah. If you repeat after me, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm.
I solemnly and sincerely, truly declare and affirm.
That the evidence now about to be given by me.
That the evidence now about to be given by me.
Shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. You've got the opportunity to make a short opening statement if you would like.
Yes, well, thank you very much for that, and thank you for inviting me to give evidence today. I apologise that it has to be online. I've just had a busy set of meetings today, so this was the way it could work for me, so I appreciate the flexibility of the committee. On 15th of June 2023, I attended the shortlisting assessment panel for the Secretary of Transport role. I believe I was appointed to the panel due to my 20 years experience in public sector, university and not-for-profit leadership in Australia. As Minister for Education from 2008 to 2011, I led an agency dedicated to frontline service delivery in complex and contested political and fiscal environments. At the time, the agency had 100,000 full-time equivalent staff and an annual budget of $14.6 billion. Since my 4 years in politics, I have spent a further 12 years in senior executive roles in the not-for-profit and university sectors. I'm currently, as I said before, the Pro-Vice-Chancellor, Social Justice and Inclusion at the University of Technology, Sydney, and an industry professor for education and public benefit. I have experience recruiting for CEO and senior executive positions across both the public and private sectors through my senior executive role at UTS and also through board positions that I hold. On the 13th of June 2023, my executive assistant received an email from Diane Leeson attaching the NGS Global Confidential Shortlist Recommendations Report dated 7th of June 2023. Also attached to the email were the cover letters and CVs of the candidates for the role. The assessment panel, as I believe you've already heard today in evidence, but the assessment panel consisted of senior public servants from New South Wales and Victorian jurisdictions, or ex-public servants, and myself. I found the process adopted by the shortlisting assessment panel to be robust and transparent. The panel examined 9 candidates listed in the A and B groupings provided by the NGS Global Shortlist Recommendations Report, reviewing the cover letters and CVs of each candidate and discussing their strengths and weaknesses in an open and collegiate manner. The candidates were assessed against the position description for the role and the capabilities attached to that position description as defined in the New South Wales Public Sector Capability Framework. At the end of the process, we recommended a short list of 4 candidates for interview, 2 of whom had been recommended by the recruiter for shortlist consideration and 2 that had not. The decision of the panel was by consensus. I believe the assessment panel process was independent and merit-based. The assessment panel was diverse, with different people bringing different perspectives. The discussion was open and collegiate, and all up, I found it to be a positive experience.
Thank you very much. We'll start with questions from the opposition.
Thank you for making yourself available. Is it Professor Firth?
It is, yes, thank
Professor?
you.
Professor, you were invited to be on the assessment panel as a result of a phone call you received from Minister Haaland. Was that not the case?
Yes, that's correct.
So she approached you directly and asked you to be involved with the assessment of her new Transport Secretary.
Yes, the assessment for the shortlisting process. My understanding, as she described it to me, was that she'd been asked to nominate an independent member for the panel by the department. She originally nominated Carmel Tebbit, but Carmel Tebbit wasn't unable to do it, so she rang me basically to see whether I was interested and available.
So, in terms of an independent, you were the independent person for the purposes of this panel?
Correct.
And did the minister suggest there might have been other independent panel members other than a former Inner West politician?
The minister, as she put it to me, was that she wanted someone on the panel who had experience in government. So she wanted someone who, the qualities that Carmel Tebbit had was similar to the qualities that I had, in that we had experience in big frontline service delivery agencies. We'd had to manage big portfolios with complex constituencies, tight fiscal environments, and all the pressures that brings to the role. Had an understanding of the political dimensions of the role, but also I think most importantly in the 12 years since I've been a politician, I've also had experience being a senior executive and recruiting for senior executive roles. So in some ways I felt that although my ministerial experience was definitely relevant, I also think that my professional experience in the years since was deeply relevant as well. I've been part of recruitment panels for senior executive positions across both the private and public sector. And so I was happy to offer my assistance. I felt that my skills would be useful.
So you would have had before you the assessment report from the recruiters dated the 7th of June 2023 in relation to Mr. Murray.
Correct.
And in that report, he lists one of his roles, or the recruiters list one of his roles as Chief of Staff in the political domain, and he had to simulate issues in the transport portfolio, did he not?
Yeah.
Because in fact he was a previous Chief of Staff for the Transport Minister, John Watkins, and in fact became the Chief of Staff for Premier Morris Yema. When you read that document, one of the things that was claimed, and I assume this was claimed by Mr. Murray in his interview with the recruiters, was that he had landed the Sydney Metro. Did you query that assertion?
That assertion wasn't part of our discussions in the shortlisting panel. So what we were most interested in was his Chief of Staff experience, how that would translate into a role such as a secretary role, but also, again, what had happened since 2008 in terms of his professional experience. So strategic leadership, stakeholder engagement, leading big teams of people. Remember, this was a shortlisting process. We weren't needing to determine whether or not Mr. Murray would be the successful candidate. We didn't interview Mr. Murray. We were simply seeing whether he passed the threshold for eligibility for shortlisting, which by consensus the committee believed he did.
Well, wouldn't it have been important to you? Wouldn't it have been important to you that he was telling the truth?
It didn't cross my mind that he wasn't, and I still don't know whether that's the case.
Well,
what I did know was that he had been Chief of Staff based on his CV. He'd been Chief of Staff for the Transport Minister, and he'd been Chief of Staff to the Premier. And anyone who has been in those particular senior roles in government needs to have a really holistic view
I agree with that.
of the complexity of service delivery. So that was what
having been a Chief of Staff, I agree with all that assessment of the role of Chief of Staff. However, if I was to apply for a job and make an assertion that I landed something that I didn't go within a bull's roar of landing, wouldn't you say there's a credibility issue here?
I didn't see it that way, no.
You didn't see it that way?
No, I did not question what was provided to us by the recruiter and the CV and the cover letter of Mr. Murray. We just took it on its merits and had a proper discussion about whether or not we thought he was eligible for interview.
But from your experience, Professor Firth, you were aware that he did not, in fact, land Sydney Metro. That's a stretch.
I assume what he was referring to when I read that piece, I assumed he just meant the start of the Metro project, which is true that happened during the those years.
And you would say starting it, not landing it, not completing and delivering it is slightly different.
But obviously, it was like, he was involved in those first days of when the Sydney Metro was announced and began its journey.
Nonetheless, I mean, having been the Chief of Staff to a Transport Minister over decades ago, would you not think it's more relevant to have more recent experience for somebody in this role? I mean, the transport sector has changed significantly in the intervening time where things have been delivered and there is a lot more to deliver. Would you not have thought that an appropriate skill is some more recent experience in that space if you're hanging some gravity on that aspect?
Yeah, and so all of what is being discussed here today was discussed in the shortlisting panel as well. Like we went through why I think the process was rigorous is we went through each individual candidate one at a time, talked about their CV, talked about their cover letter, and talked about them as a candidate, right? So when we were assessing Josh Murray's suitability for interview, yes, we said, yep, Chief of Staff, interesting experience, relevant to this role, but we also looked at his Lang O'Rourke experience, and we were also interested in the role he played in terms of strategic leadership and change management at Lang O'Rourke. Even the people piece was interesting in terms of his experience at Lang O'Rourke, because we knew, like any big public sector agency delivering these huge projects, you need to have good people experience.
Thank you.
So,
I hear that, but you have highlighted his Chief of Staff experience, and I guess my question is, there were other people that had much more recent experience in the present transport space, specifically the other candidates. I'm just wondering how you came to reconcile that, given that equally with those candidates, in respect to them, he was rated as somewhat of a risk, not having had the operational experience that they had had. How did you reconcile that?
Well, like any shortlisting, there's always candidates with strengths in some area and less strengths in other areas. So areas where Josh Murray was stronger, other candidates were not as strong, right? For example, in overarching strategic leadership, right? However, we balanced that out, right? Like we're creating a shortlist. So what we actually want to do is create give a number of opportunities or options to the interviewing committee with different strengths, for them to be able to do a deeper dive into the capabilities of each candidate through the interview process. Josh Murray didn't have to, for shortlisting, the candidates don't have to tick every single box as 100% brilliant at every single thing.
Yeah, Professor.
There's no one who could do that role. We just wanted to make sure that we believed he was eligible for an interview, and I think he was. I don't actually...
Well, Professor, just let me ask you this. How long have you known Josh Murray? You knew him when he was a Chief of Staff in the previous government, did you not?
Yes, I did know him, but I don't consider that I know him well. I wouldn't
so you know him. Did you know the Minister, Jo Halen?
Yes, I do know.
And you've known her for some time?
Yep.
So you're an independent person on this panel, and you at least know one of the people who are being interviewed. Does that truly make you independent? Or did you declare that in relation to the assessment panel, your previous relationship, both with the Minister and with one of the candidates?
At these very high-level recruitments, which I'm sure you're aware of, because I'm sure you've been a part of them as well, it's rare that the recruitment panel don't know most, if not all, of the candidates, right? So what I liked about the panel was that we were all very open about who we knew, who we had professional relationships with, and who we'd worked with. That's normal, but none of it was considered a big enough conflict to actually be able to prevent us making an open and objective judgment of who should proceed.
Yeah, but he was a work colleague of yours, was he not?
Well, to be honest, I'm being totally honest, I really don't know him very well. He was the Chief of Staff for Morris Yema for 2007 to 2008. I was a junior minister in the government at the time. It is likely that we had conversations. I'm not going to say we didn't. I can't remember, but it's probably that we did. but we weren't close colleagues. We didn't work closely together, and he was no longer in the government from 2008 on, which was what, of course, the time when I became Education Minister. So I actually don't know him very well professionally. I just know him.
But you know Joe Halen well?
I do know Joe Halen well, yes.
And John Graham?
Yes, I do know Joe Graham.
What's your relationship with John Graham?
Is that relevant?
Again, just long-term friend and colleague.
Well, longer than that. He was a staffer, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Did you forget
Yes,
that?
he was.
Your
Yes.
staffer?
Yes, he was my chief of staff
Your
for
chief of
my
staff?
early days. Yeah.
Yeah. So the web of intertangled relationships is quite extensive in this process, is it not?
Wow.
Have you spoken with John Graham about this appointment?
No, I have not.
No. And in speaking in this role, did you consider that the conflicts could in any way, to the reasonable person, present a proposition that perhaps this wasn't independent? Just stepping back from it, there's a lot of labour relationships. I'm not doubting your experience and I'm not doubting your credibility, but there's certainly the appearance to the reasonable person. There's a lot of people who know each other who are kind of stitching this up for him. Can you understand how that could be the perception, which is perhaps why there's some interest in this appointment?
The advice that I received was that the department had requested that the minister nominate an independent panellist. So that was her nomination, which was never, as far as I know, to the best of my knowledge.
Do you not think Rob Stokes might have been a better independent person, having headed transport and been recently there, and that would have been perhaps the appearance of more independence than someone else?
I think the way that independence works on these panels, it's around direct employment relationship, either through a government agency. It's really about not being directly employed by the New South Wales Government Service.
Doesn't really look above board though, does it?
I don't think so. I think it looks perfectly fine. I think, as I said, I thought it was a robust experience. It was open and transparent within the committee, and people were very honest about any relationships they had.
Did you ever attend a Legislative Council committee meeting?
Order. We are going to Mr. Latham for questions now.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Professor. When Joe Halen spoke to you about coming on as a so-called independent member of the committee, did she discuss with you any of the candidates who'd come forward?
No, she didn't.
When did you find out that Josh Murray had been a candidate for the position?
When I got the NGS Global report.
And did you have any discussions with Scott Gartrell about Mr.
No,
Murray?
I did not.
Or anyone associated with Jo Halen and her office?
No.
And in terms of coming on as an independent, you said you know most, if not all, of the candidates. How many others did you know, as well as you knew Mr.
Oh, no,
Murray?
sorry, I didn't. That isn't what I said. I said I knew Josh Murray. I didn't know the other candidates.
Right. I thought you said
What
that
I
on
was
these
saying
panels
was that
normally.
I don't think there was a single candidate that someone in that room didn't know.
Oh, okay.
Like we were all saying, yes, I've worked with this person, I've worked with that person.
And that's the nuance. And knowing someone, having worked with them in the past, isn't that a reason to declare a
Yes,
conflict?
and so when we were discussing Josh, I did. I said, just so people know, I know Josh Murray. And I remember I said at the time, in fact, he's the only one I know, but I do know him. And I said exactly what I just said to you. There was an overlapping time between 2007 and 2008, and I know him.
And having declared that interest, you still participated in the decision to take him forward as one of the four?
Yes, because I don't think it was a critical interest.
Right. And what do you mean by the term independent?
Yes.
I mean that there is no pecuniary, no relationship to the government of a pecuniary nature, no interest in it for me.
What about political interest? Because a feature of this issue under inquiry is a fairly firm network of hard left Labor factional people in the inner city, from Albanese, the two Gartrells, Halen, Tebbit, yourself. Everyone seems to be cut from the same political cloth. What about political independence?
I don't think that I have any political interest in who is the Secretary of Transport at all, especially now that I'm not in politics anymore.
But you were in the same Labor faction as Carball Tebbit and Joe Halen.
correct, but it's irrelevant to the shortlisting process.
Well, why is it irrelevant? Because it gives the impression of some incestuous, cronyist type arrangement where people from a certain political clique are looking after each other.
Well, it is irrelevant. I don't know Josh hardly at all. And I really was just looking at the candidates based on the assessment in front of me.
But
I thought it was a good
but
process.
having been brought onto the panel by your factional ally and friend Joe Halen, wouldn't there be, for a reasonable person to expect, oh, well, she would probably do what Joe Halen would do in that position? That's not independent, is it? Arm's length from the minister.
I think I've had enough experience, and remember, I've been out of politics a lot longer than I've been in politics. Like, I have a professional reputation. I wouldn't do that. I'd actually want to have the best person in the job. I did it because I was interested in being a part of recruitment processes. I like them. I always find it interesting seeing what people have done in their lives and their careers, and I thought the process was a robust one.
But all the people you could find that had some experience in government and transport, why do you think the minister initially picked Carmel Tebbit and then you?
I don't know. You'd need to talk to the minister about that. What I do know is that she told me she wanted someone with experience running a big service delivery agency, right? And with some knowledge of that scale of operation, and then some additional knowledge post-politics of how these sorts of high-level recruitments work. And I was happy to help.
Right, okay. But do you think there's a public perception problem here that it seems very hard to get a prominent position in infrastructure these days, from the likes of Michael Deegan to Jim Betts to Josh Murray, unless you're satisfactory to the political factional clique that we're talking about in the inner city of the Labor Party?
All I know is that the process was robust, it was good, it was open, transparent, and I was happy to participate in it.
Right. Do you regret declaring interest about Josh Murray and then participating as if the interest didn't matter?
No, because it's not it was actually the same level of interest that other people had in other candidates when they said, oh yes, I worked with so-and-so for a couple of years in the public service. It was exactly the same level of knowledge of the person.
Right, and given what I'm talking about in terms of perception, the leg up advantages, bias, manipulations that were favourable to Mr Murray on the entire process, it's overall a very bad look, isn't it, for the integrity of what happened? Do you regret being involved at all?
No, I don't.
Were you paid for your participation in the assessment? No, it's a fair question.
Well, it's not your time for questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the member had finished.
No, it's
I haven't said thanks, Chair, which indicates I'd finished my line of questioning.
Thank you. So it's my time. Thank you. Could I ask you, Professor, you mentioned when you received on the 13th of June the recommendations in relation to the candidates and the cover letters. Those recommendations were from the 7th of the 6th, I think you said. You said that they were categorised as A and B in that report. What were the two categories?
So they were the candidates that were recommended for shortlist consideration, of which there were 4. Mm-hmm. That was A1. There was Group A2, which was other candidates who could be considered. Mm-hmm. And there was Group B, other candidates interviewed by NGS, not as strong. And I'm quoting from their categorisation, obviously.
And how many were in A2?
Of that we ended up proceeding to interview.
Sorry, no, you said there were
how
4
many people
A1.
in A2? Sorry, you've frozen?
That's okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yes.
So
Say it again, sorry.
So you said that there were 4 candidates in the A1 category. How many
Correct.
were in the A2 category?
2 candidates in the A2 category.
Mm-hmm.
And then 3 candidates in the B category.
Right. So you were considering 9 all up. And then you said that when you came up with the 4 to recommend go to the next stage, to the evaluation committee, you said 2 had been recommended by NGS and 2 had not. What do you mean by that?
So without revealing, because I know we've had this conversation, not revealing anyone's identities, obviously, So 2 candidates from A1 proceeded to interview.
Mm-hmm.
1 candidate from A2 proceeded to interview.
Mm-hmm.
And 1 candidate from Group B proceeded to interview.
Okay, thank you. And can you tell us which category Josh Murray was in?
Group B.
Group B. So can you just tell me the title of Group B again? So interviewed.
Other candidates interviewed by NGS.
Yep.
Not as strong.
Not as strong.
According to their categorisation.
Okay. And so on what basis then, when you're looking and you've got in front of you applications, you've only got that information in front of you, but presumably you've also got your own experience with particular candidates. What were you looking for in order to, I guess, take the Group B categorisation of Josh Murray and then move him into that? We're going to consider him anyway. What were the factors that led you to push that up?
Yeah. So the first thing that's probably important to note is that in my experience with recruiters, they're really useful, they're really good, they do a whole lot of that early legwork that's really important. But our job as the shortlisting committee was not just to rubber stamp the recruiter's opinion. Part of the reason of being a shortlist assessment committee was that we were deliberately put there to bring different opinions and assessments and experiences to the process. And theirs was absolutely legitimate, point of view, but it was just one data point, right? So what we were looking for explicitly when we were actually in the shortlisting committee is we were looking, I suppose, we had a bit of a debate around what is really needed as a leader for the Department of Transport in the next, iteration of its journey. We talked about the need for strong strategic leadership. So we had a bit of an early conversation about what is it, the qualities that you need. And we also talked a bit about the leadership team, like the executive team as a whole. So where you've got really strong operational deputies, you can have a strategic CEO type role. Where you've got, less strong operational deputies, you may need to have a stronger operational CEO, whatever the case may be. So we were also looking at the holistic point of view. So as I said before, really in terms of Mr. Murray's candidacy, we felt that for the next, again, remembering we're talking about shortlisting for interview, and we felt that he did have genuinely the capacity to be shortlisted for interview. We needed a strategic leader. We needed someone who understood holistic, all whole of government type interactions, which he would have learned. We needed someone who was good with stakeholder management and customer service. We needed someone who was good with, even resources and cost blowouts and a whole range of other things, right? So all of those boxes from what we had on the papers, and remember these are paper-based assessments, we went, that person should proceed to interview. There were other, as you know, strong candidates too, and we all thought they were strong candidates too and should proceed to interview.
So in your experience, because you said you have done quite a few of these processes, how often does a candidate come from that sort of lower category in this sort of stage of the assessment and then proceed above the other candidates who have got that sort of higher rating to begin with?
This isn't the first time I've seen it at all, particularly when there's been an initial recruiter process. So again, not talking down recruiters because they really do play a really good role and they're very useful. And again, we had really good conversations with Marianne as a part of the process too. But it is just one opinion, and absolutely I've been part of other processes where we've talked through the recruiter advice and then we've said, no, but we particularly like this candidate. Often we'll even then stress test it with the recruiter. Is there a reason why you've put them there? Oh, okay, but this is what we think. So no, it's not the first time in my professional experience where I've seen that happen.
Okay, thank you. Government, Dr. Kane.
Thank you. Thanks, Professor Firth. Just talking about the assessment process. So you mentioned that the resulting list was by consensus. So in the end, the panel of yourself and the other assessors agreed on the final list. And is there any stage of the process that we haven't understood yet? I heard you just describe the kind of criteria that you used. Was there anything in particular? Could you walk us through, without going into detail, the process?
So as I said, the reason I felt it was robust was that the process we adopted was we had an initial conversation. We talked about what are the key things we want to see in a shortlisted candidate for interview. So we talked about the key capabilities, referencing back to the position description, but also having a general conversation about what was needed at this point in time for the Transport Secretary role. And we then stepped through each candidate, talking about each of them, talking about our view of their CV, our view of their cover letter. If anyone did know them professionally, someone would say, oh, I had worked with this person before for 3 years. My experience with them was a good one. We just talked through each candidate. So we talked through all 9, and then and at the end, we'd all sort of chatted it through, and then we were just asked to put up what we felt our shortlist would be, and a consensus approach came up with the shortlist. And what was good about it was genuinely consensus. There weren't outlying opinions. There were people genuinely just chatting through the issues and also wanting to provide a good spread of candidates to the interview panel.
So at any time during the process, before, during, did anyone direct you to preference, to show preference to any particular candidate at all?
No, not at all.
And so you applied the same that same process, that same criteria across all of the candidates that you were provided for?
Absolutely, yeah.
Professor Firth, you were a former minister. I know you've done a lot since. But I wondered if you could talk a bit about the importance of the role of secretary and the kind of skills and the importance of the relationship between the secretary and the minister.
Well, as you would know, it is very important that there's a relationship of trust and transparency between the minister and the secretary. Whilst the secretary always needs to give frank and fearless advice, it is important that there's good communication between them and that the minister has faith, I suppose, professional faith in the secretary. So it is important that the minister has confidence in the secretary of the department. It's virtually an impossible relationship if they didn't. So yeah, that's all I've got to say really. It's a critical role in government, and if that doesn't work, nothing can work. You've got to get that relationship right.
So you've spoken a bit about both your interest in the recruitment process and your experience in it. Was this process consistent with other recruitment processes that you've been involved in? Was there anything that was particularly different, or was it consistent with the recruitment at executive level?
It was entirely consistent with recruitment at executive level. If anything, it was more, a proper process, and clearly so, but it was entirely consistent, including the relationship of the recruiter to the assessment panel. I've had a number of those sorts of interactions, and it was really similar, very, very consistent in exactly how professional practice across both public and private sector appointments.
Okay, so I just want to ask a follow-up question to that. So when you say it was even more proper, I think were your words, what made you characterise it in that way?
Well, I felt that it had, the fact that we had a separate assessment shortlisting panel from interview panel, I thought actually gave it an extra layer of rigour and protection, because I actually hadn't had that before, where the people shortlisting then don't proceed to be the ones interviewing, but it gave an extra overlay. So we assessed the shortlist and then we hand it over, and the deeper dive happens to a separate group of senior public servants, and I thought that was a very rigorous process.
Okay, thank you for that. I wonder if you could comment. There's been a lot of public coverage of Mr. Murray's appointment. Do you have concerns about whether that will have implications for attracting qualified candidates to senior roles in the future?
I do. I don't want to complain about it in the sense that obviously public scrutiny is important. Obviously, these are public sector jobs and important jobs. So in essence, I think it's important that we have this sort of scrutiny, but it worries me a bit because particularly at times like this, we really need good quality candidates applying for these roles. These are complex, difficult, in the spotlight sort of roles, and it does worry me that if this happens with this appointment, people just won't apply for these roles in future, and we need to harness all the talent that's out there because there's so much complexity at the moment to the challenges that government faces.
If you don't rort the process, you'll probably get good.
Professor, can I just go to this sort of narrative that somehow because you're friends with the minister that you're inappropriate for the role of the assessment panel? I mean, assuming that when you're in that position, you would have taken the same view that if you're going to make such a momentous appointment and you're asked by the process to nominate an independent and you've characterised that independence as not being in and of the public sector, you bring to it the independence that's associated with your role outside politics and the public service now, then you'd want someone that you knew and that you trusted. So would that be a fair enough statement? Like, is that why you think you were chosen by the minister? Because she knows your capabilities, she's worked with you, she trusts your judgment. This would be highly sort of unremarkable, wouldn't it? I mean, you'd want someone to...
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think so, yes. Like,
want someone that
I believe, and she told me that she...
Apologies, Professor Firth.
Order. Can we get the question answered?
Seriously? Just all of you. Order. We have somebody who is online, who is trying to hear us. This is really disorderly. Can we just stop the sniping from the sidelines and give this witness the respect she deserves of asking her questions and letting her answer them? Go ahead.
Yes, I do believe that you would want someone whose professional judgment you trusted for such a critical appointment. And again, to draw parallels with other public and private sector practice, again, that's not unusual. In the university sector, we do tend, when we go for independent, we go for people working in other universities, often in similar types of roles, who often we know well, have a collegiate respect for, respect their judgment, respect their professionalism, and invite them into the process. And that's definitely the spirit of which I took her invitation into this process.
And given the amount of time you've been out of politics, Professor, I think you said, how many years is it now? 14?
Yeah, 12 years. I was thinking, 12 years.
Can you just outline some of the experience in that post-politics role which gives you the qualifications to make these sorts of judgments on the assessment panel? Because I think it's important that this is drawn out, because there seems to be an inference that she's Joe Halen's mate, she's just there to do a bidding. I mean, I think it's important we address that.
Yeah, well, immediately after politics, I was appointed as the Chief Executive Officer of the Public Education Foundation. So I was a CEO role myself, and obviously had to recruit, obviously, to my own organisation and work with a board. But probably more significantly, I am now Pro Vice Chancellor at UTS, which is a senior executive role. I'm on the board of Teachers Mutual Bank, as well as the Front Project, as well as the James Martin Institute. And in all of these board roles, I've been involved in high-level recruitments at the CEO level, which is why I say I have experience with both across both public and private sector organisations. I've worked extensively with recruiters, both in terms of my own staffing recruitment, but also in terms of sitting on panels, often as independent members for other organisations. I was tallying up this morning. I think I've done senior executive CEO role recruitment at least 10 times. And I've done sort of recruitment more generally across a whole range of roles at least 20 times since I've left politics. I feel that I was in politics for 4 years. It's now been 3 times that. that I've been out of politics and I've had a lot of professional experience since politics that I believe makes me useful.
So if I'm Minister Halen looking at Professor Firth as a potential person for the assessment panel, here's a person I've known for a long time who I've worked with and I rate and trust. Here's a person who's been a minister who's run mega departments and with all the associated complexities and relationships with the secretary that go along with that, which is highly relevant to this appointment. And on top of that, a person who's had extensive experience in the private sector of recruiting. So tick, tick, tick.
That's why I looked at it and it's why I said I was happy to help.
Okay, thanks.
Are there any other questions?
Yes.
Final 30 seconds. Mr. Primrose.
Oh, please.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. You've mentioned in your opening statement and again just then about your experience recruiting to similar roles. I was wondering if you could refer to that and talk about some of your experiences in those other roles without identifying anyone, and how robust do you think this particular process has been?
Well, the reason why I thought this was particularly robust, as I've explained before, was partly the two-stage process. But what I found in my other experiences, it's extremely valuable working with a recruiter. The recruiter does a lot of the legwork that is difficult for you to do often as whether you're in a university or even in a private sector organisation with greater resources. And the recruiter in this instance did do that. I absolutely understand why they went to a recruitment firm for a global search. It's extremely difficult to do a global search without a recruiter in the modern day and age. So I've worked extensively with recruiters. I've always had good relationships with recruiters, but it's always been a robust relationship too, because the reason why you have assessment panels, interviewing panels of experts and professionals, either directly in the industry to which you are recruiting or in, with related skill sets or skill sets can provide some diversity to the conversation, is that recruiters have just one set of opinions. They're just one part of the process. The reason I feel that this was a more robust process is that two-stage analysis, and is the fact that in the actual panel itself, we went through candidate individual by individual. I felt that the experience that the panel had, particularly those who'd been involved in high-level public service recruitment, was invaluable. I learnt from them, and I had an interesting insight into what I thought was a really good and robust process. So to me, it aligned with my professional experience elsewhere, but it also gave me that additional insight into a process even more rigorous than some of the ones I've been a part of in the private sector.
Thank you. Unfortunately, that's all that we have time for. Thank you for fitting us into your schedule, Professor Firth. To the extent there are supplementary questions or questions taken on notice, you'll have 21 days to respond to those, and the Committee Secretariat will be in touch. But that does conclude our hearing for today. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.